Cha Sung-min was just an average guy when he accidentally transmigrated into the very novel he had written himself. To his shock, he had become the most hated villain in the entire story, the youngest son of a prestigious noble family. But this little brat was absolute trash. From a young age, he constantly bullied and beat the household servants and looked down on his own mother just because of her low social standing. Han even brutally beat a 5-year-old girl. It's a total disaster for our guy. No sooner had he arrived than he had to inherit this kid's mountain of baggage. Even worse, 9 years from now, his family will be destroyed, and he'll be sent to the guillotine to lose his head. Luckily, he knows the future, and he has a script editing system that lets him not only snatch up the main character's chances and harem, but also turn his enemies into his own best buds. You know how it is. Brothers stick together, right? On his first day in this world, Cha Sung-min woke up with a start. He snapped awake and instinctively shouted, "I have to get to work! What time is it?" His sudden outburst startled the maid in the room. She immediately collapsed to her knees and kowtowed. With her head pressed to the floor, she pleaded tremblingly, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I've committed a grave sin. Please have mercy on me." Looking at the unfamiliar maid, he wondered in confusion. Who is she? She doesn't look Korean, and she doesn't look Western either. He asked blankly, "Where am I?" This question made the maid even more panicked. She started slamming her head against the floor, until her forehead began to bleed, crying as she begged, "Please forgive me, sir. I didn't wake you on time because I didn't know you had to wake up so early today. Please spare me. It's all my fault." Seeing blood trickling down her forehead, he asked in a panic, "Are you okay?" But just one step forward was enough to make the maid's eyes widen in terror. She shrieked, "Ah, please don't hit me!" The scream echoed throughout the mansion, and she fainted on the spot. He stood there, frozen, just blankly wondering. I just stood up. Come on, she actually passed out. That was exactly what happened on his first day in this world. A start that left him in total shock. By the second day, he was forced to accept the reality that his name was now Russell Mayton, no longer Cha Sung-min. The system status window clearly displayed that he possessed combat magic talent and a unique trait, abnormal thinking pattern. That morning, a young boy carrying a notebook entered Russell's room. The boy bowed respectfully. "Young master, I am here to record your daily journal." That was Hampton, Russell's attendant. When he asked about the journal, Hampton stuttered tremblingly, "Yes, sir. I'll be quick, I promise." Watching Hampton, timidly sitting there writing, he suddenly remembered a detail from his novel. The heirs of prestigious families were always watched by human cameras, someone assigned to record every one of their daily activities until they turned 14. Seeing Hampton stealing glances at him, he accidentally moved closer. His sudden appearance made the boy jump in fright, causing him to spill the ink bottle and drop the notebook on the floor. Hampton, terrified, fell to his knees to clean it up. I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away. Here." At that exact moment, something strange happened. His body suddenly moved on its own, completely beyond his control. Looking at the dark-skinned boy kneeling in front of him, a violent urge to kick him suddenly surged inside Russell's mind, and then his body automatically launched a powerful kick straight into Hampton's face. Russell stared in horror at his own body, realizing it was as if an automatic bully mode had been switched on. That was also when the terrible memories of the original Russell Mayton truly began to flood into his mind. By the time he was 4, Russell was already using toy sticks to brutally beat servants, and one of his poor victims back then was Hampton. By the age of 5, when he learned of his true status, he became enraged and screamed at his birth mother, "A woman like you is supposed to be my mother?" In reality, Russell Mayton was the son of D.K. Cha, the family head, and a maid named So-So. He was terrified of his strict father, D.K. Cha, but he had zero respect for his gentle mother, So-So. He would even calmly spit on her and drive her away, shouting, "Get lost!" Thinking back on these shameful memories, he could only hold his head in frustration, but that wasn't even the worst of it. Throughout his childhood, Russell was a genius at doing evil things. There were so many instances of destruction and abuse that he couldn't even remember them all. From beating maids and chasing house staff to kicking the household servants, he spent 7 years being an absolute menace. The most serious incident finally happened. when he was 8.5 years old. That time, Russell used a wooden stick to brutally beat a young girl, grabbing her hair and shouting, "You ugly, stupid brat! Be my punching bag and let me vent." His victim was Rosalind, the 6-year-old daughter of the prestigious Grandin martial arts family. The consequence of this arrogance was that his father had to swallow his pride and bow to apologize to the head of the Grandin family to settle the matter. Because of that, just before he turned 9, Russell was punished by being exiled to the remote, isolated Maple Manor. Just days before he transmigrated here, the original kid was still wildly smashing furniture and screaming, demanding, "Bring me the Verdant chocolate." Thinking about this, he could only sit in silence and wonder just how obsessed this kid was with chocolate. Russell Mayton was originally a side character in the famous martial arts novel written by Cha Sung-min in his previous life. On paper, he was set up to be an absolute scumbag, but he remembered very clearly that he had never written a family background or life story. This detailed, for such a minor side character. This could only lead to one conclusion. This world wasn't entirely written by Cha Sung-min. It was a real living world. A world that had never been fully written in the original draft, so events were playing out according to the rules of this reality. That realization helped him recall almost all the memories, even though they were just a pile of garbage. By the third day of sitting blankly on his bed, he understood that he had no choice but to accept the truth that he had transmigrated. This definitely wasn't a dream, and he couldn't just keep wallowing in shock. Russell Mayton was just a pathetic side character in the novel he wrote himself. He hadn't even described his appearance or abilities in any detail, because to him back then, Russell was just a background character who only appeared occasionally. Without a specific development plan, he had just tossed combat magic talent onto him and left him there, never giving him a chance to shine. Readers were even confused and would ask each other where this character even came from. Because of that, no one knew his true potential, and in the end, this loser's fate was to be sent to the guillotine to be executed at the age of 17. Thinking about that log-out-of-life moment, he felt a chill down his spine and resolved to make survival his top priority. Currently, Russell, only 9 years old. That means 8 more years to prepare and rewrite a tragic fate. But the moment a flicker of hope emerged, he shivered, suddenly realizing a far harsher reality. Even if he avoids the execution looming 8 years away, he eventually has to face the true protagonist of this novel, Casson says. By all rights, Casson is destined to be the sworn enemy of the Mayton family. The grudge runs deep, stemming from an incident long ago where a previous Mayton family head accidentally killed the eldest son of the Says clan. As this secret gradually comes to light, tensions between the two sides will boil over, triggering a brutal war between sword and sorcery. And of course, fueled by the protagonist's plot armor, the Says family will emerge completely victorious, systematically slaughtering the Mayton clan until practically no one is left. Thinking about his family's imminent extinction and his own certain death, he can only sigh, wondering what he can possibly do. Remember, Cha Sung-min is the one who created this world. Even if it was originally just a story he wrote to blow off steam after exhausting shifts at the office, it's true. He is the one who brought it into existence. All the golden hands and advantages given to the protagonist, Cassin, were his own writing, and he knows the future of this world better than anyone. So, if he just acts wisely, he can surely live a stable life, just like his past one. No, even better. Looking at the magnificent sparkling bathroom in front of him, he has to admit, it's even more spacious than his old apartment back in South Korea. Standing in the middle of the luxurious bedroom, he tells himself, you only live once. Being the youngest, son of a wealthy family like this, truly isn't bad at all. Even though the magical combat skills of this body have yet to manifest, and even the original Russell didn't know what he was capable of, he is still a magic prodigy carrying the bloodline of the Mayton family, one of the 3 greatest clans in this world. With such a silver spoon start, he reminds himself to stay positive. Aside from the fact that this body used to be an idiot who would be beheaded at 17 if he didn't change his ways, he can clearly enjoy a life of luxury, far better than his previous life. He believes he can do it because 8 years is a long time to prepare. But just as his resolve began to set, a blue light suddenly flared up before his eyes, startling him. It was the same system text he saw when he first transmigrated here. The blue notification box displayed clearly. The legacy of Rasen Maitun has been activated. Holy Eye has been activated. He stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. This is the Holy Eye? The exclusive skill that belongs to the protagonist of that famous sword-fighting novel? How could a minor character like Rasen possess this skill? The system window hovered in his vision, and he wondered in shock if the text he had been seeing all this time was a result of this ability. Still, why does he have it? He's clearly not the protagonist. But then, he shrugs it off, telling himself it doesn't matter anymore because from the moment he arrived, here, the normal logic of this world had already flown out the window. The power of the protagonist in that famous novel is a force. So absurdly overpowered, it's insane. This is a typical action story where the lead is strong enough to destroy an entire continent single-handedly, and it doesn't stop. There. If the protagonist couldn't destroy the whole universe, how could you call it a pulp novel? But the biggest problem here is that he will use that world-ending power to wipe out his entire Maitun family. While deep in thought, he suddenly feels a strange energy vibrating around his body. A ring of faint blue light suddenly appears, swirling around him. It's completely invisible to the naked eye, feeling as though some divine gaze is probing and inspecting his body. He realizes in astonishment that this ring is the first mana circle in this world of magic. A mana circle is a ring of mana formed around the user's heart. It's the core component necessary for casting spells, acting like a battery that provides energy. According to the world-building Cha Sung-min created, even this first mana circle requires immense study and grueling training to attain. It's a high-level academic field that demands endless money and patience. So there is absolutely no way a spoiled, hot-tempered brat like the former Rasen would have been willing to study or train hard enough to achieve this. And he himself, right now, has no memory of ever practicing magic. Did it just appear on its own? Just then, a knock at the door cut through his thoughts. At this hour, the uninvited guest must be Hira. Her voice came timidly from outside. "Young master, may I come in?" He replied calmly. "Come in." The door slowly opened, but the moment he saw who stepped in, he froze in surprise. Hira entered and immediately knelt before him. Seeing this, he suddenly remembered an incredibly ridiculous rule the former Rasen had set. "Every time you dare to look me in the eye, you'd better kneel down immediately, understand?" What a bastard with such absurd rules. But as he looked straight at Hira, the Holy Eye ability suddenly activated, scanning her and displaying a data window. The blue system window read, Name, Hira. Main attribute, Assassin. Special trait, Analysis Impossible. He stood frozen, completely stunned, wondering how the main attribute of a maid could be, "A young girl can be an assassin?" You rack your brain, but you know for a fact that you never wrote such a character into the story. Then, it hits you. This world, from that famous martial arts novel, is a wild place where power and violence are the only laws. That means someone intentionally planted a young female assassin right next to a piece of trash like Russell. And the mastermind behind this is definitely someone competing for the inheritance within the Maitland family. Facing this brutal reality, you know that no matter how noble your background is, one slip-up means death. You tell yourself to stay calm and force a smile. You put on a fake front to hide your unease. The girl in front of you is a real assassin. If you show any weakness, she could end you right there. Watching Hera trembling on the floor, you realize all her previous crying and fear were just a perfectly staged act. Her acting skills are good enough for the big screen. You clear your throat, trying to sound as natural as possible. "Ahem, get up, Hira." She hurriedly replies, "Yes, young master." To get rid of her quickly, Russell orders, "Go get me some fresh chocolate. Bring it to me." Hira is momentarily stunned, stammering, "See, chocolate, sir?" Deep down, you just want her gone so you can think, so you immediately bark, using Russell's usual arrogant tone to intimidate her. "Are you questioning me?" "No, sir, I'll get it right away." As soon as the door closes, Hira walks down the hallway, looking deeply suspicious. She smells something off. She feels that young Master Russell is completely different, compared to before. Filled with doubt, she tells herself that she felt this a few days ago too. The aura of that good-for-nothing young master has clearly changed completely. Compared to how he was, even though Hira doesn't know exactly what happened, there's definitely been a major shift, even if this change isn't fully apparent yet. She tells herself she must quickly report this to that person. Hyra's figure gradually disappears into the deep hallway of the mansion, while, inside the room, Russell sits deep in thought, deciding to review everything. He has been exiled to this remote maple mansion, which means he has been pushed completely out of his strict father's sight and struck from the family's list of heirs. For a spendthrift like Russell Maitland, previously, losing the chance to be a candidate for this mage family would have been the end of the line. But for you right now, this is actually a huge boon. After all, the Maitland family plays a key role in the forces opposing the protagonist's swordsman. To survive the coming war, you will have to pretend to be an ordinary person, not competing for power or profit. But fortunately, as the author who created this world, you don't just know the future, you also possess the protagonist's holy eye. You know your fate, you know where powerful ancient artifacts are buried, so you must get involved in this battle for the inheritance at all costs, otherwise, you will only remain a disgrace to the Maitland family and meet a tragic death. You are only 9 years old now and you decide to officially join that fateful battle at age 10. According to the original plot, the original trashy Russell would continue living a miserable life after 10, only to get a one-way ticket to the afterlife at age 17. But you're different. In this remote mansion, you can comfortably eat and live in luxury without worrying about money, travel freely, and enjoy a lavish life, unlike your past life. The only secret to both surviving and enjoying yourself is to stay in the middle of the pack. Not too flashy, but not too weak either. This is the classic survival strategy that you honed during your mandatory military service in South Korea. Russell secretly thinks about how he needs to behave in this world now. It's clear. And this is the time to start working on what needs to be done. Right then, a system notification box suddenly pops up. Because of low mana, the Holy Eyes effect is shut down. At the same time, a knock 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 sounds at the door. Hyra timidly enters the room, trembling as she apologizes. I'm sorry, young master, I cannot bring you fresh chocolate. It's really very hard to get, sir. Contrary to the usual explosive rage of the old Russell, you just calmly reply, it's fine. Actually, current Russell doesn't even want chocolate. He's just finding an excuse to chase Hyra, a way to have some space to think. Seeing Hyra staring back in shock, Russell immediately puts on his usual arrogant air and snaps, I said it's fine, get out, to avoid being suspected. You understand that you still need to play the role of this jerk Russell for a while longer. Plus, there's a chilling detail that keeps you on edge. Hyra moves without making a single sound, just like a professional assassin. While Hyra is still fumbling, trying to say more about the chocolate, Russell shouts, I told you it's fine, get lost. Right now. The maid just cowers. Have a good day, young master, and backs out. Walking down the hall, Hyra can't help but be stunned. She wonders if she heard that correctly. When someone who was addicted to chocolate like Russell could so easily say, it's fine? This anomaly makes Hyra vigilant. She decides to observe for a while longer before deciding whether to report this to the one pulling the strings or not. A week later, at the grounds of the Maple Mansion, Russell calls Hampton over and gives a short order, get ready. The young attendant asks back, bewildered, yes, get ready for what, sir? Russell calmly replies, we're going to the training ground. Hearing the words training ground, Hampton's heart nearly drops out of his chest. He can't believe his ears. Seeing the boy frozen, Russell uses an intimidating tone to keep up his disguise. Are you questioning me? Do I need to repeat myself? Hampton is terrified and frantically runs off to prepare. No, I'll schedule it right away, sir. Yes, young master. Russell silently reviews what he has been planning for the past week. To survive in this brutal world, his first goal is to participate in the battle for the inheritance and prove himself as a person worth his salt. And to do that, the second step is to throw myself into training as hard as I can. My ultimate and most important goal is to survive and become independent by any means necessary. Russell clenched his fists. His hands were full of determination to make this plan a reality. There were some incredibly important things he needed to verify immediately. The first volume, combat magic, and the holy eye that this body currently possesses. It's time to take the stage. Hampton ran quickly down the hallway to prepare, his heart filled with surprise as he realized the young Master Russell had truly changed. He He recalled the bruised wounds on his body from when the young master used to beat him half to death with a stick. But instead of resentment, Hampton told himself that being beaten wasn't something to be angry about, but rather a regrettable thing. He blamed himself, thinking it was all because he hadn't served the young master properly. But what made Hampton confused most right now was that the young master suddenly wanted to go to the training ground. Seeing the bewildered expression on Hampton's face as he stammered, "The training ground, sir?" Russell immediately used his holy eye to scan the boy's information. The system interface appeared, leaving Russell speechless once again. Name, Hampton. Primary attribute, poison. Characteristic, cowardly shadow. Russell couldn't help but shudder and wonder. First, the maid assassin Hyra, now a poison expert by my side. What on earth is going on? He wondered when Hampton had learned alchemy, and he was certain the boy had been waiting for a chance to get close to him all this time. However, according to the world's settings, every heir candidate of a mage family would have a thoroughly trained aide. From a young age, they were brainwashed to be absolutely loyal and ready to sacrifice their lives for their master. And the shadow assigned to the seventh son of the Maitoon house was Hampton. Russell thought to himself, even a piece of trash like me has a shadow to protect me? But regardless, Hampton was still a professionally trained attendant of the Maitoon house. The two quickly moved to the secondary training area. Looking at Russell's back as he walked in front, Hampton secretly felt happy that the young master was finally willing to train. But the boy couldn't help but wonder why he had suddenly changed so much. It wasn't that Hampton feared the young master would cause trouble. What truly made the boy uncomfortable was that every time Russell acted, everyone around him, from the maids to the servants in this house, looked at him with eyes full of contempt and coldness. Hampton whispered to himself that he must absolutely trust his young master. Meanwhile, Russell looked ahead and cursed under his breath. What hit his eyes right now was an incredibly modern skyscraper, standing tall in the middle of a vintage fantasy world. He blamed himself for being too lazy in his past life when setting the background, but at least a modern place like this felt much easier to handle. The system interface immediately popped up with a notification. Current location, Training Ground 1. According to the settings, each training ground like this would have at least one manager in operation. The automatic glass door slowly slid open, and a man in a black cloak wearing sports sunglasses stepped out. He wore a smile and said, "Welcome, seventh young master, you're here. I'm Noah, the manager of the training ground." Seeing this, Russell nodded politely. It's nice to meet you." His unexpectedly mild attitude made Noah stumble for a moment, but he quickly bowed in return. "Yes, it is my honor, young master." Yet, hidden behind that fake smile was an intense rage inside Noah's heart, screaming wildly and trembling with anger as he recalled a grudge from a year ago, when he had been slapped in the face by Russell himself just for not bowing politely. What made him so furious that he wanted to explode was that this bastard didn't even remember his face now. Standing opposite Noah, Russell silently used the holy eye to scan his information but failed completely. He realized that the capabilities of this manager were definitely far superior to his current body, and it was understandable that he couldn't read the info of a training ground manager. To stay safe, Russell told himself it was best to treat him with a bit of kindness. He calmly spoke up. "Starting today, I will begin my training. What kind of monster is suitable for me?" This statement made Noah completely freeze in shock at his attitude. Seeing his stunned expression, Russell continued, "Give me some advice. Something fitting for my age, 9 years old." Hearing the two words 9 years old, the fire of hatred in Noah's heart flared up intensely. He cursed himself for how he could ever forget the age of the devil who had made a laughingstock out of him for 396 days, 8 hours, and 32 minutes. In Noah's mind, devious plots began to swirl. I wanted to find a way to deal with Russell as reasonably as possible, so that no one in the family could blame him if an accident occurred. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Noah's head. He wore a sinister smile and proposed, "The sixth young master successfully hunted a shroom monster at the age of 9. Hearing the name Shroom Monster, Russell immediately searched his memory for the settings of this creature in the original work. It was a creature about 50 centimeters tall, shaped like a large mushroom, moving by jumping around. and it was the lowest-ranked monster. Seeing the target was quite safe, he immediately agreed. All right, let's go with that. Noah bowed respectfully. Yes, I will prepare it immediately. I will set the battlefield to the mushroom forest. It will take about 3 minutes. After saying that, he turned and walked away, whistling triumphantly as he went. Watching the bouncing, victorious back, Russell couldn't help but wonder, why does he look so excited? A shroom monster wasn't actually a very powerful beast. No wonder the sixth young master could easily destroy it at just 9 years old. To prepare, Russell closed his eyes and began to focus his mind. After just about 3 minutes, he could clearly feel the mana circle moving within his chest. Thanks to his innate talent for combat magic and the noble bloodline of the Mighton family flowing in his veins, his body automatically fell into a state of self-perception, helping him grasp how to operate magic in an extremely natural way. Seeing Russell was ready, the manager Noah feigned a bow to lead the way. Please go this way, sir. Immediately after, a beam of light covered Russell. The system interface instantly announced he had successfully teleported to the mushroom forest illusion. Before the simulator room, closed, Noah's voice still echoed in, sounding full of fakeness. Good luck, sir. Standing in the middle of the dark forest filled with glowing mushrooms, Russell suddenly heard strange rustling sounds. He vigilantly wondered, is that it? From behind a rock, a black shadow with glowing eyes suddenly jumped out, shrieking piercingly. It was a giant shroom monster with a pitch-black mouth, full of threats. Standing outside in the observation room, Hampton yelled anxiously to guide his master. Young master, the weak point of the shroom monster is its body. Since it's a mushroom-type monster, it has a very low fire resistance. Looking at the mushroom monster hopping continuously in front of him, Russell thought to himself, is that a shroom monster? Seeing a monster moving like this, it looks really creepy. There was no time to hesitate. Russell immediately assumed a combat stance, his eyes flashing with a sharp, cold blue light. All right, let's do this. He clenched his fists as streams of magic energy erupted instantly, crackling like electricity and enveloping his hands. Behind the protective glass, Noah watched his every move intently. With his jaw dropping in shock, a system message suddenly popped up at that very moment. His body's willpower had been confirmed, followed immediately by a notification. The combat magic within his body had awakened. A massive surge of power exploded forth, and his eyes now glowed with a powerful holy light. Watching through the magical crystal ball, Noah was observing the scene with intense focus. He smugly prided himself on the fact that before joining the Mighton family, he had been a renowned mage in the Dorothy region, even hailed as a genius. Back home, despite his questionable fashion sense, a prideful man like him had endured the ultimate humiliation of being slapped in the face by that brat, Grayson. In the past, Noah seethed with hatred as he recalled Russell's insults. In the past, you dared to call yourself a person when you only bowed 82 degrees? You were the one who mocked me when I didn't bow at exactly 90 degrees. With a twisted, satisfied grin, he roared through the crystal ball. Today, I'll pay you back for everything. I've upgraded the monster to the highest level. The giant mushroom monster shot forward at incredible speed. Noah thought to himself smugly that combat magic was just an inferior art, looked down upon by his magic family. With this type of melee-oriented combat magic, Russell would never be able to hurt a buffed-up monster. He was certain his revenge had been a complete success and secretly sneered, "Retribution comes early, doesn't it, young friend?" But Noah's smile vanished instantly, his eyes widening in terror as he watched the scene unfold through the orb. Instead of dodging, Russell leaped into the air, his fist wrapped in blazing blue magic, striking the monster directly. A direct, powerful punch created a massive shockwave, instantly blowing the giant monster away. Witnessing this insane spectacle, Noah gaped in shock, unable to believe his eyes. One punch? Russell landed lightly. The mushroom monster was completely destroyed and dissipated into thin air. At that moment, a blue system notification appeared before him. Rank of Awakened Combat Magic is Novice. You have used Awakened Combat Magic. A small amount of irrational thinking has been filled. Novice Combat Magic has been stored. Feeling the surging energy, Russell thought to himself that this was truly top tier. The system continued to display. Novice Combat Magic has been stored in the mana circle. Russell stood silently in the middle of the simulation forest, his entire body enveloped in a massive white and blue aura, blazing like fire. Looking down at his own hands, he couldn't help but be stunned, wondering, what kind of power is this? Watching Russell obliterate the monster with a single punch, Noah, standing behind the glass, froze completely. Cold sweat ran down his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is this? Is this really pure combat magic? Noah knew well that combat magic was a type of spell that carried immense physical destructive power. A monster that normally had the ability to withstand physical impact so well, yet Russell had managed to defeat it so easily. Noah tremblingly wondered what the hell had happened to this young master during the year they hadn't met. Meanwhile, in the simulation room, the system announced that the monster was no longer eligible to be a training dummy. Russell calmly agreed with that, wiping sweat from his forehead. Noah proposed through the intercom, "I'm thinking of increasing the difficulty a bit." Hearing that, Russell hesitated for a moment. Difficulty? Increased it to what? If it's too hard, that'll be troublesome. I don't have much mana left. Noah explained, "The next target will be the red monster. They look exactly like the regular ones, but are much faster and stronger. Especially if you don't kill them quickly, they have the ability to self-replicate." Even though he hated Russell, Noah reminded himself to hold back for the sake of his paycheck, so he could gather information to report to his superiors. At the same time, he reassured him that if the situation became too dangerous, he would stop the training session immediately. Russell thought to himself that he had never set up any creature like this in his past life, but perhaps this was a variant that emerged from the original settings. He nodded in agreement. "All right, young master." "Monster spawning," Noah's voice echoed. From the blue light, a red monster with a vibrant red cap appeared. Russell observed calmly, wondering if there was any difference from the previous one besides the color. But in the very next second, he immediately switched to high alert, when the monster suddenly spun at a terrifying speed, charging straight at him like an arrow. A loud explosion rang out. The monster didn't stop, continuing to spin and attack relentlessly. Its incredibly powerful attack struck Russell directly, creating a huge shockwave that sent him reeling backward a significant distance. Russell quickly regained his balance and watched his opponent intently. Indeed, this red monster was both strong and very fast, completely different from the slow monster from earlier. However, looking at its movement trajectory, Russell narrowed his eyes confidently. To someone who knew every rule of this world like him, its moves were completely unthreatening. Just as the monster continued to charge at breakneck speed, he quickly erected a magic shield, directly deflecting the monster's attack trajectory. Witnessing that scene on the monitor, Noah almost dropped his jaw and shouted, "He deflected it?" After the collision, the red monster was thrown far away. Seeing the opponent struggling to regain its balance, Russell realized that this monster's attack style was actually quite simple and easy to grasp. He told himself he needed to use the abilities he had developed earlier to finish the match. Russell clenched his fist, activating the novice combat spell called Weight Exploitation. But just as the magic power began to flicker on his hand, it suddenly cut out. The system screen coldly displayed the notification, "Insufficient mana." Russell turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as he realized the harsh reality. He was completely out of mana. In the nick of time, Russell acted on pure instinct. He swung a powerful punch, sending the red monster flying a great distance. The mushroom monster was completely defeated. Standing in the middle of the training ground, Russell was still in shock, wondering what had just happened. Because in that decisive moment, he felt as if time around him had slowed down. Although he didn't understand the cause, he still felt lucky that, thanks to that strange phenomenon, only then could he defeat his opponent. Just then, another system notification popped up. "This is the first time you've used up all the mana in your body. Due to the mana depletion, the Holy Eye will be deactivated." Seeing the message, Russell told himself he'd have to rethink this, after his body recovered its mana. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Hampton was holding a cup of hot tea, his spirit half departed after witnessing the entire training session. The master, the young boy, widened his eyes in astonishment. He couldn't stop wondering what he had just seen. Was he gathering personal strength on his own? Standing beside Noah, he took a small sip of tea, then asked in a low voice, "Hampton, has the seventh young master's 10th birthday already passed?" Hampton hurriedly replied respectfully, "Yes, that occasion will take place next year." Witnessing Russell's incredible power, Noah broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't believe his own eyes. How on earth could he be this strong when he hasn't even reached his 10th birthday yet? Watching every step Russell took, Noah was terrified to realize that he had even formed his first mana circle, a level of power that absolutely could not have been achieved naturally. Meanwhile, the young attendant Hampton standing nearby was tearing up with emotion. He thought to himself, "My young master must have been working day and night, to the point of exhaustion to achieve today's results." Overwhelmed, Hampton immediately ran over, hugged Russell tightly, and shouted, "Young master!" The attendant's sudden move left Russell frozen. Seeing everyone's reaction, Russell suddenly realized he had made a huge mistake. He still didn't fully understand this world, and showing off such overwhelming power right now would only bring trouble. To save the situation, Russell told himself he needed to put on a show immediately. He closed his eyes and collapsed to the floor, pretending to faint from exhaustion. The unexpected incident made both Hampton and Noah scream in panic. "Young master!" Noah quickly ordered. "Hampton, call the healer from the second floor." "Go!" Hampton immediately scrambled to run. "Yes!" Lying unconscious on the floor, Russell thought to himself, "Is the situation really so bad that I need a healer? But at least on the second floor there must be medicine, or a healer, to help me recover my drained mana." On the second floor of the training area, the bald healer was nodding off, snoring loudly in his chair. The sound of running, along with Hampton's desperate screaming, made him jump, nearly falling over. "Are you the healer?" he replied irritably. "Ah, you scared me half to death." When he heard Hampton report that the seventh young master was injured, the healer immediately jumped up, looking serious. "Really? That's a big problem, hurry." But he suddenly stopped, suspicious. The seventh young master? Not the sixth young master? After hearing Hampton confirm it and introduce himself as the seventh young master's partner, the healer changed his attitude faster than a flip of a pancake. "Wait, so the seventh young master is actually here? What? What is that loser doing here?" Hampton nervously explained the situation to the healer. He defeated a red ogre and then took a direct hit from a greater red ogre. Hearing this, the healer was stunned and asked back, "What? How?" Hampton gave a blunt answer, "With combat magic." Looking at Russell lying unconscious on the bed, the healer started to break into a cold sweat. He thought to himself that if the seventh young master's body was damaged by the side effects of combat magic, someone with limited ability like him would find it extremely difficult to handle. To avoid bringing trouble upon himself, he came up with a plan. First, try his best, and if that doesn't work, he'd pretend to be trying and then quickly pass the buck by sending him to a high-ranking mage at the main building. There are many talented mages there. Handing the seventh young master over to them is the safest option for him right now. Thinking and acting, the healer immediately raised his hand to cast a spell. A flash of holy light erupted, and he shouted, "Enter into the embrace of mana!" A warm flow of mana enveloped Russell's body, but just as the healer expected, his body showed absolutely no reaction. He gulped, thinking to himself that his healing magic was indeed useless. Might as well just end this act quickly and send him back to the main house to get it over with. However, just as he was about to give up, his violet eyes suddenly snapped open, glowing with intensity. Russell's sudden awakening made Hampton, the healer, and the young attendant gasp in surprise. "Young master!" The healer froze, looking down at his own hands in confusion. He wondered, has my level actually improved? But he immediately dismissed the thought, knowing full well he hadn't done anything useful. The only logical explanation at this moment had to be Russell's own incredible self-healing ability. Just waking up, Russell looked straight at the healer and calmly said one sentence, "Thank you." The short sentence hit them like a bolt of lightning, making all three in the room ask back in confusion, "What?" Thinking they hadn't heard clearly, Russell calmly repeated, "I'd again," I said, "Thank you." This shocking change in attitude from a notorious, arrogant villain left the healer, Hampton, and the young attendant completely stunned, on the spot. After giving everyone in the healing room a scare with his unusually polite demeanor, Russell returned to his room to rest. Not long after, Hyra entered the room looking tired, her breath short. She bowed, her hands trembling as she presented 2 bars of verdant chocolate, then apologized anxiously. I managed to get the verdant chocolate, but there were only 2 bars left, please forgive me. You asked for 3, please forgive me, I will try to find more. Contrary to Hyra's fear, Russell just calmly replied, it's fine, just leave them there. This gentle answer left Hyra completely frozen. She asked blankly, yes? Seeing the weariness evident on Hyra's face, Russell thought to himself, she doesn't look well, and he didn't want to bother her further, but to maintain the facade of the spoiled brat from before, he snapped, I just finished training, so I'm tired. Don't bother me anymore. Go away now. Hyra hurriedly bowed and backed out. I understand. Young master, please get some rest. Down in the kitchen, the servants were gossiping excitedly. One maid couldn't believe her ears and asked, really? The young master actually went to train? Hampton, standing nearby, puffed his chest out and insisted, I told you, it's true. During the training, the young boy's stories made the maids around him hold their heads in astonishment and exclaim, no way! Up in his room, Russell unwrapped a bar of verdant chocolate and took a big bite. In his previous life, I'm not really a fan of sweets, but you have to admit that this kind of chocolate is in a whole different league. As soon as I put it in my mouth, it just melted on my tongue, leaving a warm, pleasant sweetness that spread throughout my body as if I were floating on cloud 9. But that relaxed feeling was quickly cut short. Russell's purple eyes suddenly flashed. His holy eye skill activated automatically. He was astonished to realize that the effects of the chocolate were seeping into every nook and cranny of his body. The mana veins in his hands suddenly lit up. A blue stream of mana appeared, followed by a system notification. A small amount of mana had been absorbed. Russell was shocked to realize that this was the reason why the old Russell could possess such a vast amount of mana, even though he spent all his time fooling around. Immediately after, the system board continued to display. You have discovered an irrational thought fragment. It felt like his character had just taken a step forward, helping to connect random probabilities in this world together. Russell sat bolt upright, deep in thought about how eating chocolate could restore mana. According to the established rules of this world, to collect mana, mages usually have to suffer in the middle of nowhere, crossing hellish landscapes full of dangerous monsters just to accumulate a tiny bit of mana. Yet now, Russell's body possesses a special constitution that can easily absorb mana just by eating sweets. Even he, when writing the story, had never detailed this setting. That must be why the system called it an irrational thought fragment. Russell lay back on the bed, eating chocolate while sighing in annoyance as he realized the only side effect of this free mana source was that his body was rapidly putting on weight. Trying to replicate the feeling of punching that monster earlier, Russell closed his eyes to focus. Immediately, the system board showed that the delayed flow attribute had been activated. Russell was still wondering what kind of ability this was when a frantic knocking echoed. He grumbled, I told you I don't need anything else today, Hera. But outside was a servant reporting that a guest had arrived. Russell coldly replied, tell him to get lost. But before he could finish, the door was violently kicked open. A teenager with striking orange-red hair, wearing a luxurious noble outfit, stepped into the room. It was Carlton Mayton, the 6th young master and Russell's older brother. As soon as he entered, Carlton shouted in a haughty, contemptuous tone, Brother comes to visit and you don't even bother to stand up and greet me? Did you throw your manners to the dogs? Do you want to eat bird poop again, huh? Looking at the person who had just barged in, Russell thought to himself, this is the brother that this body is terrified of in its memories. To avoid exposing himself, he quickly stepped off the bed and bowed politely. Brother, you've come? But his submissiveness only made Carlton more smug. He pointed his wand at Russell and sneered, that's why you never amount to anything, always acting as slow as a loser. Carlton glanced at him with utter disdain and ordered, what are you waiting for? Russell asked, confused. What? Carlton immediately yelled, get down and crawl like a dog. Are you going to kneel or not? As soon as he finished speaking, he ruthlessly swung his wand down toward Russell's head. In that split second of life or death danger, the system board suddenly displayed a notification that the delayed flow attribute had been activated. Russell was astonished to see every one of Carlton's movements turn into slow motion footage in his eyes. He realized that this delayed flow ability was truly powerful. This was definitely an extremely useful skill to help him turn the situation around in any circumstance. Without a moment's hesitation, Russell lightning fast reached out to block the attack. With a precise swipe, he deflected and knocked Carlton's wand away. The unexpected and powerful resistance from his usually weak younger brother made Carlton stagger, nearly falling to the floor. He looked at Russell in shock and stammered, "What did you just do?" Facing Carlton's bewilderment, Russell calmly replied, "I'm just defending myself." This statement immediately made Carlton go crazy. He roared, "How dare you? You piece of trash, say that again." Russell asked, confused. "Say what?" Carlton gritted his teeth and threatened, "Say that dog shit line. Again, you piece of trash." Without hesitation, Russell said bluntly, "Dog shit." Carlton froze for a few seconds, then widened his eyes and asked, "What?" Russell kept a straight face and explained, "You told me to say dog shit." The teasing from his younger brother, who had always been timid, made Carlton so furious he trembled all over. He roared in rage, "You little insect! I'm going to kill you!" Carlton screamed madly and immediately lunged to attack. Now, thanks to the holy eye, Russell could clearly observe the flow of mana in his opponent. He noticed that around Carlton's heart, there was also a circle of mana, and he guessed he would release energy from that very ring. Immediately after, Carlton channeled his water-type magic and screamed, "Die!" At the same time, the system information board popped up. Identity: confirmed. Carlton Mayton. Water attribute. Personality: big mouth. Looking at the swirling water around Carlton's hands, Russell analyzed, "Water attribute, huh? He will release power," in front of his face and near his chest. By grasping the trajectory of his opponent's mana, Russell was confident he had perfectly predicted Carlton's next move. All he needed to do now was launch a precise counter-attack to end the match. Carlton launched his decisive strike, but it missed completely. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" In the blink of an eye, Russell nimbly dodged and closed the distance, taking advantage of the opening to land precise punches on Carlton. Finally, Russell put all his strength into an incredibly powerful punch straight into his brother's stomach. The strike was so strong that Carlton coughed up blood, screamed in pain, and collapsed to the floor, coughing incessantly. Looking at the fresh blood splattered on the floor, Russell couldn't help but be shocked. He looked down at his hands and thought, "Damn it, I thought I had held back enough strength." Realizing the situation seemed serious, Russell hurriedly shouted for help. "Hampton, call a physician immediately." Standing and looking down at Carlton, who was in pain, Russell drew a lesson for himself. He understood that because his combat magic had only just awakened and had not yet been stabilized, his ability to control his strength was still a gamble, and he hadn't yet reached the level he wanted. Hampton rushed into the room upon hearing the loud noise, worriedly asking about the situation. Russell could only snap, "Tell the kid to go call a physician quickly." Looking at Carlton, who was kneeling on the floor and coughing up blood, Russell thought to himself that he might have gone a bit too far. But on the other hand, through the recent fight, he had found the most effective method to deal with mages. His first goal, which was surviving until age 17, now had even more hope. But the next day, news of the shocking fight spread quickly everywhere. In the living room, Hera couldn't help but be astonished when hearing Hampton recount the incident. She could not believe that someone as useless as Russell could defeat the sixth young master, Carlton. Hampton admitted this was completely absurd. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. The boy hesitated, wanting to share his honest thoughts with Hera, but she immediately asked him, "Why? Are you going to say you're just a shadow?" The question struck home, making Hampton jolted by surprise. Hera calmly sipped her tea, thinking the young master was just a fool. Nothing had changed. Hampton countered, pointing out frankly that Hera wasn't a normal maid either, as her movements were always incredibly soft and calculated. Hera smiled slightly, not denying it, but suggesting it was obvious to anyone. Seeing this, Hampton asked seriously if she really thought Russell was just a lazy bum. Hera took a sip of tea and told him to keep talking. Hampton asserted that with his 10th birthday approaching, the 7th young master had finally begun to change. Meanwhile, Russell had reached a very special place. Standing before a grand, ancient-style structure, he marveled to himself, "This is the Starlight Library, where I'll learn to control and manipulate mana." Looking at its magnificent exterior, Russell jokingly thought it looked more like a shopping mall than a library. The system screen immediately popped up with a location confirmation. He was quite surprised that such an important place was somewhere the former Rossin had never even stepped foot in. Stepping inside, Russell was completely overwhelmed by the library's massive space with all 3 floors, filled with towering bookshelves. While he was wondering how many books were kept here, an elegant voice suddenly rang out from behind him, answering that there were about 200,000 volumes. Russell turned around, startled, and then a beautiful woman with wavy gray hair slowly descended before him. Rossin cautiously asked for her identity. The woman smiled faintly and introduced herself as the librarian of the Starlight Library, named Evian. While Russell was taking his first steps in a luxurious room at the mansion, the conversation between Hera and Hampton was becoming extremely tense. Setting her tea down, Hera asked Hampton suspiciously, "You said he's been preparing for his 10th birthday? And then what? And you think he's been hiding his true self? Does that sound remotely plausible to you?" Faced with the maid's skepticism, Hampton held firm to his theory. He insisted, "I think the young master has been doing this intentionally for the last 10 years. Even though Hera didn't believe it, Hampton provided the most convincing evidence he had seen with his own eyes. But I saw it myself." The young master completed the first scroll. Hearing these words, "first scroll," Hera's expression shifted slightly. Hampton continued, "Do you think that scroll could be finished in just a few days? Think about it. The 7th young master's behavior has been quite odd lately. He's been training and even defeated the 6th young master easily." Hera pondered, admitting that made sense. Hampton continued to persuade her, "You're his maid, after all. You must have noticed some of his recent actions. That's why it shows the 7th young master is playing dumb to hide his skills." However, Hera remained cautious. "Still, it doesn't sound right. That bastard's combat magic is just average, isn't it?" Refusing to give up, Hampton declared, "No, I'd bet my reputation that I'm right." When Hera demanded to know why he was so sure, Hampton looked her straight in the eye and proudly stated, "Because I am his shadow. He must have shown me a glimpse of his future." The two were silent for a moment. Hampton spoke in a low voice. "If something happens to the 7th young master, we both share that fate. So why don't we work together?" Before the boy could finish his sentence, Hera cut him off. She stood up, looked out the window, and coldly set a condition. "If he decides to visit the library one day, then I'll go and look into it. I've heard that all members of the Mighton family must study at the Starlight Library to prepare for the battle, for the family succession. It's the only place to learn the best strategies for it." And just as predicted, Russell's next destination was the Grand Starlight Library. Russell stepped inside and unexpectedly encountered the librarian. "I am the librarian of the Starlight Library, Evian." The name Evian left Russell completely stunned. She was the author of the novel. He racked his brain, but he was completely helpless. "Evian? Who is she again? I seriously don't remember." Just as he was in a daze, the system information screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, displaying a name that left him utterly shocked. Lavian. He couldn't help but scream internally, "What? Lavian?" While she was still smiling and bowing politely. "It is an honor to meet you, 7th young master." He stood frozen for 5 seconds, amazed that a character of such caliber was right in front of him. According to the original novel, while Lavian didn't directly declare war on the protagonist, Cassin says, she was a legendary archmage who appeared in major historical events of this world. He remembered the detail clearly when the soldiers of the Kingdom of Revadon screamed, "Kill that witch!" She had faced an entire empire alone. As a mage possessing extraordinary power, Lavian easily defeated the tyrant king Tyrenic and all his troops with a mere wave of her hand, freezing the entire army on the spot. Her terrible, icy power even froze the entire Grand Revadon castle into a massive block of ice amidst the snowy sky. In the future, she would be known to the world as a key archmage in the brutal Northern Sea War to come. Looking at the woman before him, he finally understood everything. Currently, she was supposed to be a wanted criminal across the entire continent, but by hiding under the identity of a librarian for the Mighton family, she was able to safely evade the crackdown of outside forces without anyone knowing. This also made perfect sense, because the Mighton family library was considered a sanctuary for mages, storing every original and handwritten copy of magic books from all over the world. And to manage such a massive treasure trove of knowledge, all the librarians here must be true archmages. They had the supreme privilege of managing and reading any precious magic book in this library at will. He couldn't help but feel completely confused. Why would a legendary witch, one who once froze an entire castle in folklore, now be standing right in front of him as a librarian? While he was still flustered, Lavian smiled faintly and politely invited him to sit at a table on the second floor. He could only respond awkwardly, sure. She said she would go prepare some tea and asked him what kind he preferred. Would you like black tea? Even though he was terrified inside, to be polite, he stammered out, I like black tea. Lavian nodded and quickly left to prepare it. Watching her silhouette fade away, he sighed with relief. This world was truly too dangerous, but on second thought, he felt incredibly lucky that this was the first time this body had come here. Watching her silhouette fade away, he sighed with relief. This world was truly too dangerous, but on second thought, he felt incredibly lucky that this was the first time this body stepping into the library, because if you hadn't transmigrated into this body, you honestly couldn't imagine how that fool, the original Racine with his foul temper, would have acted so rudely in front of a legendary archmage. He definitely would have torn up the books, started a ruckus, taken a beating, and gotten himself kicked out of Lavienne. Lost in thought, Lavienne had returned. She gently placed the books on the table and asked, What kind of book are you looking for, my lord? You immediately cut to the chase. I want a book on mana cultivation. Hearing this, Lavian gently asked for clarification. My lord, what level of mana cultivation book are you looking for? You replied nonchalantly. The most basic one. Your answer left her completely stunned. Lavian asked skeptically, For someone from the prestigious Mighton family like yourself, is it really necessary to read such beginner's primers? To avoid suspicion, you laughed it off and explained, You have to start from the basics to build a solid foundation, right? Hearing that, Lavian was momentarily surprised but quickly bowed her head. Please wait a moment. I will find one for you. With that, she immediately used magic to glide off in search among the massive bookshelves. In just a moment, an ancient black book with intricate gold-plated patterns flew off the shelf on its own. Lavian brought the book and set it down in front of you. Taking the book, you gave a slight nod. All right, you can go now. Lavian bowed respectfully. Understood. I hope you find some insight, and then quickly retreated, leaving you in peace. You excitedly opened the first few pages. The book stated that mana is a term referring to all types of energy existing in nature. One must store mana in the heart and create a circulation cycle to become a mage. It sounded very theoretical and simple, but as soon as you flipped to the next page, you froze. Your eyes were met with a series of complex mathematical formulas. Lago's 8th theorem, Prato's 7th mathematical formula, and the answer to e to the power of 648. Your head felt like it was about to explode. What the hell is this? How is this called a beginner's book? A modern person like you, how could you possibly self-study and understand such messy magical theory? You slumped, your face onto the table, sighing in frustration because no matter how much you read, you couldn't understand a word. But in your moment of greatest despair, a thought flashed through your mind. Wait, if I can't learn it the normal way, I still have one ultimate weapon. That's right. It was time to use the Holy Eye. You immediately activated the Holy Eye to analyze the magic book. A notification window appeared. Analyzing Introduction to Magic, complete. 5%. You chuckled bitterly, not expecting this skill to be able to directly analyze a complex book that you couldn't understand a single word of. It looked just like a computer screen. This skill was truly amazing, but the worrying thing was that in this world, there was still a monster who could use this skill better than you. Before you could think much more, the notification window appeared again. Analysis complete. 22%. The Holy Eye couldn't continue due to a mana deficiency. You thought to yourself, if the progress reaches 100%, Will I be able to understand all of this complicated theory? It seems for now, you must prioritize solving this body's mana deficiency problem. You closed the book, telling yourself that was enough for today. When you returned to the mansion, Hampton was already waiting and bowed respectfully. "Welcome back, young master." You gave a slight nod in response, but then the boy hesitated and dropped a bombshell. "Lady Soso from the Mapo mansion is here to visit you." Hearing the name Soso, you immediately froze in shock. You looked up at the balcony above and went into total shock. A woman with long brown hair was standing there quietly. Her gaze was directed straight at you. You were stunned, asking yourself, what the hell is happening here? Why is Raisin's mother suddenly appearing in this godforsaken place? Looking at that woman's silhouette, the painful memories from Cha Sung-min's past life suddenly came flooding back. In the old world, you always longed to see your mother again, because you had lost her when you were very young and never had the chance to see her again. The sound of the prolonged heart rate monitor in the hospital room back then, along with your heartbreaking cries, were still etched in your memory. "Mom, don't leave me, Mom. Please don't go." You had lost her to that terrible cancer when you were just an innocent child. From the day she passed away, the life of an orphan like you became incredibly dark. You were constantly bullied and beaten savagely in the streets by other kids, along with bitter insults, like, "A motherless orphan like you dares to insult me?" Since those dark days, you had gone through countless inner struggles and self-torment. But what shocked you the most right now was why the woman standing on the balcony had the exact same face as your deceased mother from your past life. You stared at her blankly. Then, suddenly, the holy eye activated automatically and displayed information before your eyes, leaving you frozen in shock. Soso, Russell Mayton's mother, turned out to be an expert in the early stages of the six-grain realm. The aroma of warm tea spread through the living room as the silver-haired maid, Hira, quietly poured tea for the mother and son. Sitting opposite his mother, Russell lowered his head, a very complex feeling rising in his heart. Looking at the gentle mother in front of him, the terrible memories of the old Russell suddenly flooded back into his mind. He recalled the scene where he had once yelled in her face, "A person like you is my mother?" Thinking about his past self's disastrous personality, the current Russell could only break out in a cold sweat, wondering how that kid could have uttered such cruel words to his own mother. Hesitating for a moment, Russell spoke up to break the silence. Mom, I don't know where to start." Your confusion made Soso only look at her son silently. Standing on the side, observing the entire conversation, the maid Hira, with her sharp blue eyes, couldn't help but feel suspicious. She secretly wondered if the seventh young master wasn't actually a piece of trash and had just been pretending all this time to deceive everyone. Could all of this be part of a plan in preparation for the upcoming life-or-death battle for the succession? Thinking of this, Hira reminded herself that she absolutely could not underestimate this kid anymore. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes all around him, Russell gathered all his courage and bowed his head sincerely. "I'm sorry for everything I've done in the past." An apology. It caught Soso completely off guard. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the son who had always been so rebellious. Russell looked straight into his mother's eyes and continued in a gentle voice, "I don't know whether you believe me or not. I've grown wiser than before. The person I was is long gone." Seeing her son's sudden maturity, Soso trembled slightly. She lifted her teacup, responding in a voice filled with emotion. "Is that so?" Rasen kept his head bowed. "I'm sorry for everything I've done." The mother could only bow her head in silence, listening to her son, but just hearing her tearful voice, Rasen understood everything. Soso hurriedly set down her teacup, then stood up to take her leave. "I should head back now. I still have things to do." Even though she made an excuse about being busy, Russell knew very well that his mother was no longer working as a maid, so in reality, she didn't have much to do. Recalling that moment, the system information board suddenly appeared before Russell, displaying the name Soso. Characteristics: Russell's mother, House Maitland. Stage 1 of granulosis. Seeing the word granulosis, Rasen couldn't help but be horrified. This was the vicious disease that Father Sung-min had suffered from in his previous life. It was an extremely rare disease, characterized by 3 green spots appearing on the chest and currently had absolutely no method of cure. If the disease progressed to the 3-spot stage, it was practically a guaranteed ticket to reincarnation. Fortunately, only 1 spot had appeared so far. Just as he stepped out of Russell's room, the mother stood silently in the hallway, covering her face with her hands and sobbing. An indescribable emotion surged within her. On such a happy day, why could she not stop crying? This was the first time her only son had voluntarily called her mother with such warmth. "Mother, could you spare about an hour for me every day? I'll prepare the Karan grape tea from the Sicilian mountains, so let's drink tea together at this time every day. Would you be willing?" Receiving her nod in agreement, Russell smiled faintly. Standing by the window watching his mother's silhouette fade into the courtyard, he thought about the carrot and grape tea from the Sicilian mountains. Although this was the pickiest type of tea, if consumed regularly for a month, it could completely cure the vicious granulosis disease. To Russell at this moment, no matter how much of a scumbag his old self had been, that woman was still his mother. Watching her lonely figure walking along the small path through the estate grounds, Russell told himself that no matter what, she would never abandon him. "Don't let the disease get worse, Mother." Switching scenes to late at night in a simple wooden room, So-So sat dazed on her bed in the flickering candlelight. She wondered if everything that happened during the day was just a dream. She clenched her hands and told herself, if it wasn't a dream, it was truly a miracle. Her son, Russell, seemed to have changed completely right after his 10th birthday, as if he had turned into someone else. Watching the burning candle, So-So whispered softly, sending words to her late husband in the afterlife. "Are you listening to me up there?" She placed her hand on her chest, her heart overflowing with both emotion and bewilderment. "Every day I will be able to drink tea with Russell. I think he has changed so much. Seeing him change like this leaves me stunned." So-So sobbed with happiness, telling herself that she was also very joyful. "It's strange, isn't it, dear?" The night passed. The candle surrendered to time and flickered out, giving way to a new day starting at the Mabel estate. In Russell's private room, he called the silver-haired maid into the room. "Hira." Hira quickly approached, bowing respectfully. "Yes, young master." Rasen looked at her with a serious expression. "I have a favor to ask of you. It's very important." Hearing the words "very important," Hira's assassin instincts immediately kicked in. She was extremely vigilant, cold sweat breaking out along with a series of suspicious thoughts. Important? Has he discovered my true identity? Is he testing me? He isn't going to order me to go on an assassination, is he? Yet, completely contrary to her tension, Russell just casually said, "Chocolate, Hira Garden." She was stunned and blurted out, "Pardon?" Russell continued to order, "Get the highest quality, as much as you can." Hira froze, wondering, is he serious? Before she could regain her composure, the little master added another one. "Oh, and one more thing." Hira immediately regained her confident smile, thinking, all right, he must be saving the most important thing for last, and she was sure that this time it would be a secret mission or some dangerous command. But Russell just calmly instructed, "Remember to get me some candy from the Rudin Bakery too, okay?" All of Hira's expectations completely collapsed. She could only silently concede to this young master's sweet tooth. An hour later, a massive mountain of chocolate and candy was piled high on Russell's desk. Looking at the results before him, Russell couldn't help but be amazed by the magic called money. "Just as I thought, the power of this wealth and authority is truly terrifying." He calculated, one chocolate bar costs 20,000 grams, equivalent to about 5 million dong. With over 100 chocolate bars on the table, Hira had spent nearly 500 million dong in just one short hour to carry out his command. This luxury made Russell crave power more than ever. He told himself that at all costs, he had to win. The struggle for the succession of the Maitland family. Rasen approached the desk to inspect the sweets. Just what I wanted. He realized the most expensive type cost about 30,000 grams, while the cheapest was 10,000 grams. The key point is that the size of the wallet is proportional to the amount of mana that he can absorb. Rasen sat down in the chair and began to eat the chocolate with gusto. Immediately, the system notification board appeared. You have obtained a small amount of mana. Trying the candy from the Rudin bakery, Rasen realized he could also replenish mana from them. His purple eyes narrowed slightly as he found an important rule. There was only one conclusion. The sweets and chocolates share a common ingredient that helps recover mana. Russell called out loudly, "Hampton!" The young valet immediately opened the door and entered. "I'm listening, young master." Russell immediately ordered, "Bring the baker from that shop here to me." 30 minutes later, the baker was present in the room. Standing in front of the door, he trembled, wondering why he was called here. Could there be something wrong with his candy? Thinking of the young master's history of causing trouble, a boy who had just beaten his own brother, the baker couldn't help but be terrified. The baker was panicked, thinking that someone as ruthless as Russell could easily take his life. He silently prayed that nothing terrible would happen. Seeing him standing still, Russell cleared his throat. The small sound was enough to make the baker jump, and he hurriedly stuttered, "I'm listening, young master." Russell went straight to the point. "What did you put in that candy?" Seeing that the baker was still hesitating, he continued in a stern voice, "Tell me all the ingredients, don't hide anything." Overcome with fear, the baker immediately knelt on the floor and bowed, to apologize. "I'm sorry, that is my fault." Russell saw this and corrected him. "No, it's not what you think, I just want to know the recipe." Hearing that, the baker finally breathed a sigh of relief. The chef hung his head in apology. "I'm sorry, that's my fault." Russell quickly corrected him. "No, it's not what you think. I just wanted to know the recipe." Hearing that, the chef breathed a sigh of relief. "Rushing to spill the recipe, are we?" "The recipe with sugar from the Dorothy region, the 1,000-year-old herbal powder, 2 tablespoons of the powder, and corn syrup?" Russell asked. "Is that really all?" the chef insisted. "That's right, young master. I swear that's all there is to it." Russell immediately realized that the core ingredient inside Verdant chocolate was the 1,000-year-old herb, and he smiled slyly. He thought to himself, if he ate this herb directly, he could absorb mana to his heart's content. The training grounds, the assistant manager, Noah, was sitting deep in thought on his chair. He wondered why lately. Everyone coming here asks about the 7th young master. He told himself he only had 2 things to say about the kid. First, he took down a beast with a single punch, and second, he recovered from those magical mishaps using a dispelling spell. Just then, a messenger ran into the room, breathless, shouting, "Manager, have you heard the news?" His sudden appearance made Noah startled. The messenger, gasping for air, reported, "The 7th young master defeated the 6th young master. They fought so fiercely that everyone is talking about it." Hearing the shocking news, Noah was stunned. He jumped up and shouted, "What? What the hell is going on?" Remembering Russell's cunning smile, Noah broke into a cold sweat and, trembling, could only mutter, "That kid is truly insane. Since when could he possibly defeat the 6th young master so easily?" Even if it was a quick-cast magical duel, the bald mage broke into a cold sweat, thinking, maybe because his 10th birthday is coming up, Russell poured all his strength into that fight to assert his presence to the family head. That meant he had made massive improvements that no one expected before. Noah continued to analyze. Normally, mages move very slowly, so they have to use teleportation magic, like blink, to compensate. But a mage only 9 years old like Russell absolutely cannot use such high-level magic. The bald mage admitted he had no idea the 7th young master possessed so many skills, and both of us need to pay more attention to him because he is completely different now. Pushing up his goggles, Noah noted that the magic he used seemed very strange, odd. They seem like forgotten ancient spells that no one has ever learned. This made his colleague bewildered and wonder, where could a brat like Russell possibly learn those forgotten spells? Did he really hit the jackpot and stumble upon some special opportunity? It seems the 7th young master's upcoming birthday will definitely be interesting. While those around were constantly whispering and doubting Russell, he at this moment was in his private room, nonchalantly chewing on the 1,000-year-old herb leaves. Immediately, the system board flickered with constant notifications. You have successfully absorbed a small amount of mana. Russell was incredibly excited because he had finally found an effective cheat code for energy without worrying about gaining weight like he did from eating chocolate. In reality, thanks to the amount of verdant chocolate, that his original self had been eating for the past 10 years. A huge source of energy had already been stored in his body. Now, as that energy gathered around his heart, it created heat, helping his body absorb even more mana. While chewing the herbs, Russell silently calculated, as long as his mana increased, his Saint's Eye skill could remain active for longer, helping him easily learn more high-level spells. At the library 3 days later, Russell shouted with joy as he finally achieved his goal. "I did it!" The system board constantly displayed notifications. Information regarding the magic introduction has been successfully analyzed. Saint's Eye has absorbed all information, but immediately after, another unexpected line of text appeared. The Great Sage, and Bekto's easy energy cultivation magic reveals a hidden page. Before Russell could even understand what was happening, the ancient book on the table suddenly flipped its pages at lightning speed, revealing secrets never before known. The system board unexpectedly displayed information about the 77th book by the Great Sage, and Bekto titled The Simplicity of Magic, Cultivating Energy with Ease. Looking at this text, Russell couldn't help but wonder, who is the Great Sage on Bekto, and what secrets does this book actually hold? To find the answer, he knew he had no choice but to return to the Starlight Library once again. Thinking of this, Russell shuddered, remembering the librarian Avian, a terrifying and icy archmage. Even though he deeply wanted to avoid getting involved with this dangerous witch for the sake of survival, he told himself he had to face it. While lost in thought, Russell suddenly jumped, when the maid Hyra suddenly appeared hanging upside down from the ceiling like Spider-Man. However, Russell tried to keep a calm expression to hide his confusion at her sudden, unexpected appearance. Shortly after, Russell set off for the Starlight Library. Stepping into the magnificent hall, he slightly shivered, feeling an icy breeze enveloping the space. Clinging to the old magic book in his hands, he glanced around looking for Avian. Where is she? But before he could collect himself, the voice of Avian suddenly rang out right behind his back. Finished reading it already? Her silent appearance made Russell jump out of his skin. To save face, Russell stammered, trembling, returning the book. Yeah, this is it. Avian raised an eyebrow, surprised. You read fast. Russell quickly regained his usual confidence and replied nonchalantly, Well, those are just the basics of using magic. Taking the book from his hands, Avian simply flicked her hand, and the book instantly flew into the air and neatly tucked itself back into its place on the high shelf. Witnessing this incredibly smooth display of non-chant magic, Russell couldn't help but marvel. How can she do that extraordinary thing so easily? While he was still awestruck, Avian asked, Are you looking for another book? Russell immediately seized the opportunity to inquire, do you know of the 77th book by the Great Sage, The Simplicity of Magic, Cultivating Energy with Ease? Avian calmly confirmed, That book is indeed in the library. Seeing this, Russell immediately commanded then, Get it for me. But Avian's expression suddenly became more serious. She hesitated, however. Avian explained that the book was classified as Level B, possessing extremely complex and mind-bending content for those just starting to cultivate. Hearing that, Russell just nonchalantly waved his hand and gave a wry smile. Fine, I was just reading for fun. But the moment he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became stiflingly heavy. Evian unexpectedly closed her eyes, her nose twitching repeatedly like a puppy, sniffing out something strange. The proximity and the legendary Archmage's bizarre behavior left Russell completely frozen. Cold sweat was streaming down his face. A sense of extreme fear welled up within him. He could clearly feel a killing intent enveloping him. This didn't feel normal at all. It felt exactly like an S-rank monster sniffing out and probing its prey. Evian stood up straight and softly called out to the seventh young master. Russell was still not quite back to his senses after the recent probe, only managing to stutter, What? The librarian's purple eyes flickered slightly, and she continued, There is a very sweet scent on you. Hearing the word scent, Russell was confused, wondering what it could be. Then he remembered something. He hurriedly searched his pocket. Oh, you mean this? He pulled out a Verdant chocolate bar. Russell offered the chocolate bar toward Evian and asked in a friendly tone, Would you like to try it? The librarian immediately refused. No. Yet, her eyes remained glued to the candy, and she blushed slightly. Then she added, "But if you insist on giving it to me, I will accept it." This contradictory behavior, Russell speechless. He thought to himself, huh? There's a way of accepting gifts like that? Something isn't right. His sixth sense was sounding an alarm. There was something strange here. What's going on? Russell decided not to think about it too much. He grabbed the magic book, walked to the door, and waved, "All right then, I'm heading off." But just before stepping outside, an idea crossed his mind, and he thought, I should probably say something right now. Russell turned back and smiled at Evian. "There's plenty of chocolate at the Maple Estate, so feel free to come by sometimes. I'll tell them to give it to Hira." This unexpected invitation left the legendary archmage briefly stunned. Stepping out of the magnificent library hall, Russell waved goodbye. He laughed bitterly to himself. "Ha ha, she won't actually come, will she? Don't come, that was just a hollow invitation. She probably knows that anyway." Just then, a familiar sound rang out, and the system notification window appeared. Task complete. Holy Eye at 42% cannot be activated due to lack of energy. Returning to his private room at the estate, Russell sat at his desk and flipped open the great sage Anbato's book, titled The Simplicity of Magic, Easy Mana Cultivation. But after studying it for a while, he could only sigh in frustration. It didn't have as much information as he had hoped. The content of the book seemed to be just the narcissistic ramblings of the author. "I am a great mage. I can even use every type of magic. Isn't that amazing? But if you want to use the types of magic that I do, you must learn the basics I teach." A moment later, Hira and Hampton were looking at him with eyes full of shock. Hampton could only exclaim. Russell was running hard around the estate grounds, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Watching from afar, Hampton whispered to Hira that the seventh young master had been incredibly busy lately, from going to the Starlight Library to visiting the Beisler estate, and now he was even exercising so diligently. However, Hira, with the sharp eyes of an assassin, immediately realized this was absolutely not a normal jog. Just as Hampton was blankly asking again, an elegant voice suddenly rang out from behind, explaining, "That is essentially the process of using physical exertion to melt the massive, stagnating energy within." The silent appearance of Librarian Evian made them both jump in shock. Hira broke out in a cold sweat, filled with vigilance because, as a professional assassin, she had been completely unable to sense this woman's presence previously. Hampton quickly regained his composure, curiously asking if the librarian had come to the Maple Estate, and received a nod of confirmation from Evian. Looking at the librarian's contemplative expression, Hampton couldn't help but wonder why a top-tier magic user, who had always remained neutral in the family, would suddenly come here in person. Was she here to evaluate Russell's strength? Or did she want to act as his patron in the upcoming battle for the succession? Watching Russell's figure running further away at the end of the road, Evian remarked that this kid was truly far different from the terrible rumors of the past. At that moment, Hira remembered something. She rummaged through her pocket and timidly offered a Verdant chocolate bar. She explained that this was a gift the seventh young master had told her to give to her if she stopped by. The maid Hira was incredibly worried, thinking to herself, to a great archmage of such noble status as Evian, giving a measly chocolate bar like this could easily be seen as a serious insult and offense. But completely contrary to Hira's worries, Evian's face suddenly softened. She accepted the candy quite decisively and nonchalantly said that she could not refuse the young master's sincerity. Watching the librarian walk away with the chocolate bar, Hira was left standing there in confusion, wondering what exactly Russell was plotting, and if there was some special relationship between the two of them that she didn't know about. 3 days later, in Russell's private room at the Maple Estate, a system chime rang out crisply. A blue notification window displayed the text, "The Simplicity of Magic. Easy Mana Cultivation has been fully analyzed. It will be imprinted into your mind." Russell shouted in excitement as he finally achieved his goal and had fully mastered the Great Sage's Energy Cultivation book. But his joy was short-lived. The very next second, his eyes widened in shock as he felt a sudden surge of magical energy erupt, exploding with a deafening sound. The pain hit so quickly that Russell hit the floor immediately, a loud noise echoing. His entire body was now enveloped by blue mana, which was screaming wildly and discharging all around him like lightning. Russell clutched his chest in agony. Cold sweat poured off him as if he were in a shower. He realized with horror that the massive amount of energy that had accumulated in his body for so long was completely spiraling out of control, becoming more violent than ever before. If he couldn't quickly find a way to control and suppress this wild mana, his heart would surely explode immediately. Facing the edge of life and death, he understood that in this brutal world, he could lose his life at any moment if he could not control his energy. Russell summoned all his strength to activate his holy eye to find a way to suppress the violent mana, telling himself to stay calm. There was still enough mana in his body for him to focus on regulating it. Russell sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to calm his mind and guide the flow of mana back to his heart. The system notification appeared. Mana cultivation. Basic level has been engraved into your heart. Thanks to this success, the system continued to announce previously hidden settings. Now that it was fully accessible, Russell was intrigued to realize he could see even more new information. The system interface displayed lines of settings. From the other world had been unlocked. This finally helped Russell understand the strange actions of the librarian, Evian. The character info panel of hers appeared in full. Name Lavian, age 27, ice attribute, personality cold but pure, occasionally very fierce. But right below that, a setting line. Extremely nonsensical appeared. Chocolate is the best, accompanied by a small heart icon. Russell froze for 5 seconds, wondering what the hell this was. Then suddenly, a memory from his past life in the modern world flashed through his mind. It was the time he agreed to babysit for a friend. He suddenly remembered, while he wasn't paying attention, his friend's mischievous son had taken a pen and scribbled the line, "Chocolate is the best," right next to Lavian's character settings in his notebook. So, it turns out the legendary Archmage's obsession with sweets stemmed from a child's prank in the real world. This hilarious, bittersweet truth left Russell speechless. But before he could even collect his thoughts, a wave of heat suddenly rushed toward him. He panicked and screamed, "Fire! What on earth is happening?" But just as he regained his composure, Russell realized the flames surrounding him weren't hot at all. Amidst the blazing fire, a mysterious figure slowly stepped out, making him realize that someone was there. A mocking smile and fiery red hair appeared, followed by a provocative voice. "Hey, you idiot! Why are you pretending to concentrate? Want to die?" Stepping out from the fire was a woman who was incredibly seductive but also extremely dangerous. Immediately, the system info panel popped up, confirming her identity. Name, Persa Mighton, age 29, attributes, fire, earth, water. Personality, tyrannical, strong, aggressive. Seeing this name, Russell couldn't help but scream in terror internally. Persa Mighton, he immediately recognized. This was a mad mage who possessed 3 extremely rare magical attributes. But what made Russell shiver even more was her hidden description that had just appeared, contemptuous, of the weak and pathetic, hobby, dismembering bodies, accompanied by her twisted thoughts. "Oh, should I cut you into pieces? I just can't control myself." This brutality made Russell silently curse. Dismembering people, how sick. Seeing Russell still silent, Persa pressed him with a murderous expression. "Answer. Me. Why were you pretending to concentrate?" Following a child's instinct, Russell almost blurted out an apology, but at that very moment, he snapped out of it and slapped his own loose mouth. He broke into a cold sweat, reminding himself, "Damn it, I almost apologized." He knew all too well that Persa absolutely despised the weak in this cruel world. If he dared to lower himself and apologize to her now, he would very likely be dragged off to be her maid, cleaning the house. Russell immediately understood that Persa was actually just trying to test him. He quickly regained his cold composure and bluntly retorted, "I wasn't pretending." Persa raised an eyebrow and countered, "Then what were you doing?" Even though he was terrified inside, Russell still decided to gamble his life on this. He looked his scary sister straight in the eyes and declared, "I highly doubt your qualifications, sister." This bold statement from her younger brother intrigued Persa immensely. She smiled slightly and said, "Interesting. I'm sure you also realized I was paying close attention to that." Russell calmly asked back, "So, to expose your intentions, What you're saying makes me feel that what you really want to know is whether I would apologize or not, right? Hearing this, Persa suddenly laughed out loud. In delight! Ho ho ha ha! The laughter echoed throughout the room, leaving Russell anxious, wondering if his performance was actually effective. After her laughter, Persa looked at him, scrutinizingly. Look at that. So the rumors that you've changed are true. Russell furrowed his brow slightly. Rumors? He quickly brushed it off with a vague answer. I'm just trying to grow up, like everyone else. However, Persa extinguished his glimmer of hope with a cold, suggestive question. Do you think you're still a baby, baby boy? When you think it's too late, it means you could have done it faster. Russell replied calmly to his sister's question, but Persa just slightly curled, her lips wickedly. Instantly, the red flames around her transformed into a giant fire serpent, lunging to wrap tightly around Russell's neck. Persa spoke coldly. When you think, it's too late. You should just go to sleep, kid. If you sleep late, you won't grow tall. Even though he was surrounded by flames and squeezed by the snake, Russell still tried to stay calm and look straight at his brutal sister. I know I can't become the family head. I know my place. But you could get my help in the war for the throne, couldn't you? Persa raised an eyebrow, the fire in her hand. Flared up with interest. Good. Continue. Russell continued. At least I could still have some value. Persa gave a sneering smile. Trash like you. What value could you possibly have? Unwavering, Russell confidently replied. That depends on the ability of the person using me. After all, a legitimate child of the family always has their value. So whose useful value do you want to become? Russell thought to himself. She is actually trying to probe which side he will choose in this brutal power struggle. He cleverly answered, I don't know much about my brothers or sisters, so I don't know who is capable of becoming the family head. In his mind at that moment, the image of Yahello appeared, the person who, according to the principles, would succeed as family head and become the next matriarch. But to earn some pocket money from Persa, Russell struck a nerve. But I know you are wary of our two older sisters. This statement immediately touched Persa's pride, making her eyes become incredibly sharp and cold. The fire serpent wrapped around Russell's neck suddenly hissed fiercely and then tightened, its flames flaring up to burn his body. Excruciating pain washed over him, causing Russell to writhe in the scorching fire as if being burned alive. However, instead of begging miserably, he gritted his teeth and tried to say each word. I heard you were a very lovely person. I didn't expect you to do this to me. I also know you hate lies and despise sycophants above all else. When hearing hard truths, I can follow reason, but I won't submit to brute force. Noticing the unexpected toughness and spirit of her younger brother, Persa waved her hand, causing the fire serpent to vanish. Completely free from the circle of fire, Russell collapsed to the floor, panting heavily. Russell coughed violently, trying to suppress the pain, and spoke, I believe you forgave me the moment I spoke the truth. But all that answered him was Persa's wicked smile. She coldly uttered two words, you fool. Then she waved her hand, launching a powerful ball of energy directly into Russell's chest. The impact was so strong that Russell felt like he had just been hit by a giant bowling ball. Straight on. He fell to his knees on the floor, coughing violently. But when he looked down at the floor, he was stunned to see a bright red apple rolling right in front of his face. Russell was bewildered, asking himself, what is this? An apple? With a stunned face, Russell wondered to himself, what is this, an apple? I was hit with this apple. Ugh. Right then, a system notification suddenly popped up. Beginner Combat Magic. Protecting your heart from high-level mana. Combat Magic. Indomitable Will. It was carved into this magic circle. You couldn't help but stare in disbelief, not expecting to learn a new combat spell just by getting beamed by an apple from the door. Persa turned her back and walked away, casually ordering, eat it. Russell hesitantly asked, are you letting me off the hook? The tyrannical sister coldly replied, I told you, eat it. Russell looked at the apple, wondering to himself if she really wanted him to eat this. Or was it something else? Russell carefully picked up the apple to examine it. The moment he touched it, the system board immediately displayed a shocking notification. Katia, a rare item containing an extremely expensive and precious source of energy. Russell was completely stunned. He knew full well how incredibly difficult it was to obtain a precious Katia fruit like this. He thought to himself that a treasure like this could only possibly appear in the hands of the youngest son of the Mighton family. In the original novel, the protagonist, Kassan, was always surrounded by such brilliant glory that, for him, eating a Katia would just be extra calories. Thinking of this, Russell sighed softly, telling himself it was best not to tire himself out comparing himself to that monster. That night, at the main building of the Persa family, sitting dazed at her desk, she muttered with amusement, "What a brat who loves getting hit. He must have some nerve. I created my first magic circle when I was only 9. The more she thought, the colder Persa's gaze became. She realized that if Russell had been pretending to be a stupid, illegitimate child to fool everyone all this time, then he was actually a very cunning snake. But that very cunning was exactly what she needed, to prepare for the upcoming power struggle against her 2 older sisters. Persa tapped her finger on the table, telling herself that a coward who knew how to hide himself like Russell would be the perfect pawn, because his potential was limited, so he would never have the chance to threaten her position as the family head. A loud crack echoed, as the thick wooden table was snapped in 2 by Persa's grip, showing her determination. She thought smugly, "A useful pawn in my chess game." Immediately after, she called out in a low voice, "Sendu." From the shadows, a loyal subordinate wearing a black mask immediately appeared and knelt at her feet. Persa quickly ordered, "Continue spreading the rumor that Russell is an illegitimate child so that no one makes him leave anymore. If you can, keep him from meeting the other siblings in the family, but remember not to be too obvious. Now, I'm quite curious to see if he actually eats that Katia fruit or not." She ordered Zendu to try hard to follow and closely monitor how Russell would use that gift. Seeing their master seemed too concerned about the youngest brother, Zendu remarked, "It seems you quite like him." Persa curled her lip, explaining that it would be very troublesome if someone started rumors she had killed her own brother. Moreover, this game would be much more interesting if Russell didn't eat that apple but kept it to scheme for another purpose. Persa's eyes blazed with killing intent. Amidst the red firelight, she thought to herself, it would be stupid to pass up food served right to his mouth. And when that happens, I'll have a perfectly legitimate reason to make him kneel facing the wall for daring to plot behind my back. At the same time, somewhere else, the system notification immediately displayed a warning. Consuming an overdose of Katia fruit can lead to death, and during absorption, you need the help of an experienced mage of the water, ice, or wind element. Russell sat staring blankly at the red apple in front of him, wondering how much would be the right amount to consume. He wondered why the 3rd young lady, Persa, gave him this. Had she fallen in love at first sight? But immediately, Russell brushed that thought aside. Persa wasn't a normal person. She gave him this apple just out of curiosity, or simply because she felt like it. However, if he successfully absorbed it and grew stronger, she would definitely find a way to use him. Russell, worried about whether he would be kept or thrown away after his usefulness ended. But if he didn't eat it, Persa would surely cut off his limbs as she threatened, so he had no choice but to eat it to be safe. Russell understood he needed help from a water, ice, or wind mage right away. The name Evian, the librarian who possessed incredibly powerful ice magic, popped into his head. If he could cling to this big shot's thighs, his chances of survival would be much higher. Yet Russell developed another worry. What if Evian got greedy and killed him? She could completely fabricate an excuse that he died because he consumed too much energy, while she had tried her best to save him but failed. Ultimately, she could easily take the precious Katia fruit. It was truly stepping out of a tiger's den only to fall straight into a pigsty. Just as Russell was panicking, a knock-knock sound suddenly echoed, and Evian's voice came from outside. "It's Evian. May I come in?" Russell was startled. He knew he couldn't hide this apple anywhere, because a master mage like her would immediately sense the powerful mana that Katia radiated. Russell took a deep breath and calmly said, "Come in." In his head, he quickly mapped out a new plan. As soon as Evian stepped into the room, Russell spoke directly. "Evian, I won't try to hide it because I'm sure you've already sensed it." He placed the apple on the table, sat opposite the librarian, and continued, "As you can see, this is a Katia." Looking at the plump red apple, Evian replied softly, Yes. Not wasting time, Russell looked straight into her eyes and made a bold offer. I want to make a deal with you. Evian raised an eyebrow and asked calmly, what kind of deal? Russell went straight to the point, admitting that he could not absorb the katia fruit on his own, so he really needed Evian's help. But the librarian immediately refused firmly. She stated that as a librarian she needed to keep herself neutral and would not participate in the war for the succession in any way. Faced with the flat refusal, Russell still calmly explained that he had no intention of dragging her into that war. What he truly wanted was just to advance further under the name of a true mage, someone who inherits the great mission of magic. Looking at the boy's determined expression, Evian wondered to herself, what is the mission of magic after all? Russell replied, that is, to become a shining example in the world of mages. Listening to these words, Evian looked at him thoughtfully. She realized that for a long time now, there must have been someone bored enough to cause trouble. Despite the malicious rumors about the seventh young master, Russell calmly insisted to her that he had absolutely no intention of becoming the family head. Evian frowned slightly, for she knew all too well that members of the Mighton family spent their entire lives fighting for that supreme position. Russell explained that this had nothing to do with power. He simply wanted to increase his own capabilities. Even so, Evian maintained her neutral stance. She advised him to seek help from the mages at the main estate, but Russell immediately dismissed it, knowing full well he couldn't trust anyone there, because they had surely been bought off by his siblings long ago. His eyes filled with desperate, heart-wrenching resolve as he said, please, help me. I want to protect my frail mother. The sincere confession from the bottom of Russell's heart caught Evian completely off guard, leaving her frozen for a few seconds. In her mind, a horrifying scene suddenly flashed back. It was a scene of a burly guard violently grabbing a poor woman by the hair and shouting, "How dare you not pay your taxes?" Seeing his mother being tortured, her young son frantically lunged at the guard's arm, sobbing miserably, "Let my mother go, you bastard!" But his weak resistance only annoyed the guard further. He coldly drew his sharp sword from its sheath, muttering with contempt, "Damn pest, you're nothing but vermin." Despite the mother screaming in terror, "No!" the cruel guard went into butcher mode, impaling her right before the poor child's eyes. The child's heart-wrenching cries echoed as his mother collapsed into a pool of blood. The ruthless guard sheathed his sword, cursing coldly, "Damn, how annoying." The child wept bitterly, hugging his mother's cooling body. "Mom, no, please open your eyes." Watching that tragic scene, the surrounding townspeople could only gossip and stir. Some sympathetically asked what they had done wrong, but others were cold-blooded, sneering that the dead woman was just a worthless monster. Standing in the middle of that crowd, a young girl in a hooded cloak silently witnessed everything. That was Evian's painful past. Facing the tyrant king and an army armed with shields and swords, that lonely woman did not take a single step back. When the soldiers crazily charged to attack, she calmly unleashed the ultimate ice magic, freezing all her enemies in a single instant. That cruel memory made Evian understand better than anyone the helplessness of the weak. Returning to reality, before her now was the seventh young master, Russell. A boy only 9 years old who had lived under constant surveillance and cold exclusion his whole life, the youngest son of a prestigious family of mages. But because his mother was a maid cast aside by the family, Russell had to pretend to be useless, lowering himself just to survive, looking at Russell clenching his fists against his chest, his eyes determined as he declared, "I want to protect my frail mother." Evian was slightly shaken. She realized that as he said these words, he was completely speaking his truth. Yet, she also understood that it was a nearly impossible goal, because the other successors in the Mighton family were far stronger than him, while Russell was just a despised bastard with a lowly background. For someone in his position, wanting to protect his mother and rise within the family was no different from a delusional dream, a completely impossible dream. Yet, facing such a crazy wish, Evian smiled faintly to herself and thought, that dream isn't wrong at all. Sitting quietly on a chair, the librarian pondered deeply. If you don't have the money to buy a lottery ticket, how can you win the lottery? A dream doesn't have to be feasible to be a dream. and she believed that the very process of striving toward an impossible goal is when a person is truly living and dreaming. Evian sighed softly, then spoke coldly. I'm not helping you just because you gave me chocolate or anything. But looking at Russell's expression, she knew she had been completely won over by this boy. To begin the preparations, Evian explained her plan. In summary, I will freeze the mana that will overflow when you consume the katya. After that, I will slowly let it melt, so your heart can absorb it. Finishing her sentence, she began to cast ice magic, enveloping the katya apple floating in midair. Russell tucked himself in neatly, waiting for his turn, anxiously, awaiting the energy absorption process. However, Evian did not forget to warn him about the incredibly terrifying side effects. Your body might freeze solid from the side effects of this. Hearing this, Russell's face paled, silently worrying that his body would freeze up. Evian maintained her calm expression and continued, If you are lucky, you will return to normal in a few months. If not lucky, it might take it a few years. And if you are truly unlucky, you could even die. Her chilling calmness made Russell tremble and exclaim, Don't say that with such a calm face. Seeing the boy's worried expression, the librarian comforted him slightly. However, I am a fairly capable ice mage. I will do my best to ensure that doesn't happen. Looking at the katya apple, emitting a freezing cold energy, Russell lay on the bed, a wave of hesitation rising within him. Should I stop consuming this? But then, he quickly dismissed the thought. Russell reassured himself that in life-or-death situations like this, the success rate is usually higher. Moreover, he knew Evian's character design very well. She was actually a person who cared deeply for others. Her detailed explanation of the danger was just to prepare him mentally, telling himself that this was like a high-stakes gamble and that there was no investment in this world without risk. Russell hardened his resolve, looked straight at Evian, and decisively ordered, Do it. However, the librarian paused for a moment before speaking up. However, I am still a mage. I don't work for passion, so you must compensate me with appropriate benefits. Hearing the word compensation, Russell frowned slightly and asked, Compensation? Evian tilted her head calmly and replied, That's right. Nothing is free. Since it's just compensation for my presence, I think 24 chocolate bars will do. The legendary Archmage's unexpected closing statement left Russell with no choice but to nod in silence. Meanwhile, in the damp dungeon of the main estate, the third young lady, Borsa, stood beside a bloodied prisoner. Glancing at her subordinate, she smiled cunningly and asked, Has he eaten the katya yet? The informant standing in the dark corner reported respectfully, Yes, he has received help from the librarian, Evian. Hearing that name, Borsa's expression shifted in surprise. Evian? That ice witch? The informant nodded in confirmation. Yes, I believe he has managed to capture her heart. Sendo bowed and reported to the third young lady, Borsa, I apologize, but I could not investigate in detail because I could not deceive Evian's senses. Borsa curled her lips and asked again, meaningfully, Is that so? She secretly marveled at how her youngest brother had managed to get the winning driving force that could move the heart of that legendary grand mage. In truth, the katya apple she gave him was an incredibly high-grade item. If not for the help of a top-tier mage like Evelyn, Russell would have surely lost his life the moment he ate it. Persa guessed that Russell must have known Evelyn's true identity as Lavian, which is why he sought her out, to ask for her help. Sendo nodded slightly. It seems so. Persa continued to ask, The way you talk makes me believe he has successfully begun to absorb it. Sendo confirmed that was correct but added a report. Something extremely strange. When Persa pressed for details, Sendo revealed, The seventh young master's body seems far too rigid. This news caught Persa off guard. Really? Sendo affirmed. Even an ice attribute mage, like Evelyn, was shocked. The rate at which Russell was absorbing mana had frozen at an unbelievable speed. And the strangest part was his body, as well as his mental state, remained completely unchanged. Persa chuckled, thinking it proved Russell's heart was incredibly strong, just like a member, born into the prestigious Mighton family. She then asked Sendo how long he thought the youngest brother would take to fully absorb all that massive mana. Usually, a mage would take up to 3 years, But Persa boldly placed a bet that Russell could finish it in just 1 year. However, Sendo's answer made Persa freeze completely. The female informant spoke in a low voice. At the current rate, I think 3 weeks is reasonable. This unthinkable number left the third young lady exclaiming in shock, "What?" Meanwhile, the night had grown late. In the isolated Maple Mansion, amidst the quiet, Russell suddenly bolted upright in bed. His face changed, and cold sweat poured off him like rain. He gasped for air, breathing heavily. Clutching his chest, he tremblingly felt the abnormality. Damn it, my body! A surge of violent heat suddenly erupted from within his body. Russell's entire frame was wrapped in blue mana. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and managed to scream in his mind, "So hot!" Russell ran continuously for several hours. Looking at the clock on the mansion grounds, even after running for a long time, he was surprised to realize he felt no fatigue. The rooster's crow signaled the start of a new day, but Russell kept on stepping. However, accompanied by that overflowing stamina was an uncomfortable burning sensation that made him think, "My heart feels like it's about to explode from mana overload." Realizing that just running was not enough to release that massive amount of mana, Russell called out loudly to Hampton while the boy was still yawning, not yet fully awake. He ordered his attendant to take him to the mansion's waterfall garden. Standing before the fiercely pouring water, Russell didn't hesitate to jump in, bracing himself against the pressure of the falls. He realized that climbing the waterfall took much more energy than running, helping him burn off mana more effectively. Panting for air, he ordered Hampton to bring over some super-huge weights. Under the 1,000-pound pressure of the water, the Iron Will combat magic automatically activated to protect Russell's body. He persisted in his training, even as his breathing became increasingly labored. That extraordinary effort was quickly rewarded as the system continuously notified him of level-ups. The Iron Will skill was upgraded to a high level, protecting his body better, while his heavy combat magic was also upgraded to high-level heavy combat. Russell smirked as if he'd found a diamond when he clearly felt his body becoming lighter than before. He continued to increase the difficulty by asking Hampton to add 20 kilograms of weight, leaving the young attendant stunned. A week later, the weight was increased to 30 kilograms, and another week later, the number reached 50 kilograms. Hampton, while struggling to carry the heavy pile of weights, worriedly advised the young master not to push himself too hard. But Russell just calmly smiled and replied that he was still fine. He realized that lately, he slept very little, but his body was always full of vitality, while, at the main building, the informant. Sendo was kneeling and reporting the situation to the third young lady, Persa. Sendo stated that Russell had completely absorbed all the massive mana from the Katia fruit. He also assessed that the seventh young master's body was truly terrifying. Hearing this, Persa, who was casually reading documents, just curled her lip and asked sarcastically, "Is this a person or a battery?" Sendo continued to report details about Russell's situation to third young lady Persa. He climbs the waterfall with his bare hands every day at the waterfall garden. Hearing that, Persa flipped a page of her book and curiously asked, "Without using magic?" Sendo explained, "He actually uses combat magic to support it." Persa closed the book calmly, stating that while combat magic develops quickly and early, it has certain limitations, and Russell just needs to fulfill his role as a supporting character well enough. However, Sendo immediately added a detail that grabbed her attention, but he's also wearing 50 kilograms of weights. Persa was slightly surprised, asking back, "Not 5 kilograms?" Sendo firmly affirmed, and added that Russell could even climb the 30-meter-high waterfall in under 5 minutes. Hearing this, Persa laughed loudly in excitement. She thought her little brother's body was definitely being severely overloaded with energy and silently wondered how many days this guy had left. Sendo worriedly expressed, "If this keeps up, he will die within 3 months." He explained that Russell's body was currently holding too much mana, and without some kind of special power to protect his body, sooner or later, he would explode and die. Seeing the critical situation, Sendo suggested, "If you help him, he might survive," third young lady Persa. But Persa immediately refused coldly. She thought that giving him the precious Katia fruit was already more than enough, and ordered her subordinate to keep observing the situation. Even so, hidden behind that indifference, Persa wore a calculated smile. She told herself that if Russell was really going to die, she definitely had to force him to reveal his secret trick on how to move and persuade the legendary librarian, Evelyn. Meanwhile, in his private room, Russell looked at himself in the mirror and felt very satisfied, thanks to the process of crazy mana absorption and rigorous training. His body had become toned and healthier. He thought to himself, after absorbing the mana, it seems I've changed a lot. A while later, at this tea party in the garden, Soso looked worriedly at her son, who had visibly thinned down. She poured tea and asked, "Don't you think you're losing weight too quickly?" Russell calmly smiled, explaining that his weight only dropped because he worked out so hard. "I'm becoming more handsome every day, Mother." Soso took a sip of tea and then turned gently, complimenting the maid. "Hyra, your tea-making skills are getting better and better." She accepted the praise. At the lady's compliment, Hyra blushed slightly, flashing a bright, happy smile as she replied, "Thank you, my lady. You're becoming more beautiful every day." Lady Soso watched this interaction. It was incredibly harmonious. Russell sat nearby, not surprised at all. He thought to himself, "It's strange how friendly Hyra is with Mom. Well, whatever, I guess it's a good thing." Looking at his mother's rosy, radiant face, Russell smiled slightly. Feeling relieved, he told himself, "Mom's condition has improved so much, and everything in this new life of mine is going remarkably well." Lying on the bed to rest, Russell activated his holy eye and applied the easy mana training method. He silently calculated the time. Today was already December 20th, 2018, according to the Hyphaean calendar. There were only 4 days left until December 24th, the eve of Stella Nelson, the night before the birthday of the Hyphaean king who founded the human empire. But what truly preoccupied Russell wasn't the king. It was another major event about to unfold, exactly as he had written in the original story. On this very night of December 24th, Rudia, who would later be known as the Fire King, the natural enemy of mages and a one-armed blood assassin, would appear at the West Gate. Rudia was to be exiled to the Mighton family's West Gate after suffering through such humiliating disgrace. In the original, Russell only wrote briefly that she was captured by the third young lady, Persia. Now, reconnecting all the dots, he was shocked to realize why Rudia lost an arm. The cruel Persia had looked at her hand and smiled with pure malice. "Your hand is beautiful." It was this deep hatred for the Mighton family that turned Rudia into a core ally who, alongside Kassen, fought on every battlefield after peace was established. Possessing the special power of the Fire King, she was an incredibly powerful trump card for the male lead. Russell thought to himself, if I could just get a head start and get the holy grail of fire from Rudia, that would be perfect. While lost in thought on his bed, his soul suddenly jolted. He sensed a strange aura in the room. Activating his holy eye, the system window instantly displayed the info of the person stealthily hiding in the dark corner, the third young lady's shadow. Cold sweat ran down his forehead, and Russell told himself, this person, how long have they been lurking here? And I better act like I don't know anything, otherwise, without the holy eye, he surely wouldn't have detected her. But the system suddenly issued a warning. Because he was using the easy mana training method, he couldn't turn off the holy eye. Trying to force it off would cause a mana overload. Russell could only curse under his breath. To avoid suspicion, he decided to stay still and pretend to be sound asleep, hoping the stalker would leave on their own. Just then, standing tucked in the corner, Persia's masked informant broke into a cold sweat, unable to help but wonder in shock. What is this? Can he train mana, even while sleeping? Mana training is an extremely grueling technique. Even the smallest mental disturbance can lead to death. Yet, Sendo, the informant for the third young lady, Persia, was left frozen in shock, seeing Russell casually sleeping soundly while circulating mana. Sendo pulled at his hair, not knowing how to report this freakish situation to his master. At first, he had looked down on the basic training method Russell got from the Starlight Library, thinking the energy output wasn't worth much. But now, even while sunk into sleep, Russell could still maintain his training with a remarkably stable mana flow. Sendo had flipped through the Introduction to Magic Analysis and Easy Mana Training book, but was completely helpless, unable to find the secret to this strange training method of his. Not stopping there, Russell also succeeded in fully absorbing the massive mana from the Katya fruit, thanks to the support of Evian, which significantly improved his physical constitution. Sendo guessed that Russell had focused all the mana in his body into his heart. Strangely, his heart didn't show any dangerous side effects. On the contrary, it became increasingly healthy, and the mana flow around his body became more stable than ever before. What horrified the informant the most was that Russell didn't need to create a second magic circle or implant any body-strengthening spells, yet he still possessed such terrifying physical strength. Noting the abnormal endurance of Russell's heart, Sendo told himself, "Tomorrow, I must report this in detail to the third young lady," then quickly slipped away, disappearing without a sound into the night. As soon as the stalker's aura vanished, Russell opened his eyes slightly, glanced around, and thought, "Did you really think I didn't know?" He had discovered the informant's presence early on and intentionally pretended to be asleep to fool him. The eve of Stella Nelson finally arrived. The sound of cathedral bells rang out across the space. In the middle of the secluded Maple Estate courtyard, a giant pine tree was decorated lavishly with dazzling lights under the sky, filled with stars. Standing beneath the shimmering lights of the ceremony, Russell called out softly, "Hira, Hampton." The two attendants immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Yes, young master," Russell ordered coldly. "Come with me." Hearing that, Hampton and Hira walked silently behind their young master. After walking for a while, Hampton couldn't help but feel curious and asked, Where are we?" "Going?" Russell replied calmly. "To the outer west gate." Hearing this, Hampton couldn't help but be startled and asked, "The outer west gate?" "The Mayton family has 4 west gates in total, and the outer west gate is the one furthest away. And today, on this eve of Stella Nelson, Russell and his 2 trusted servants were heading straight for it. Russell's only goal right now was Rudia, the blood assassin who would later be known as the natural enemy of mages and a feared one-armed mage. Russell's eyes showed clear determination. He told himself he would meet her. At the same time, at the west gate, the silhouette of a girl in a black hooded cloak was panting, heavily in exhaustion. Suddenly, a man lunged out and shouted, "You bastard!" Red flames instantly erupted violently. In a fit of extreme rage, the girl screamed with murderous intent, "Today, I'll send you all to the chopping block!" At the same time, Russell looked up at the watchtower looming in the dark night and wondered to himself, is this truly the outermost west gate? When the 3 were walking along the stone corridor, Hampton suddenly leaned into his ear and excitedly suggested, "Are you planning to stop by and visit the 6th young master while we're at it? I have already prepared plenty of paralytic poison." Contrary to the young attendant's enthusiasm, Russell just coldly uttered one word, "No." The blunt refusal made the boy wilt, like a wet noodle. "Are you sad?" Hampton jumped, flustered and stammering a denial. "Yes, very, oh, no, not at all. That doesn't make me sad one bit." But before he could continue, the piercing screams and bright red flames from the west gate cut their conversation short. A guard was sent flying, screaming in pain, "Stop them!" She was standing into the middle of a raging inferno. A girl with black hair and blazing red eyes was casting fire magic like a maniac, roaring with killing intent. "I'll kill every single one of you right now." A system window popped up with her details. Name, Rudia. Primary attribute, fire. Personality, a total blockhead, but loyal. Daddy's good girl, huh? Russell thought, inwardly stunned. It really was Rudia. He recalled setting her up as a simple-minded character who acted without thinking, but he hadn't expected her to be this reckless in reality. Witnessing the chaotic scene unfold before his eyes, Hampton asked with a tremble, What's wrong with that girl?" Russell observed his opponent closely. He told himself that in her current state, she absolutely shouldn't be able to trigger her poison resistance in time like this. He realized. The moment had come. Russell gave Hampton a soft signal. The boy hurriedly replied, "Yes, young master?" Russell immediately ordered, "Fire the paralyzing toxin. Aim for that girl. You have to paralyze her at all costs." "Understood, sir." While Rudia was still crazily screaming amidst the flames, Hampton took the order. The boy launched himself into the air and decisively fired. A hidden weapon, coated in paralysis poison. He shot a dart that tore through the air, heading straight for the target, just as Rudia was bellowing, "I'll burn you all to ashes!" A loud boom echoed. A cloud of green, paralyzing smoke exploded violently, engulfing Rudia. Hit by the poison unexpectedly, the girl only managed to choke out a "you damn pests" before completely losing consciousness. Watching Rudia collapse to the ground, Russell told himself he had to clean up this scene quickly before anyone found out. Right after the smoke. After Hampton's paralysis poison knocked the girl out, the gate guard with reddish-brown hair immediately pointed his hand at Russell and shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you interfere? Identify yourself right now." Facing such aggression, Russell kept a calm expression and replied nonchalantly, "I'm just someone coming from inside. Calm down, you lot. And you call yourselves gate guards?" He glanced around at the ruined battlefield and added sarcastically, "At this rate, you'd be better off herding ducks." Although he was bad-mouthing the guards, looking at the girl unconscious on the ground, Russell privately admitted that it wasn't exactly that the guards were weak, but rather that Rudia was just too strong. That was more like it. Not wanting to get tied up further, he took on the attitude of a debt collector and declared to the guard, "I'm taking her." Hearing this, the guard protested frantically, "You can't do that!" "Fine. Identify yourself immediately." Hampton stepped forward and cleared his throat loudly. "Ahem." The attendant began his master-praising routine. Unprecedented and peerless. The young, exceptionally talented mage of the Maitoon family, the true heir to the family's bloodline, a pioneer with a vision ahead of his time, a powerful trailblazer on the path of magic, a genius adventurer who dares to set sail on his own expeditions. Seeing Hampton passionately rattling off words with a face full of pride, Russell could only break out in a cold sweat, thinking helplessly, "So dramatic at this rate, he's going to keep buttering me up forever." Finally, Hampton finished loudly, "He is none other than the seventh young master, Russell Maitoon." Russell stood with his arms crossed, looking arrogant, and smirked. "Do you understand now?" But contrary to the awe he expected, the guard started twitching from the shock and shouted angrily, "What kind of nonsense is this? You idiots! You don't even know what young Master Russell Maitoon looks like? What could young Master Russell possibly do? Look as handsome as you?" This fatal blow made Russell completely freeze, his face darkening as he was left speechless. Was that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? He was crushed, his soul shattered, because, in reality, he had only lost a little bit of weight. To regain his dignity, Russell snapped, pointing straight at the guard, "What's your name? I'll make sure to remember it." Did he really think someone would dare walk out of the Maitoon mansion and impersonate the seventh young master? The guard scratched his head and muttered awkwardly, "You have a point, but everyone knows the seventh young master is a useless, ugly pig." Hearing this, Russell immediately cut him off. "And yet, you still believe I dare impersonate the seventh young master?" The idiotic guard stood by. Hampton looked at him with eyes sparkling with admiration. "But in my eyes, you're always cool." Russell ignored him. He coldly gave the guard an ultimatum. "If you still feel I'm untrustworthy, just send someone to the family to confirm it." Cold sweat dripped from the guard, who could only respond awkwardly, "I'll do that later." But Russell looked down at the guard with a sharp, icy gaze and declared clearly, "Once you confirm for sure that I really am the seventh young master, you will pay a heavy price for having the arrogance to doubt me today." The authoritative threat made the guard tremble immediately, dropping to his knees to bow and apologize. I am truly sorry, seventh young master." Still, he couldn't hide his curiosity and looked up to ask, "Young master, why are you going to such lengths to take that girl?" Russell narrowed his eyes. "Why? I don't think you should be asking so many questions." He cleared his throat, and suddenly Russell changed his tone, blushing slightly as he raised a hand to his mouth and smiled slyly, "Because she's very pretty." This reason left the guard completely stunned. He could only nod in defeat. "Right, I understand." Meanwhile, Hira, standing behind, just stared blankly with a face full of question marks at the lie told without blinking. An eye by her master. After handling the trouble, they brought the black-haired girl, now tied up and gagged, to their room. Russell sat with his legs crossed, exuding the effortless grace of someone in power. Hira and Hampton stood on either side, watching over the girl lying motionless on the floor. Just then, A blue system notification window suddenly appeared before Russell, flickering blindingly in midair like a firefly. 97 notifications. An incident has occurred that may affect the logical progression of the plot. Russell wondered in surprise. An incident? He realized that this world had begun to analyze the minute changes he had created to automatically readjust itself. Immediately after, the girl's red eyes snapped open wide. She started thrashing about, emitting angry, muffled noises through the duct tape on her mouth. Russell observed intently, thinking, I'm not entirely sure, but it looks like she's cursing or swearing something. Rudia's character setup was really very simple, maybe even a bit naive. I'll try treating her in the most basic way. Thinking and doing, Russell spoke calmly. Hey, I heard your father is sick. I will help you. This offer hit the mark, causing Rudia to jump like a cat on a hot tin roof, her eyes widening as she stared at him. Russell continued to press her psychology. My mother is also very sick. I know why you came here. Looking at that cloak and the crescent moon symbol on your left chest, you must be a mage from Highland. Above all, you use the fire attribute, so surely you are a firebringer, right? Am I correct? Her master's knowledge left Hampton standing nearby, sweating bullets, inwardly admiring. How does the young master know all these things? Can you believe it? Russell continued nonchalantly. The Highland region is a land located in the south, next to the Fire Dragon mountain range. I heard that in the last few years, a disease has broken out there. Rasen spoke calmly. I know how to cure that disease. And I know you didn't barge into this family with any plan other than hoping to get a free ride on my dime. Rasen's blunt statement silenced her instantly. He continued, If you get what I'm saying, nod twice. After a moment of hesitation, the girl nodded repeatedly. Seeing that, Russell ordered the maid, Hera, to remove the tape from her mouth. Hera stepped forward and ripped it off in one swift motion. Rasen asked, There we go. Are you a bit calmer now? The girl gently rubbed her burning skin, looked up with her crimson eyes, and asked tremblingly, Are you really going to help me? Seeing her desperate expression, Rasen thought to himself, She probably said the same thing to Kassen. He crossed his arms and replied calmly, Yes, I said I would, so I will. The girl couldn't hide her suspicion. Why would you help me? Russell countered. Is a reason even necessary? The girl lowered her head and muttered, I heard that people of your noble status never help anyone for free. Russell asked curiously, Who told you that? She replied softly, My father. Rasen then asked, Then why did you come to my family knowing we wouldn't help for free? The girl declared firmly, I will give you a reason worth helping me. Among my possessions, there are a few valuable items. Upon hearing the phrase valuable items, a spark flashed in Russell's mind. He immediately understood everything. The valuable item she was referring to was none other than the Holy Grail. This was the rare, golden opportunity that the original protagonist, Kassen's Eyes, had secured in the original plot. It was meant to win her over to his side, but now, this windfall would belong to Russell. He looked straight into her eyes and declared firmly, I will cure your father. Russell's promise left her completely stunned, her eyes shining with hope. Really? But he immediately added, But you'll have to sell yourself to pay the debt. Hearing the heavy price, the girl's face fell, her hands clasped tightly. I'm out of money, Russell replied calmly. You can pay me back later. How much do you want? Rasen said coldly. I'll decide the price after I examine the patient. The girl pleaded hastily. Then please just save my father. Rasen retorted, Are you even capable of paying? The girl pledged immediately. I will pay you no matter what it takes. Russell suggested. You mentioned you had some items, didn't you? Without hesitation, she replied, I'll give them all to you. Russell smiled with satisfaction. Good. That'll be enough. Not wanting to waste time, he turned to call Hampton. The young attendant hurried over. Yes, young master? Rasen ordered immediately. Gather some 10-year-old medicinal herbs and distribute them to the Harran region. Seeing Hampton looking confused, he explained the formula in detail. If you boil those 10-year-old herbs in silver seawater for 18 minutes, it will become the cure for the plague in Harran. Russell's revelation left Hampton completely frozen. He stared, eyes wide with shock. This is the first time I've ever heard of such a method. Could you explain that again, young master? Seeing Hampton still looking completely lost, Russell dismissed the doubt firmly. Don't question it. Just do as I say. The young master's conviction completely convinced Hampton. The boy bowed respectfully. I understand. I will follow your instructions exactly. A sense of extreme admiration welled up in his heart. He couldn't help but think the seventh young master was truly incredibly cool. Just then, the maid Hera stepped closer and asked timidly, Young master, may I ask a question? Russell casually predicted her intention. What is it? Are you curious about how I learned this treatment method too? Hera didn't deny it. Yes. To be honest, based on common knowledge, this is too hard to understand. Facing the skepticism of the assassin maid, Rawson's eyes narrowed arrogantly. He dropped a short but heavy sentence. I am a maiden after all. That prideful answer left Hera bowing in reverence. Thank you for your guidance. Watching Russell's authoritative silhouette, Hera couldn't help but be shaken. The confidence radiating from this 9-year-old boy made her realize with a start that he was just like the powerful head of the Mighton family from her childhood memories. Not wanting to waste any more time, Russell turned to the black-haired girl tied up on the floor and said with a smile, Rudia, I'll let you go now. But the moment she heard that, the girl's eyes widened in shock. What? The next second, a blast of fierce red flames erupted violently around her. The girl shouted angrily, What did you just say? Her crimson eyes locked onto Russell, questioning him with killing intent. I never told you my name, so how do you know who I am? The question hitting the nail on the head made the smile on Rawson's face instantly vanish. He froze, cold sweat pouring down as he realized he'd been too careless and let a secret slip. His mind was filled with a panicked thought. Damn it, I just played myself. I never said my name, so how did you know it? Facing the piercing question, Russell broke into a cold sweat, blaming himself for making such a stupid mistake. But he quickly regained his composure, telling himself not to panic. He smirked confidently and said, Is it really that strange that I know your name? Rudia continued to squint at him suspiciously. Yes, it's very strange. To distract her, Russell dangled an attractive bait. Once it's done, I'll give you the 10-year-old herbs. How about that? Seeing Rudia still silent, Russell added, Or should I reveal the secret behind that prescription? Even though she desperately craved the cure for her father, Rudia still muttered suspiciously, It's very strange. Rawson retorted, Why do you think the benefits you're getting are strange? His pressure made Rudia start to tremble, cold sweat beading on her forehead, but she remained stubborn. Something smells fishy. Rawson spoke with the authority of the master of the house. Do you have any idea how rude you're being to your benefactor? If you're going to act like that, go play with the chickens instead. Caught off guard, Rudia lowered her head to the floor. No, I won't stop. Russell continued to crush her spirit. Are you treating the favor I'm doing you like trash? Faced with the coldness and pressure from the seventh young master, all of Rudia's spirit vanished. The girl hung her head and apologized in a tiny voice. I'm sorry. Rawson tilted his head and snapped, Speak up so I can hear you. Rudia repeated softly, I'm sorry. Russell stood with his arms crossed, acting haughty. I can't hear a thing. By now, Rudia couldn't take the pressure anymore and shouted, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Seeing her sincere attitude, Russell thought that was probably enough. He said calmly, I accept your apology, but you aren't going anywhere. Rudia looked up, bewildered. Why? I accept your apology, but you aren't going anywhere. Rudia looked up, bewildered. Why? Can't I go home? Russell reminded her coldly. Do you not remember what you did? You broke into the Mighton estate and attacked the gate guards. The memories of the fierce skirmish outside the west gate flooded back, leaving Rudia stuttering and speechless. Ignoring that, Russell continued his questioning to get to the bottom of things. You said you came here to find medicine to save your father, so the guards— What did they say? Rudia hung her head, her crimson eyes flickering with sorrow. She hesitantly recounted, They said this isn't a place for someone like me. They laughed and said that people who are about to die, like my father, don't have anything to do with the Mighton family. Rudia gripped her trembling hands, tears beginning to stream down her face, and they said he would die. I wanted to stay with my father, but they told me to let the old man kick the bucket and stop being such a burden. Seeing the once strong girl now sobbing helplessly, Russell felt a prick of compassion. He immediately turned to the maid, Hira, and ordered her to get this young lady out of here fast. Clear the air. Hira bowed her head in obedience. Yes, young master. As soon as she was untied, Rudia reached up to wipe the tears from her face. She looked up at her savior, a mere youth, and asked with a choked voice, "But who are you? Why are you being so kind to me?" "Me? I'm Russell Mayton." Hearing the name Russell Mayton, Rudia startled slightly and muttered it to herself. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she gasped, "The pathetic bastard of the family, that one?" Her blunt words made Russell offer a stiff, awkward smile. "Oh, so that's what I'm known as, huh?" Rudia nodded in confirmation. "That's right, they said you were trash, but—" Immediately after, she wore a radiant smile, looked him straight in the eye, and affirmed, "But I don't think you're that kind of person. You're a good person." At that very moment, a familiar system notification box suddenly appeared before Russell's eyes. A change affecting the plot had occurred. Russell thought to himself, "Huh? Is the script bugged? What's going on?" The system continued to analyze, pointing out that Rudia was actually the future ally of Kaysen, an incredibly talented blood assassin and fire mage. Looking at the girl before him, Russell wondered if getting ahead of the game to forge an alliance with Rudia was truly the right decision. But seeing her warm smile, he quickly brushed aside his hesitation and told himself to seize the present. The future can wait. That night at the mansion, Maple Hampton walked into the room wearing a large backpack stuffed with medicinal herbs to report, "I have gathered all the herbs you requested. Young master, I will be leaving for Highland now." Russell asked calmly. "I see. How long will it take you to get there?" Hampton replied respectfully. "About 3 days, sir. But before setting out." The young servant hesitated, stopping to ask timidly, "Young master, forgive me, but may I ask you a question? Why did you help that girl, Rudia?" Facing his servant's query, Russell pondered. He replied, "I just can't stand seeing people die from a curable disease. If it were our own father, we would have to save him at any cost, wouldn't we?" He looked out the window and continued, "To me, helping someone isn't a big deal." His compassionate answer moved Hampton deeply. The boy immediately knelt and bowed his head to the floor. "Thank you for the lesson, sir," Russell asked in confusion. "What lesson?" Hampton explained hesitantly. "We are a great family, and you've made me realize that we shouldn't abandon the poor and unfortunate just because of our status. That is what a great family should do." Bowing before his noble master, a sense of absolute loyalty welled up in Hampton's heart. "I have found the light of my life," the boy thought to himself. Hampton hoisted the heavy backpack onto his shoulder and set off decisively. "I'm leaving now, young master," watching the silhouette of his servant gradually fade into the distance, Russell thought. "Honestly, my goal is to get the Holy Grail, but saying it like that earlier was probably for the best." 2 days later at the Maple Mansion, which was quite secluded, the rapid clacking sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway, sending the maids working there scurrying in fear. A haughty and sharp voice rang out from behind, so the idiot picked up. "A new toy, did he?" The door to the room was shoved open roughly, and the third young lady, Persa, entered with a bewitching smile on her lips. "Oh, let's see. I'm quite surprised by the piece of trash that this bastard brought home." But the moment she clearly saw the person in the room, the smile on Persa's lips suddenly froze. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Persa stared intently at the youth in front of her and blurted out, "Who are you? In the history of this family, there has never been a man as beautiful as this." Standing before her at that moment was an incredibly handsome and elegant young man. He calmly turned back and replied gently, "Russell Maytoon, your youngest brother." The spectacular transformation of her younger brother intrigued Persa immensely. She stepped closer and smirked. "Interesting. I'm quite curious. It seems you're still hiding something." Russell maintained a blank expression. "I'm not hiding anything." But in his mind, he thought, aside from the fact that I'm the one who created this world. Persa narrowed her eyes dangerously. But do you know that before she could finish, she suddenly closed the distance, leaned her beautiful face close to Russell's ear, and whispered bewitchingly, "Why are you so cute? What kind of man is this pretty?" The distance was too close, along with the invisible pressure from his sister, causing Russell to freeze, a sense of extreme fear rising in his heart. "Oh boy, my heart is jumping out of my chest at the very moment her crimson eyes flashed with a sinister, devilish light." The system interface immediately displayed a notification for beginner battle magic. "Unwavering will is protecting you." Russell was secretly stunned to realize her battle magic had activated on its own when, looking into those eyes, "How did you turn into this after a mere 3 weeks, huh?" Then she casually reached out to pet Russell's head, full of indulgence. "So good, this face. Accepted. If you keep growing up like this, then I'll love you so much." But Russell decisively brushed her hand away and coldly replied, "I don't need it." The bold act of defiance left Portia briefly stunned. Russell understood that this tyrannical older sister was actually still constantly testing him. He looked straight into her eyes and clearly declared, "I want to be your rival, or your partner, not someone to be pampered." Seeing the determination and outstanding character of her younger brother, Portia lightly curled her lips into a smirk of amusement. "You look pretty tasty right now." Portia flashed a bewitching smile and let out a chilling threat. "Your heart would surely be a wonderful piece of art if it were ripped out, wouldn't it?" The threat made Russell break into a cold sweat. He tried to keep his composure and replied, "Cut the creepy jokes." Portia burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, do you think I'm joking?" She immediately shifted her attention to Rudia. "Regardless, I want to test your toy." Russell was startled to realize Portia was a fire-type mage with extreme talent. She must have sensed that Rudia is a fire human with immense potential, so she definitely wouldn't let it slide. To protect Rudia and prevent the future from being altered according to the original plot, Russell bravely stepped in front and loudly declared, "She is my toy, something I brought back. I have no obligation to show her to you, and I have no intention of doing so." The resistance from her youngest brother left Portia with a darkened face. "Daring to challenge me?" Immediately, a surge of violent crimson mana erupted from Portia, weighing down on Russell's body. The terrifying pressure made Russell struggle to resist. Fortunately, the system interface immediately announced that the unwavering will skill was defending against external harmful energy. Portia leaned in close, smiling sinisterly at Russell. "Someone like you dares to stand against me? A bastard with nothing but stupidity." Thanks to the Divine Eye's assistance in activating elementary magic cultivation, Russell gritted his teeth, enduring it, even though his whole body felt like it was being crushed under Portia's mana. Seeing his brother's persistence, Portia finally released the pressure and smiled. "I'll give you a chance." Russell gasped and asked, "How?" Portia curled her lips, a blue flame igniting on her fingertip. "You're learning battle magic, right?" "That's right, and only at the beginner level. I'll only use one finger to perform battle magic, stripping away all attributes and using pure battle magic only." Seeing this, Russell was surprised and asked, "You learn battle magic too?" Portia casually replied, "Just a bit. I read about it for 5 minutes before coming here." The arrogant declaration of the genius sister made Russell break into a cold sweat, but he still smirked, full of determination. "Today I'll show you what I'm made of." Portia excitedly prepared to attack. "Our youngest brother is quite sharp. I like that." She flicked her finger, and a giant fire serpent instantly lunged toward Russell. At that moment, Russell's divine eye quickly analyzed it and sent a notification. Detected magic illusion. Knowing this was just a diversion, Russell didn't hesitate, channeled all his strength into his fist, and lunged forward, shattering the fire serpent in a single strike. Witnessing the decisive punch of her younger brother, Portia smiled in approval. "He has truly grown since then. Do it. If you win, I will never eye your toy again." Russell shuddered. He understood he must give his all for this battle. Portia's expression shifted abruptly, her eyes glowing with cruelty as she gave her final warning. "If your toy doesn't prove interesting, I will rip it into pieces." Russell stood opposite his sister Portia, tightened his fist with determination, and declared, "I will definitely defeat you at all costs, big sister." Watching her youngest brother burning with spirit, Portia curled her lips in disdain, thinking to herself, "I didn't expect this kid to try so hard to entertain me." To her, Russell wasn't even the 5th or 6th person in the family. He was just a worthless piece of trash, discarded by their father, the family head. Without hesitating for another second, Russell immediately lunged forward to attack. His speed was nothing compared to a genius like Portia. "Too slow, darling, haven't you eaten yet?" A wave of extreme pressure shot out from her finger, hitting Russell squarely, making him cry out in pain and being thrown far away. Russell struggled to land, his feet carving tracks into the floor to keep his balance. Observing his state, Portia silently judged, he couldn't even dodge. That blow, he only knows how to charge in headfirst. His head must be for growing hair. It doesn't need to be plowed. However, she also had to admit that Russell's choice to learn defensive magic in battle was a very correct and wise decision at this moment. Stumbling back to his feet, sweat began to pour from Russell. He silently analyzed the current situation. The longer this fight went on, the more disadvantaged he would be. The massive gap in strength made dodging and counterattacking too difficult for him. Just then, the elementary battle magic technique and high-level iron will automatically activated to protect his body. Even with defensive magic assisting, Russell still felt his chest contract. A sickening, extremely uncomfortable feeling hit him, and he winced in pain. She only used one finger, and I'm already experiencing mana shock. Right then, the system suddenly announced, Easy Mana Cultivation Method has begun controlling the circulation, helping Russell quickly stabilize the mana shock in his body. Realizing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had arrived, he told himself, this is the best chance, and immediately lunged forward. Elementary battle magic, technique, high-level gravity, was activated instantly. Targeting Portia's right thigh, Russell closed the distance in a flash and used all his might to grab hold of his older sister's leg. Russell's lightning-fast close-quarters move caught even a genius like Portia by surprise. Seizing the moment his opponent was frozen, he was determined to take her down. A loud noise echoed as Portia was slammed onto the floor, not wasting a single second. Russell continued to apply the high-level gravity technique, channeling all his glowing blue magic into his fist and delivering an extremely powerful blow straight down. But Russell widened his eyes in pain as he realized the bones in his hand had completely shattered and fresh blood began to ooze out. Even though he gritted his teeth in agony, he tried to stay calm and concluded, playing tricks like this is cheating. Lying on the floor, Portia still kept a calm, smug expression and lightly replied, correct. Looking at her youngest brother, Portia smirked and asked, you guessed it early, didn't you? So you were surprised, and that's why you lunged at me right from the start? Russell bluntly admitted that it was his only option. Portia continued to taunt him, is that why you did it? You caught me off guard and pinned me down as roughly as a butcher handling a pig. Russell, gasping for air from exhaustion, retorted, magic combat is always like this, isn't it? Portia sighed, sounding thoroughly bored. She muttered, that's why I've always hated magic duels, so unrefined. Despite his severely injured hand, Russell smirked, confidently declaring, maybe so. It might not be pretty, but one way or another I still managed to take you down. Portia smirked back. True, but in the next instant, she flicked her finger. A wave of immense magical pressure suddenly erupted, blasting Russell away. The violent impact sent him crashing onto the floor with a loud thud. Russell coughed up blood in pain, struggling to lie on the ground. Watching her younger brother's pathetic state, Portia smiled with amusement. You won the bet, so I won't be keeping my eyes on your little toy anymore. She turned to walk away, but didn't forget to leave behind a cryptic remark. However, little brother, I think I'll be much more interested in you from now on. Walking down the hallway, Portia inwardly assessed her youngest brother's strength. Just as her informant Zendu had reported earlier, Russell's body was indeed incredibly tough. Even though she had used only one finger, her previous attack contained a massive amount of destructive energy. Yet the brat had managed to withstand the blow with his tough hide. This unexpected resilience of Russell's left Portia deeply curious. She told herself she wanted to see just how far this kid could go, even though he was still very weak for now. She glanced back and said, see you later, little brother. Then, she instantly turned into a blazing fire and vanished completely. Lying back in the room, Russell clutched his painful chest, groaning incessantly. Meanwhile, Portia walked away, lost in thought. What caught her attention more than his tough physique was the fact that Russell had swallowed her mana whole into his own body. She concluded that the kid had actively absorbed that stream of mana. Although there are special types of mages in this world capable of absorbing others' mana, Russell's case was a bit different. That was why she had intentionally poured in a bit more mana to test him, and just as she predicted, when she pushed the mana in, the kid actually absorbed a portion of it. From the shadows, her informant Zendo appeared beside Persa and suggested, "You really should treasure the seventh young master, he's quite interesting." Zendo curiously asked, "It seems like you've given him a new gift, haven't you?" Persa smiled calculatingly. "Yes, I did, but that thing will destroy whatever is inside his body if he doesn't know how to hold on to it the right way." Inside his room, Russell collapsed to the ground, one hand clutching his chest, breathing heavily amidst the wreckage. He thought to himself, "Every time Big Sister Persa visits, I end up hanging by a thread like this." The system board continued to display. Self-regeneration technique currently recovering the body. Looking down at his hand, Russell saw his wounds slowly closing and the bleeding stopping. However, this magic had consumed most of the mana in his body. Immediately after, a strange resonance occurred between the self-regeneration, the easy mana refining method, and an external factor. Russell sat tiredly on the floor, staring blankly at the blue notification board that had suddenly appeared. Conditions for body reconstruction met, beginning the reconstruction process. He could only be shocked. What? Intense pain suddenly surged from deep within Russell's body. The system warned, this reconstruction process will be accompanied by extreme pain. He collapsed onto the floor. Gritting his teeth, he told himself he had to stay conscious at all costs. He felt as if his entire body was shattering at once, his bones inside dissolving into fine powder. From his ears, a stream of jet-black liquid began to ooze out and run down. The black fluid continued to pour from Russell's eyes, nose, and mouth. The bone-deep agony made him unable to bear it, causing him to let out a miserable scream. The sound of bones cracking and splintering echoed eerily from his hands. At that exact moment, the self-regeneration technique automatically activated. Russell realized that the moment his bones shattered, they immediately reassembled at a dizzying speed. At the same time, the high-level iron will technique poured into his body to assist him. In the midst of Russell's desperate struggle for survival, the room door was suddenly kicked open. Hira and Rudia rushed into the room in a panic. The maid screamed in distress, full of anxiety, "Young master!" Seeing Russell kneeling on the floor, emitting a brilliant white light amidst a thick mist, Hera was startled and wondered, could he have been poisoned? But she quickly dismissed it, as the toxicity couldn't possibly be this strong, and wondered if that strange mist was being produced by his own body. At that moment, the system board coldly announced, "Body reconstruction process requires a large amount of mana." Russell began to panic as he clearly felt the mana in his body being drained away like a bank account at the end of the month, with no clue where it all went. The situation became even more critical as the system continued to warn, if the state of mana deficiency continues, the reconstruction process will be interrupted and cause extremely serious side effects. Russell lay helplessly on the floor, thinking in despair as he realized he had no mana left to sustain it. Just at that moment, hanging by a thread, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise as he felt a stream of warm energy unexpectedly enveloping him. Right in front of him, Rudia was using every ounce of her strength. "Russell, I'm not sure what's happening, but I will help you." The system immediately announced, "Russell's body is starting to absorb pure mana." Russell quickly realized this was Crimson Flame, the fire carrying massive energy directly related to the refinement settings he himself had created previously. Even though he knew Rudia was only acting on instinct to save him, he was still incredibly grateful and silently thanked the girl. Thanks to this timely assistance, the wild energy stream was gradually tamed and began to stabilize. A system bell rang, announcing, "Body reconstruction process officially completed." Immediately after, another shocking notification appeared. A segment of the novel related to the uncompleted plotline has officially been unlocked. Watching the light gradually fade, both Hera and Rudia rushed closer, calling his name in concern. At the same time, the system board displayed a glowing blue line of text. The heavenly gift trait, hidden deep within Russell's body, has been successfully activated. Simultaneously, he had met the basic conditions to begin practicing high-level magic combat. The innate attribute hidden deep within Russell's body, called heavenly gift, was officially activated. Looking at his new, firm, and power-filled body, he couldn't help but be stunned, wondering, heavenly gift? Isn't this the limited edition feature I designed exclusively for the protagonist? In the original story, When the heavenly gift is combined, the Saint Sword attribute will create an ultimate attribute called the Heavenly Emperor. This is the original physical attribute of Casson, the true protagonist of this novel, Russell. From the Saint Eye to the protagonist's innate physical attribute, how could a background character like you possibly possess all of this? But there's no time. To think much, he turns to call his maid, Hyra, get my clothes. Hyra hurriedly bows her head. As you wish, young master. Looking at the two girls in front of him, Russell reminds himself that he must absolutely not let anyone know about this. Shortly after, good news from the Highland region quickly reached the Maybo estate. Receiving the news, Rudia is overjoyed, unable to believe her ears. Really? My father has truly recovered? Hyra smiles gently and hands the letter to the girl. Yes, this is a letter from him. Looking at the familiar handwriting, Rudia is moved, to the point of exclaiming, it's really father's handwriting. In the letter, Rudia's father writes that the villagers are now much healthier, thanks to the young master's secret remedy. Sent over, the epidemic that has raged for so long has completely vanished. Holding the letter, Rudia bursts into tears of happiness. This is so wonderful. Witnessing the girl's joy, Russell smiles slightly, a feeling of immense comfort rising in his heart. Turning to look at Russell, Rudia declares gratefully, I will surely repay this kindness. Russell raises an eyebrow. Kindness? Rudia firmly asserts. Yes, you are my benefactor. Seeing the girl's serious attitude, Russell crosses his arms and replies, well, that's one way to put it, though it's not very humble, is it? But in the very next second, Rudia suddenly steps closer, her bright red eyes gleaming with determination. She loudly declares, I will become your contractor. The sudden proposal leaves Russell completely frozen. He immediately realizes, this is the Fire Oath, a sacred fire contract. According to the novel's original plot, this is the fated duo that the male lead Casson and Rudia signed together at the Great Nordente Canyon. The Fire Oath is an ultimate contract that fire people can only sign once in their lifetime, requiring absolute loyalty, until the very last breath. Faced with Rudia's sudden offer, Russell calculates inwardly, if he agrees to sign the Fire Oath right now, the original storyline will certainly be radically altered. The male lead Casson's most powerful ally, the future blood assassin, will completely vanish from this world. But he quickly dismisses his hesitation. What the hell does Casson's business have to do with him? He is the one in danger and needs to escape the shadow of the male lead before he turns 17 years old. Making up his mind, Russell clears his throat and agrees, ahem, if that's really what you want. Receiving his consent, Rudia beams with a radiant smile, and the young girl immediately swears, I, the fire person Rudia, offer this oath. I swear it for a lifetime before the eternal flame. Immediately, a warm wave of fire magic erupts, enveloping them both. Russell stares in shock at the glowing magic circle beneath their feet, whispering in awe, this is the legendary Fire Oath. Just then, a system notification window suddenly pops up before his eyes. The Saint Eye is decrypting new information, displaying world valuation. Before Russell can even understand what's happening, the next line appears. The Fire Oath signer gains authority over the Berserker's rage. He suddenly recalls that in the novel's rules, he was the one who set Rudia's ability to go berserk whenever she gets angry because of her simple personality. And now the system announces that the possessor of this authority has the ability to use remote control, like a remote controller, over all the mana of the contractor when they fall into a berserk state. However, the joy has not yet blossomed when the next system warning hits him like a bucket of cold water. The side effect is the death of the co-signer. Russell turns pale, his heart pounding in terror. The side effect is death? Without a second's hesitation, he hastily pulls his hand back and shouts, Whoa! This sounds even more stressful than bank interest rates. Hold on, Rudia. I don't want to sign it. The sudden refusal leaves Rudia completely bewildered. She hurriedly asks, What? Why wouldn't you want to sign the contract? It's very useful. Russell firmly shakes his head. No, it isn't. Hearing that, Rudia still tries to persuade him. Father said it's very good. To crush the girl's stubbornness, Russell retorts, How is it good? Try explaining it to me. Struck by the question, Rudia is immediately flustered and can only stutter. That is, Rudia tilts her head. confused. What was it again? Seeing that she hasn't realized the gravity of the situation, Russell steps closer, grips Rudia's shoulders, and warns her solemnly, "Listen carefully. If you become a contractor of the fire oath, you will have to sacrifice your entire life for me." But contrary to his anxiety, Rudia's red eyes light up with excitement. Sacrifice? That's good. Sacrifice is a good thing. The indifference, to a strange degree of hers, makes Russell ask back in confusion, "Why?" Rudia smiles innocently and replies, "It sounds cool." Russell can only be speechless at her naivety, sweating profusely as he continues, explaining the real danger. "But if you go berserk, I won't be able to stop you." Rudia is confused. "What does that mean?" Russell says in a low voice, "If I can't stop you, you will die." Russell bluntly reveals the cruel side effect of the fire oath, which is the death of the cosigner. Yet Rudia maintains a determined expression and loudly declares, "We are willing to die. For our cosigner, that is the honor of our fire people. We call it martyrdom." Looking at her proud face, Russell can only hold his head in helplessness, thinking to himself, "She says that in such an innocent way, which makes it even scarier." He sighs and frankly expresses his view, "I don't want to kill you, and I don't want to handle your funeral arrangements. That can't be." "Right, Russell, you are worrying too much. I won't die." Russell makes a sour face and thinks, "It seems the more I try to convince her, the more I'm just adding fuel to the fire." Not wanting to beat around the bush anymore, he firmly grabs Rudia's wrist. "Listen to me." Russell looks straight into her eyes and sternly reminds her, "You are only 9 years old. You are too young to become a contractor." However, Rudia still stubbornly argues back, age is not the problem. Russell uses logic to persuade her, "I am not a fire person, so don't impose the beliefs of the fire people on me." Hearing the words impose, Rudia hesitates slightly. Imposing? Imposing is a bad thing. Russell nods in agreement. "Exactly. I don't want to be imposed upon either." Rudia lowers her head, her voice dropping, filled with disappointment. Does Russell not like someone like me to become Russell's contractor? Seeing her downcast look, Russell smiles gently and explains soothingly, "It's not that I don't like it, but that responsibility is too great. We are still too young. Who knows if we can carry out something as sacred as the fire oath?" Listening to Russell's reasonable and well-thought-out explanation, Rudia nods slightly. "I understand. Then I will wait." Immediately, a system bell rings, and a blue notification board displays the words "Fire. Oath has been cancelled." Russell breathes a sigh of relief as if a 1,000-pound burden has finally been lifted, as if he just escaped a debt. Suddenly, Rudia looks up at him and smiles, saying, "Russell is a good person." Rudia calmly explains, "My father said so, that the signing of the fire oath must be organized in a solemn way, and the contractor must also be chosen carefully." Russell raises an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Rudia squints her eyes playfully. "Father said if I sign the contract, I will become a perfect tool. He also said if someone rejects the fire oaths, to wish for something with such a valid reason, she must be a good person at heart." Rudia secretly recalled her father's words that Russell was someone incredibly trustworthy. "Whatever you do, don't let someone like him slip through your fingers." Sitting in her room, Rudia happily munched on a chocolate bar while nodding in delight. She beamed at Russell. "And I'm so grateful. You helped my father and even gave me such delicious treats." Russell, you're really kind." However, Russell simply crossed his arms and casually reminded Rudia that it was time to leave. "I'm a good guy, all right." Hearing that, Rudia asked back, confused, "A good guy?" Her bewilderment quickly faded when she suddenly remembered something. She exclaimed, "Oh, right, a good guy." Standing across from her, Russell was calculating deep inside. In his head, he knew for sure that the good thing was the Grail of Fire, the ultimate holy relic associated with the fire people. According to the original novel, it was well hidden in the mountain range, the Dragon Mountains near the Hayron region, right beneath a small stone grave that only a fire person could activate. Rudia excitedly added, "There are some good things near my home. They're super, super good. My father said so." Russell narrowed his eyes, probing, "What's its name?" His heart thudded with nervous anticipation, silently screaming for her to say those 3 words, Grail of Fire. But Rudia scratched her head and replied, Its name? I don't know. The answer left Russell frozen. He asked back helplessly, You don't know? While stuffing more candy into her mouth, Rudia innocently explained, People just said it's a good cup. Russell could only hold his head in frustration, blaming his past life self for making this character so naive. Being childish is a crime, he thought, realizing he couldn't rely on Rudia. Russell closed his eyes and activated his holy eye to research the artifact himself. The system window immediately displayed the details of the grail. The fire grail can produce a type of water called fire essence once every 100 years. This miraculous water possesses immense purifying energy, capable of eliminating anything that invades the mind and body. Russell's purple eyes glowed with excitement. Possessing this relic meant he would never have to worry about being poisoned or falling victim to mind control magic. It was truly priceless. Even eating expired food wouldn't send him running to the bathroom. This item would help anyone live a life free of illness. Even though he was a bit puzzled by the system's strange notes, Russell quickly brushed it off. Whatever. He put on his long red coat and decisively called out, Let's go, Rudy. Ah, coming! She excitedly ran after him. But just as they were about to head out, the maid Hira approached and timidly reminded him, Young master, do you need me to call for an escort? Her question made Russell freeze in shock. An escort? He broke into a cold sweat as he remembered an important family rule he had almost forgotten. Every time they go out, members of the Mytoon main family line must take an escorting mage, or guardian, with them, and even Russell, the youngest son, considered a family disgrace, was no exception. Lost in thought, Russell worried about what excuse to give for wanting to go to Rudia's hometown of Hayron. If the main branch knew he went all the way there just to get a good cup, they would surely be suspicious, and he couldn't lie as smoothly as a pre-written script in front of them. The biggest difficulty was that a level 7 magic circle mage would shadow him 24/7, making all his movements closely monitored with no way to hide them. More dangerously, every guardian was a close aide to one of his siblings in this brutal struggle for succession. Recruiting manpower was the deciding factor, so the guardian assigned to him would definitely belong to someone else's faction. Standing in the room with Hira and Rudia, the sound of Russell pacing back and forth showed his deep hesitation. He really didn't want to give up on the Grail of Fire, but should he risk it or choose to give up to save his own life? After weighing his options, Russell stomped his foot as if challenging fate. Fine, the decision is made. The person Russell chose to accompany and protect him was the mage Zippo. Upon receiving the notice, the middle-aged mage with sharp features and a gray beard blurted out in shock. What did you say? Zippo had always had an incredibly bad impression of Russell. He couldn't believe his ears and thought contemptuously, that idiot picked me as his guardian? Well, I guess he's not that dumb. He knows how to pick someone decent. Memories from 3 years ago suddenly flooded Russell's mind when his previous self was only 6 years old but already incredibly arrogant. He clearly remembered grabbing Zeppo's chin roughly and shouting, You're just a guard dog, and I am your master, understand? Now get that attitude off your face, you lowly scum. Thinking back on that terrible past made current Russell just want to hold his head in regret. I was only 6 and I was playing the villain this well? He grumbled to himself. His bodyguards back then were all archmages who had mastered at least a level 7 magic circle, yet that old Russell had dared to insult them like that. While lost in his flashbacks, the voice of the maid Hera cut through the silence. Young master, how should I write the reason for this? Russell asked, confused. The reason? Russell casually offered an incredibly childish excuse. Just say I'm going out to play. There's lots of good chocolate out there. Hearing that, Hera broke into a cold sweat and replied awkwardly, How could I say that? Yet despite the absurdity, the exit permit for the 7th young master was still stamped with approval in no time. Moments later, the sound of determined footsteps echoed in the mansion courtyard. A tall, middle-aged man wearing a dark black cloak was slowly approaching. That was Zippo, one of the top bodyguards of the Mytoon clan. Standing on the windy balcony, Russell smiled and proactively greeted him. Welcome, Zeppo. Hearing the call, the middle-aged bodyguard stopped and looked up with cold, sharp eyes at the young master standing high above. Zippo's face changed slightly. He asked in a deep voice, How are you doing? Walking down the hallway leading to the mansion, Zippo observed the young master's new appearance and remarked, "You've changed a lot, sir," Russell replied calmly. "Yeah, a little bit." Noticing the other's hesitation, Zippo spoke up. "May I ask you something?" Russell quickly guessed what he was thinking. "You're curious why I chose you as my bodyguard, right?" Zippo admitted bluntly. "That's right. To you, isn't there no difference between me and a guard dog?" Seeing Zippo's silence, Russell thought to himself that the man surely remembered every single insulting word from 3 years ago. An archmage with a level 7 magic circle like him certainly had a brain that processed faster than fiber optics. Russell looked down from the balcony and said nonchalantly, "Since you're a guard dog, obviously you have to protect your owner, don't you?" The provocative remark made Zeppo so angry he felt like he could sprout flames from his head. Even though Russell was quite worried about facing a high-level mage head-on, knowing that an apology won't change anything now in my eyes, "You are the most loyal dog among that pack. At least you'll never stab me in the back," Zapol asked in a low voice. "Do you trust me?" Russell flatly replied, "No." When Zapol asked why, Russell explained that he didn't trust a man named Zepol, but a bodyguard named Zepol. "I know you're very ambitious." Rassen knew full well that Zapol was a man of great aspirations. As long as their interests aligned, he would be a dedicated ally. Consider, in some ways, he is quite reliable. In the original scheme of things, Zepol was loyal to the fourth young master Saron, but later he suddenly switched sides to join the second young lady Avelia. Hearing Rassen's words, Zepol curiously asked, "Why would my greed make you consider choosing me?" Rassen calmly replied, "Because I believe that one day you might be able to help me," Zepol retorted, asking how, while inwardly despising Russell as just a useless, food-wasting brat with no bits of authority. However, Russell immediately poured cold water on him, stating bluntly, "Even though you act loyal to my fourth brother on the outside, you still want to serve my second sister in your heart. Right?" The remark hit home, leaving Zapol completely stunned. Not understanding how his secret was exposed, Zapol tried to regain his composure and coldly replied, "I am a bodyguard. I have no intention of being loyal to anyone." Russell chuckled softly, thinking, "I knew it. So why are you asking so many questions? Do bodyguards need a reason to protect their master?" Russell looked him straight in the eye and declared, "I am giving you an order as a member of the Maitoon clan. You must protect me against the pressure of the other young masters." Zapol could only remain silent for a moment before bowing his head, "As you command." Zapol couldn't help but feel bewildered, wondering why someone who had always been a born fool could change so terrifyingly. One truly should not underestimate others. Zapol recalled recent rumors that Rassen had defeated the sixth young master Carton. Even more astonishingly, he had created a first-level magic circle himself, without anyone teaching him. Watching the blue mana flickering around Rassen, Zapol internally judged that this was no ordinary first-level magic circle. It contained as much mana as 2 second-level circles combined. This power was terrifying, so much so that even the genius second young lady Avelia couldn't master it at a similar level. Zapol told himself that Russell was surely hiding a shocking secret and decided to monitor him more closely. At this moment, Rudia ran ahead excitedly, shouting, "Let's go see my dad!" Russell and Zapol followed silently behind the girl's back. Rassen arrived at Huron, Rudia's hometown, a place famously known as the Land of the Fire People, who were said to have ruled a vast territory in ancient times. However, ever since the phoenix, a bird of immense power, appeared, their influence had faded. Now, no matter how you look at it, Huron just seems like a remote village specialized in producing clean produce. The sound of barking dogs echoed at the entrance of the village, breaking the silence. Upon arriving, Rudia let out a sigh of relief, then immediately ran ahead, shouting loudly, "Daddy!" Her ear-piercing scream made Russell wince and cover his ears, as the volume was enough to burst an eardrum. Right at that moment, a figure rushed out from the village to greet them. It was Hampton. The young attendant had arrived 2 days earlier to distribute medicine. Hampton, gasping for breath, hastily bowed. "Apologies for the slow. Welcome. I didn't know the young master was coming." Rassen calmly replied, "It's fine." while Rudia hurriedly asked, "Where's my dad?" Hearing from Hampton that he was inside the house. She immediately brushed past him, dashed straight inside, and shouted, "Daddy!" Watching Rassen's back, Zapol narrowed his eyes suspiciously, a strange feeling rising in his heart. He couldn't help but recall the shocking revelations from the seventh young master before they left. "Even though you act loyal to my fourth brother, you still want to serve my second sister, right? I believe that one day you will be able to help me." Those words hitting the mark made even a veteran Grand Mage like Zapol tremble. He told himself he had never revealed his true intentions to anyone, yet a 9-year-old child like Rassen could read his heart so easily. At the same time, inside the house, Rudia's father was touched to hug his little daughter after the long days apart. Rudia also choked up, saying, "Daddy." Stepping out into the yard, her father and daughter bowed respectfully to the seventh young master. "Thank you, young master." Watching from behind, Zapol was amazed by the massive amount of mana fluctuating around Rudia. He thought, it's unbelievable that a 9-year-old girl possesses such strong mana, and wondered, since when did the seventh young master know how to sniff out talent like a metal detector? Rudia happily held her father's hand and boasted, "Daddy, Russell is really kind. I brought here to give you a gift." Her father gently patted his daughter's head, smiling in agreement. That's right, one must repay kindness. Witnessing this warm scene, Zapol stood in a corner, his mouth hanging open, as if he had just swallowed a frog. He thought, what? The girl just called this wicked guy kind? And repaying a favor? What favor? Looking around, Zapol was even more stunned to realize that all. The villagers were looking at Rassen with extremely affectionate and grateful eyes. He wondered why. Someone as famously useless and cruel as the seventh young master could be welcomed so warmly in this remote land. But then, he clicked his tongue, dismissing the thought, telling himself that whatever he did, it didn't matter to him. Zapol stood silently watching Rassen, guarded. He couldn't help but suspect the other. Bodyguards knew nothing of this. What had he been doing behind their backs, and since when? While Zapol was lost in thought, Rudia had already quickly grabbed Rassen's hand and said, "Follow me. I'll show you something." Zapol followed them out of curiosity, wondering where the three of them were going as they headed deep into a dense forest. Rudia led the way, pointing forward and cheering. Here it is. Before their eyes appeared a crude stone grave made of large rocks, with a simple wooden cross planted on top. Zapol couldn't help but be surprised. A stone grave? Just then, Rudia stood before the grave, closed her eyes, and began to chant a strange mantra, Lasado Lali Lata. As soon as the incantation ended, a phenomenon occurred. The large rocks began to crumble and crack open. Right in the middle of the rubble, an ancient goblet radiated a brilliant aura, slowly floating into the air. Witnessing this shocking scene, Zapol was completely frozen like a statue, stuttering in astonishment. What? The holy goblet floated amidst a violent flame. Zapol immediately felt a massive amount of energy pulsating around it. He realized in terror, what the hell is this? The holy wine in the goblet is infused with fire energy. Looking at Russell, standing silently beside him, Zapol asked himself in shock. He said we were going to get a souvenir, but he pulls out something this dangerous? Meanwhile, Russell stared intensely at the goblet. I thought to himself that he could sense a very strange energy from it. This is the goblet of holy fire. Just then his purple eyes suddenly contracted in surprise at an unexpected development. A blue system notification window suddenly appeared before his eyes. Only those who have made a covenant with the fire people can drink the pure fire water of the holy fire goblet. Those without a covenant, consuming it without the fire-bound pact will cause vomiting and abdominal pain, leading to death. Reading this terrifying warning, he thinks to himself, so to drink this, I have no choice but to form a fire pact with Rudia? But the situation becomes even more urgent as the system continues to notify that the pure fire water in the Holy Grail is gradually oxidizing due to the exposure to the outside air. The longer it's left out, the more the pure fire water loses its potency. Looking at the energy slowly dissipating, he anxiously mutters, at this rate, the pure fire water will just turn into plain water. I can't hesitate any longer, but in his heart, he is still extremely hesitant. If he accepts the fire pact, he must be able to control Rudia's wild, violent power all by himself. In the original story, even a powerful protagonist like Kason had a very hard time controlling her when she went berserk. Can someone like me really pull that off? But he also understands that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will never come again. Faced with this dilemma, he secretly asks himself, in this situation, what did the author, Cha Sung-min, do? And then, he narrows his eyes as he finds the answer. He certainly wouldn't let his protagonist die an early death in the first chapter. Perhaps the author himself would make the same decision. He steps forward decisively, grips Rudia's shoulders, and declares in a serious tone, "Let's form the fire." Pact! The statement leaves Rudia stunned, and she asks back, full of joy, "Really? You won't?" Not wanting to waste any more time, he urges her to hurry because time is running out. Rudia excitedly agrees immediately. Watching from behind, Zippo witnesses a magical ring of fire erupting and engulfing both of them. At the same time, the Holy Fire Grail floating in mid-air begins to undergo strange changes. Witnessing this scene, Zippo is incredibly astonished to realize the Holy Grail's lost light is slowly returning, radiating an aura more brilliant and sparkling than ever before. Looking at Rasen standing calmly in the middle of the ring of fire, the middle-aged bodyguard secretly realizes he has been completely played. The seventh young master's excuse about going out to play and eat chocolate was just a smooth lie to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. This whole event was clearly calculated by him in advance. Zeppo is even more shocked as he senses the pure fire mana erupting from Rudia. Its power is so immense that it could rival the fire magic of the third young lady, Persa. Staring at Rasen's back, Zeppo thinks to himself, the information about the seventh young master has definitely changed. This kid is absolutely not the useless person the rumors make him out to be. Shortly after, the flames die down. Rudia collapses to the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. She softly announces, "The fire pact is complete." At the same time, the system interface pops up to confirm the successful fire pact. Rudia has officially become Rasen's fire contractor, and the original storyline now has a variable as massive as a mountain. Rasen realizes the intense heat from earlier has completely vanished. The system continuously displays notifications that the Holy Fire Grail has undergone a purification pact and been upgraded to a pure Holy Fire Grail. Consequently, the fire water inside has also been upgraded to pure fire water. Without hesitation, Rasen grabs the Holy Grail and drinks the magical water to the last drop. He inwardly evaluates that it tastes just like mineral water mixed with a bit of industrial soda. But the very next second, the system issues a warning, notifying him that he has consumed the pure fire water and needs sufficient power to control the heat surging within it. Immediately, the Easy Mana training method automatically activates, beginning to control and regulate the heat spreading throughout his body. As soon as he drains the magical water, Rasen immediately feels an incredibly terrifying surge of heat. The heat from his stomach begins to move and burns straight toward his heart. He understands that he needs to focus intensely to regulate this energy. Rasen sits cross-legged on the ground and softly tells his bodyguard, "Bodyguard, I entrust my safety to you." Witnessing the scene, Zippo cannot help but be amazed. He realizes the seventh young master is conducting mana training right on the spot. This training method might not look particularly outstanding, but the fact that Rasen calmly sits in meditation in broad daylight, like this is truly a reckless act. Zippo wonders if this kid really trusts him that much? Because while practicing mana, even the slightest external interference is enough to cause his body serious damage. As a seasoned bodyguard, Zippo knows all too well that the young master is smart enough to smell the scent of death. "I trust you, bodyguard. Zippo, I will repay this with trust." Moved by his master's absolute faith, Zippo immediately takes action. He waves his hand to deploy a powerful magic barrier to protect the perimeter, determined not to let anyone disturb his cultivation process. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, the system interface continuously flashes notifications. Combat magic self-regeneration is active. Rasen keeps his eyes tightly shut, enduring the pain. He thinks to himself, this water is truly extraordinary. Its violent heat is eroding his heart as if he were dipped directly into a pan of oil. But thanks to the system's timely assistance, The easy mana training method successfully controls and suppresses the pure firewater, helping Rasen's body begin to slowly absorb this pure energy. However, because the mana in his body suddenly drops severely, the system issues a warning that the absorption effect will be temporarily disabled. Feeling the fire energy gradually subside, Rasen opens his eyes. He feels a tinge of regret that the absorption process stopped midway and tells himself, "Next time I must try again." The sky quickly turns to night. Beside the warm, crackling campfire, Zippo asks in a low voice, "Are you done, my lord?" Rasen nods and replies, "Yes, it took longer than I thought." He turns to look at the middle-aged bodyguard and sincerely says, "Thank you for protecting me." The seventh young master's polite attitude makes Zippo momentarily surprised. He bows respectfully. "It's nothing. That is my job, after all. Congratulations, it seems you have gained new power." "Yeah, it's nothing major." But the peaceful atmosphere is quickly extinguished. Zippo steps closer and sternly warns, "But young master, this is the entrance to the Dragon Mountain area." Rasen calmly replies, "I know." Zippo narrows his eyes and looks toward the deep forest vigilantly, reporting, "There is a powerful mana signature from the middle of the mountainside that is heading toward us without hiding. They are intentionally letting us know of their presence." Hearing this, Rasen's expression changes slightly, and he asks, "Are you sure?" Zippo confirms decisively and believes that the powerful mana signature from the Holy Grail earlier has attracted the attention of those people. This news has attracted the attention of those people. It made Russell sit on pins and needles, cold sweat breaking out. He knew all too well that Zippo was a seven-circle mage, and even someone as seasoned as him had to acknowledge that mana signature. It was incredibly strong, signaling that the incoming opponents were a formidable force. He immediately asked, "Do you recognize them?" Zippo replied gravely, "Yes. If my intuition is right, these guys are no joke. They aren't just anyone. They're the Swordsman's Guild. I can sense their signature energy, and they're moving fast. I'll have to face them soon. Is there killing intent? Can't tell." Zippo warned that the approaching individuals were highly skilled. In this world, swordsmen and mages are natural enemies, hardly on good terms. Russell was uncertain. Why were they appearing here? But he knew he couldn't run. If he bolted now, his stern father would surely execute him before his next birthday, his 10th. Besides, he had Zippo with him, a seven-circle grand mage, so why be afraid? He decided to just sit back and chill, waiting for them to deliver themselves to him. Heavy footsteps thundered, and two cloaked figures leaped from the air, sparking immediate caution from the group. Instantly, the system announced that Russell's Holy Eye skill had been activated. His eyes flared with a cold purple light to scan the opponents, but the moment he saw who it was, Russell was completely stunned, cursing under his breath. The biggest and most important variable of the story had officially shifted. The person standing before him was the main character, the true protagonist of this world, a genius among geniuses, someone blessed with endless author's gifts. He was the absolute monster from the legendary novel written by Sung Min's father. The system status window appeared clearly before Russell's eyes. Name, Cassin Sace. Russell was utterly bewildered. He couldn't grasp why this monster was appearing, here, right now. The two groups stood facing each other in the gloomy forest, the tension thick. Looking closely, Russell recognized the exquisitely carved blue falcon emblem on the left side of his chest. Cassin Sace was the second young master of the prestigious Sace sword family, the same age as the seventh young master, Russell. Accompanying Cassin were two loyal bodyguards of the prestigious sword family at the time. The system window displayed another critical piece of information. The three most prestigious families in the world could always sense each other's presence through mana. It was similar to how beasts recognize their own kind. Therefore, Russell was certain that Cassin had also recognized his status as a young master of the Mighton family from him. Cassin stepped forward decisively. Contrary to everyone else's tension, the 9-year-old boy bowed his head slightly, acting incredibly polite, and spoke, "I came here after sensing a powerful surge of mana." Even though he was only nine, his demeanor was incredibly refined and graceful. Russell repeated, suspicious, "A powerful surge of mana?" Cassin replied casually, "That's right." My guards and I both felt a mana explosion. This confirmation from Casson made Russell think. Even Zippo said the same thing. He hadn't expected the mana from the Holy Grail to be strong enough to catch the attention of these high-level players. He looked straight at Casson and asked, "Is that why you came here?" Casson nodded slightly. Yes, I was very curious. This curiosity matched Casson's original character design perfectly. From a young age, he had an inescapable curiosity. It was the very drive that helped him constantly improve and reach the pinnacle of power later on. "It seems you know who I am?" Seeing the wariness in his opponent, Casson continued, "I'm not entirely sure, but I suspect you belong to the Mighton family. Since you look older than me, you must be the sixth young master." He paused for a moment, then began speaking like a master detective. "But I heard the sixth young master studies water attribute magic, and I can't sense even a hint of water elements from you." Casson continued to speculate. "Are you the fifth young master?" Looking at the curious face of his rival, Russell began to struggle internally. He really didn't want to get entangled with Casson at all, fleetingly thinking, should I just let him think I'm the fifth so I can be rid of him? But he quickly dismissed the thought. If he were found out later, things would only get more complicated. He had to change his plan. Casson muttered to himself, dismissing his own hypothesis. But the fifth young master studies earth magic, as if realizing something completely illogical. No way. "Are you the seventh young master?" Seeing his identity exposed, Russell smiled awkwardly. "Ha, I'm quite different from the rumors, aren't I?" Casson nodded bluntly. "You're completely different." That was it. The spectacular transformation of the seventh young master didn't just surprise Casson. Even the bodyguards hiding in the shadows from the Sea's sword family had their jaws drop at his dashing, handsome appearance. To break the tense atmosphere, Russell took the initiative. "We're friends now. No need for formalities." The sincere offer made Casson very happy. He replied excitedly, "Then, I'll speak freely from now on." True to the original lore, Casson had possessed everything since childhood: the love of his parents, the guidance of the best masters, and a perfect education to become a future ruler. Yet, he was always missing one thing: a friend his own age. His family couldn't fill that void, and Casson had never had a true friend. Russell thought to himself that this was understandable because, in this world, nobody dared to just walk up and become friends with a young master of the Sace family. Looking at the girl standing next to Russell, Casson asked curiously, "Is she your friend?" Russell glanced at Rudia, thinking to himself that in the original story, only someone special like her could stick to the future male lead like glue. Rudia, meanwhile, was very natural. The girl smiled brightly and took the initiative to introduce herself. "I'm 9, too. You're really handsome. My name is Rudia. And you?" The girl's straightforward compliment made Casson blush with embarrassment. He stammered in reply, "Casson." Rudia happily repeated, "Casson." Casson nodded slightly to confirm, "Yeah." Looking at Russell, Casson still felt shy. He blushed slightly and whispered a compliment. "That's a cool name. And your face is top tier, too." To brush off the awkwardness, Casson cleared his throat and regained his composure. "Ahem, Russell. I'm very curious about that mana wave earlier. Could you explain it?" he asked further. "So you found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, huh?" Russell replied calmly. "Yeah, that's right. But inwardly," he thought, "even though I was the one who created it." Casson asked with burning curiosity about the secret of the artifact. "What power does that fire mana have? It's so mysterious." Russell didn't hesitate to reveal part of the pure fire relic's effects. "Protects me from external influences like poison?" Russell nodded slightly. "Yeah." Casson smiled appreciatively. "That's amazing!" Watching from behind, the bodyguard. Zippo couldn't help but feel anxious. He knew the Sace sword family was much stronger than the Mighton family. If they really wanted to attack, they would be like eggs, thrown against a rock. Yet, what gave Zippo the biggest headache was the seventh young master Russell's carefree, relaxed attitude while chatting with Casson. Meanwhile, the little girl Rudia was incredibly curious. She pointed, gesturing toward the sword at Casson's hip. She innocently asked, "Whoa, is this a sword? Can I hold it?" Rudia's natural friendliness caught Casson a bit off guard, but deep down he didn't feel bad about it at all. As for Russell, he figured that after this, they might never get another chance to meet, so he wanted to leave a good impression. With that in mind, he proactively reached out his hand and called out to Casson. Russell smiled and said, "This is the first time I've met someone from the Cease family, and we're the same age, too." Russell's sincere words touched Casson's heart. He happily reached out to shake Russell's hand firmly and replied excitedly, "This is the first time I've met someone my age, too." Just then, Russell proactively probed, "I heard that swordsmen duel before becoming friends. What do you call that again?" Casson calmly replied, "A duel." Russell nodded slightly and made a bold suggestion. "Yeah, a duel. Want to try it? I heard it's a must before becoming friends." Hearing that, Casson smiled slightly and answered, "Sounds intriguing. All right, I'll indulge. You." Casson's expression shifted slightly. He placed his hand on his sword hilt and asked in a low voice, "Are you asking me to engage in this duel right now?" Russell smiled confidently, a blue aura of magic still blazing fiercely around him, and firmly replied, "That's right." Looking straight at the strongest opponent in the world, Russell told himself this was the best chance to directly test just how large the gap in actual strength between himself and Casson really was. Witnessing this head-on confrontation, the bodyguard Jaipo standing behind couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He worriedly thought to himself, "Youth is truly naive. Is he trying to meet his maker early by challenging him?" The situation right now was extremely sensitive as both sides had bodyguards tailing them closely. Standing in the shadows, the two anonymous guards of the Cease family were also on high alert. One of them remarked, "Situations like this are truly not safe at all." The other coldly continued, "Still, that doesn't mean we can't intervene." As for Jaipo, he understood that no matter what happened, the seventh young master was still the son who carried within him the proud bloodline of the Webtoon family. He muttered to himself, "This reckless streak. It really is hereditary, hard to stop." But looking toward the other side, Jaipo gritted his teeth in tension. He thought to himself, not to mention the enemy family is watching closely as well. If something goes wrong, it will definitely be seen as an insult to the Webtoon family. To break the suffocating atmosphere, Casson curiously asked, "Russell, do you practice swordsmanship?" Russell nonchalantly replied, "No, I only practice attack magic." Hearing that, Casson raised an eyebrow. "Attack magic, huh? I hear not many people study that." Russell gave a mysterious smirk. "Yet for some reason, attack magic is my specialty." Even so, Casson couldn't hide his curiosity and asked further, "Then why do you want me to engage in this duel?" "The people in the family won't like it." Instead of answering directly, Russell looked straight into Casson's eyes and asked a crushing question in return. "You don't have any friends, right?" The question hit the seventh young master right where it hurt, leaving all the surrounding bodyguards completely stunned. The two anonymous guards of the Cease family could only widen their eyes in shock, while Jaipo broke into a cold sweat, screaming in panic internally. Is he trying to burn the house down with such a reckless statement? Like this? But Russell kept a straight face. He spread his arms and explained, "I don't have anyone either, so yeah, that's how it is. See? I'm just like you." Casson silently bowed his head in thought for a moment and replied, "That's because our duty is to carry on the family legacy." Russell sighed slightly, looked at his peer and said, "And for me, finding friends might be even harder than for you." Casson looked up in surprise and asked, "How come?" Russell explained, "Regarding the cruel rules of his family, my family's rules are absurd. They strictly forbid making friends unless the other person is at my level. Then the two families meet and get acquainted. Only then are the two of us allowed to meet as friends." Hearing that unreasonable regulation, Casson frowned in disapproval. "Is that even called being friends?" Russell smiled and nodded. Agreeing with the young swordsman, "You're right, that's not friendship." Russell explained that was why he had no friends, but with Casson, the Cease family surely would allow him to make friends. That was also the reason he wanted Casson to join this duel. At that moment, the Holy Eye system automatically activated to interpret the situation of the world and explained that for a famous swordsman, a duel is a symbol to establish trust between two parties. Russell smiled and continued, "This is about trust and concern between two people, because if you cannot trust each other, the match would easily cause serious injury." Casson admitted Russell was right and was surprised to see him know so much about the two of them. The system continued to notify that a weaker person proactively challenging a stronger one to a duel is the greatest proof of absolute trust. Russell understood he was currently the weaker one, while Casson was the stronger one. He crouched down to prepare, explaining he would use combat magic, which could also be considered a martial skill. Casson calmly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, declaring he would use holy arts and only basic sword techniques of the Sei's family. Drawing the shining sword from its scabbard, Casson offered to let Russell take the first 3 attacks since he was fighting unarmed. Russell asked, "Casson, before we start, who do you think will win?" Before Casson could answer, Russell confidently smiled and replied, "Obviously you'll win." Casson paused slightly and asked, "But why do you think I'm challenging you? Because you want to be friends with me, so does it really matter who wins or loses anymore?" Russell set a serious expression, affirming, "In a true duel, winning or losing is not important at all." He wasn't challenging Casson because he wanted to win, but because he wanted to be his friend. "Even if we are friends, we have to treat this seriously. Come at me and don't hold anything back," Casson added a remark. "Don't cry if I give you a few bruises." Russell smiled and replied, "I know." He crouched down, ready to lunge. "I'll try my very best." "Casson, you have to try your best too." Under the strict supervision of the guards hidden in the shadows, the duel between the 7th young master of the Webtoon family and the 2nd young master of the Sei's family officially began. Without a moment's hesitation, Casson lunged forward at terrifying speed, thrusting his sword directly at his opponent. In that split second of mortal danger, the slow-motion attribute of Russell automatically activated, making everything around him seem to stop. Looking at the blade rushing toward the side of his face, Russell couldn't help but be amazed, thinking, "Casson, that's insane." He just shouted the skill name and the sword was already right in front of me. He thought to himself that if he just jumped away to dodge, this meant he actually had a shot at winning. Russell didn't just think, he acted. His icy purple eyes locked onto his target, but Casson wouldn't give him an opening. Panting, the young swordsman unleashed a lightning-fast thrust that tore through the air. The terrifying speed of Casson's strike left Russell stunned, wondering how could his opponent hack his speed to the point where he couldn't even breathe. Russell analyzed the situation quickly. To maximize his close-quarters combat magic, he had to get inside Casson's guard. However, his opponent was incredibly cunning, constantly swinging his blade to keep him at a safe distance. If he recklessly charged in, he would certainly be met with that sharp, lethal blade. It wouldn't miss a single slice. Even worse, even from a distance, he was at risk of getting hit by Casson's incredibly fast, long-range slashes. Witnessing this overwhelming power, Russell finally understood what it meant. It was the aura of an original story's protagonist. At first, he hadn't even dared to dream of defeating this monster, but then his purple eyes flashed. Thanks to his slow attribute and the aid of his holy eyes, he could see through the trajectory of Casson's attacks. Once he grasped his opponent's next move, a chance to close the distance opened up before him. Russell channeled power into his fist, activating a strike to lunge forward. In reality, this was just a feint to bait Casson into using his familiar sword thrust once again. But Russell's plan crumbled instantly when he realized something was wrong. He watched in horror as Casson didn't fall for the trap. He had immediately changed his technique the moment he saw his opponent wasn't dodging. Casson decisively switched to a completely different attack, swirling with violent crimson sword energy. In a situation hanging by a thread, Russell was utterly helpless. He couldn't dodge in time and had no choice but to grit his teeth and take it. The moment the blade came down, his high-level iron will, defensive magic automatically activated. Even though he tried to block the blow with his hand to minimize the damage, the sheer power of Casson's slash was still overwhelming. It caused a massive mana shockwave directly inside Russell's body. He collapsed to his knees, coughing uncontrollably as if his lungs were being torn out. The blue mana surrounding his body also began to fade. Feeling the cold, sharp tip of Casson's blade pointed straight at his throat, Russell gasped and calmly declared his surrender. "I lose." Watching the fierce battle conclude, the bodyguard, Zeppo, who had been standing outside the barrier, could finally breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how lucky it was that neither young master suffered any serious injury. Cassin hurriedly sheathed his sword and ran over, worriedly asking, "Is your hand all right?" Russell shook his head with a bitter smile, admitting that while he was okay, the feeling just now was like being hit by a giant steel pillar. His whole body was now completely drained and exhausted. Looking at the wound on his hand, Russell remarked, "You really know how to defend." "That," Cassin replied in surprise. "You say that even after blocking it with your bare hand?" Then the young swordsman added, "I'm just really impressed. Those sparks of light that suddenly appeared, they really caught me off guard." Cassin's words left Russell confused. Sparks of light? Why would he say that out of nowhere? He glanced toward Rudia, who was sitting quietly in the distance, and wondered, did Rudia sneakily do something? Everything happened so fast, so suddenly. I didn't even see what happened. Cassin suddenly pointed his sword out and introduced, "This blade is an artifact." Russell asked in amazement, "Really?" Cassin casually added, "I can even cut through steel with this." Upon hearing that, chills ran down Russell's spine and cold sweat poured down in a panic. He screamed internally, "Why would you use that terrifying thing to slash at my hand?" Seeing Russell's expression, Cassin quickly clarified, "Of course, I tried to control my power to the lowest level possible, but I was still very impressed by your defensive technique. It was truly unexpected." Russell slumped to the ground, giving a dry laugh as he replied, "Thanks, but I knew I was going to lose, though I didn't expect the gap in our skill levels to be as wide as the horizon." Seeing Russell sitting on the ground, Cassin reached out a hand to pull him up. Looking at the hand extended toward him, Russell was momentarily stunned. Cassin spoke gently, "There are people who have it even tougher than you when fighting me. Well, compared to you, those guys are much weaker anyway." Russell grabbed Cassin's hand to stand up, smiling as he asked, "So, you mean that was unusual? That happened? It's normal for a weaker person to struggle when fighting someone stronger. If it were you, I'm sure you'd win." These sincere and understanding words from Russell moved Cassin deeply. The young swordsman flashed a bright smile, looked straight into Russell's eyes, and said, "I've met someone like you for the first time. I'm really glad I met you today, Russell Mighton. Let's meet again sometime." With that, Cassin and his two guards vanished into the silent night. Watching the backs of Cassin's group as they left, Russell and Zeppo stood still in the quiet forest. Just then, a system chime rang out, and a blue notification board suddenly appeared before Russell. Just one small hack is enough to send the story spinning in circles. Russell furrowed his brow with anxiety. Another change? While lost in thought, the bodyguard Zeppo lowered his voice and asked, "Seventh young master, this might be outside my knowledge, but may I ask you something?" "Go ahead," Russell replied casually. "Since when have you learned light attribute magic?" The sudden question left Russell completely frozen. His eyes widened in shock. "I did? Since when? Did I?" But then, Russell suddenly remembered something. Now that you mention it. He recalled Cassin's remark earlier about sparks of light appearing that took him by surprise. He immediately focused his mind, thinking, "Wait, I can feel something. I can feel heat radiating from my body." Russell held his hand up in front of him and was incredibly shocked to see a faint blue energy glowing and enveloping his hand. The heat wasn't strong, but he could clearly feel it flowing, very steadily inside his body. Russell's entire frame was covered in that warm aura. It was the mana flowing and gradually infusing with the heat from the pure fire and water he had absorbed earlier. Even though the heat wasn't as intense as before, Russell was certain it still existed within him. It was mana with thermal properties. To understand better what had just happened, he decided to use his holy eyes to re-examine the memory of his battle with Cassin. Reliving the exact moment Cassin swung his sword down, Russell had reached out to block it, but in that very split second, a surge of flames unexpectedly erupted from Russell's fist. The sudden appearance of the fire left even a genius like Cassin frozen for 5 seconds, completely shocked. The system board then displayed a notification, explaining that the fire attribute mana had successfully merged with the pure water and fire within his body, and this fusion, it was executed with incredible fluidity thanks to an easy mana training method. Turns out, you proactively converted the entire source of pure water and fire instead of separating the two water elements, and fire separately. So now you can easily use this special type of mana, even though, according to standard theory, using elemental. Elemental properties in combat magic is almost unheard of. Those capable of doing this extraordinary thing must be true high-level mages, or more accurately, monsters possessing destructive power like the third young lady, Persia. However, even for them, using this type of mana, with this property, doesn't yield high efficiency, so they rarely use it. Witnessing the young master's abnormality, the bodyguard. Jaipo couldn't help but be amazed. He stepped closer and asked in a low voice, "How did you do that?" Rasen just shrugged slightly and replied casually, "I don't know either." The seventh young master's indifferent attitude made Jaipo extremely suspicious. He stared at him, cold sweat trickling down as he thought to himself, "There's no way he doesn't know. He just doesn't want to reveal it to me. He wants me to keep my mouth shut." Looking toward the back of Kaisen, gradually disappearing into the night, Jaipo shuddered, realizing this trip to this remote land of the seventh young master had actually been calculated meticulously by him beforehand. He even suspected that the chance encounter with the second young master of the sword family, Sei, was also set up like a movie script by the brain of this 9-year-old kid. Russell's terrifying nature made a seasoned grand mage like Jaipo wary, he told himself, a perfect plan that doesn't leave any loopholes for the Guardians to notice. Like this must definitely have the involvement of a powerful godfather standing behind the scenes, and that person must be at least of the caliber of the third young lady, Persia. Thinking of this, Jaipo reminded himself to be more cautious in front of the seventh young master from now on, and he said in a low voice, "I will lead you to the Mighton family estate." Russell nodded slightly. "All right." However, just as the two were about to set off, the young girl Rudia beside him suddenly stopped. "Stay. There." Russell turned around, bewildered, and asked, "What is it?" The very next second, a brilliant red flame suddenly flared violently around Rudia, and she shouted angrily, "If you don't stop, I will burn everything to the ground. I thought we were already friends." It turns out the little girl was angry only because she thought Russell didn't consider her a friend. Realizing the issue, Russell breathed a sigh of relief and gently explained, "So you're throwing a tantrum because you feel insecure. The age of being young and naive. The definition of friendship is bigger than the entire world to them." To soothe his little friend, Russell smiled slightly. "You are my friend too. Then why did you previously say you didn't have any friends?" Put on the spot, Russell broke into a cold sweat and fumbled for an excuse. That I just made friends again." Seeing his confused expression, Rudia asked again, "Really?" Russell hurriedly nodded, his head in admission. "Really, it's my fault. I'm sorry." Hearing the sincere apology, Rudia blushed slightly and happily asked again, "Really?" Russell firmly affirmed, "Truly, Rudia is my friend." The little girl at this moment finally beamed with a happy, radiant smile. "That's more like it. Remember that now? I am your friend. You better not forget that." Watching the two children interact, Jaipo was left speechless. Rudia smugly added, "Of course I'll forgive you this first time." There. After the eventful trip, news that the seventh young master had only gone out to eat chocolate reached the family's main building. Here, the mages and servants were constantly gossiping. A guard sneered, "That jerk, he really went out just to eat chocolate?" Another sighed, "What a happy life." But another mage was full of questions. Why does the family head let him act so freely according to his own wishes? His colleague beside him could only shake his head. "Who knows? I'm also very curious." The brown-haired mage continued the malicious gossip. "There are a dozen ways to send him to the grave while making it look like an accidental death." Jaipo stood nearby, his face very stern, and said in a low voice, "It's too abnormal. The family head letting him survive with the only punishment being exile." Looking toward the majestic mansion, a huge doubt arose in Jaipo's heart. Extremely large, there is something fishy here. Perhaps he involuntarily remembered Russell's shocking offer from before, "Even though you are currently loyal to the fourth brother. Would you like to switch to serving the second sister? Because I think I can help you this one time." Thinking of the seventh young master's sharp gaze and terrifying confidence at that moment, Jaipo shuddered and wondered to himself. Perhaps he had calculated this move from the very beginning. Time quickly passed, and the night of January 1st, 2019, arrived. In the magnificent dining room of the Mabel Mansion, A lavish banquet table with all kinds of premium dishes from snow crab, beef, to hot soup was prepared. Russell and his mother, Lady Soso, were happily enjoying a warm dinner together. Lady Soso smiled politely and said to the maid serving beside them, "Thank you, Hira." Hira quickly bowed respectfully, replying, "It is my duty." Although on the surface she always appeared to be a devoted and gentle maid, behind that mask, Hira was actually a professional assassin with incredibly terrifying abilities. Sitting at the dining table, Russell wondered to himself as he realized his holy eye skill was still continuously activating to find out more about his mysterious father. He softly asked his mother, "Mother, what kind of person is father? Is that so?" In reality, in the author's memory, Sungmin's father, the character Russell, had absolutely no memories of his father at all. He had never met him even once, and it seemed. The original body always carried an extreme fear of that powerful man, as if he had deliberately wiped all memories of himself from the boy's mind. Falling silent for a moment, Lady Soso sighed softly and sadly replied, "He is a lonely man." Seeing his mother's sad expression, Russell pondered. At this moment, a blue system notification board suddenly appeared before his eyes. The head of the Maitoon family, Dika, father only loves the maid Soso. This truth shocked Russell, he thought to himself, that strict father actually held such deep feelings for his mother. But a sudden voice made Russell almost lose his soul, calling me a lonely man. Huh? Immediately after, the large mirror hanging on the wall suddenly flared with a brilliant golden mana, swirling strongly to create a spatial teleportation portal. From within that blinding glow, a tall man with slicked back hair, wearing a black cloak, stepped out decisively. The sudden appearance of the man with cold golden eyes made Russell pale, his heart unable to stop. Screaming in terror, Dika seeing the family head, Lady Soso immediately knelt down respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Family Head." Dika stepped closer, speaking in a low voice. "Why so distant, Soso?" Russell also hurriedly bowed, his head to greet according to family etiquette. Although he tried to stay calm, he couldn't help but shudder when he clearly felt the terrifying magical pressure weighing down on every inch of his skin, the room suddenly. He bowed with the proper family etiquette. Despite trying to stay calm, he couldn't help but shiver, feeling the immense pressure of mana weighing down on every inch of his skin as the atmosphere suddenly became stifling, so suffocating that Russell was shocked, wondering how this old man could possess such a destructive aura that it made the very space around them tremble. Under the icy gaze of his father, Dekai, Russell felt his entire body screaming in danger. His chest tightened until he could barely breathe. "Sit down," Dekai said, his voice shattering the silence. Russell replied softly, "Yes, father." The stern patriarch immediately got straight to the point. "I heard something quite unfortunate happened with your brother." Russell thought to himself, if he's talking about the fight with my sixth brother, Katan, then that's the truth. But he quickly regained his composure, reassuring himself that Dekai was a character he had created himself, and given his personality, he wouldn't easily pin the blame on him. However, his father suddenly growled, "Why did you do it?" Russell clenched his fists, telling himself this was the ultimate test of his thick skin that he had to pass to stay in control. Russell calmly replied, "He punished me with his fists, and I felt the honor of a mage had been insulted." Dekai coldly retorted, "He punished you incorrectly, so you retaliated in that same way? Are you saying you did nothing wrong?" Russell firmly asserted, "Yes, father, I did nothing wrong. As a mage, I simply wanted to end that meaningless fight as quickly as possible." He further explained that he didn't use any lethal blows. He only wanted to make Katan respect combat magic as much as martial arts. He declared bluntly, "I don't believe the reason we must fight to the death is simply for the sake of internal sibling rivalries. I realize we aren't true enemies. Families famous for martial arts like the Grandin or swordplay like the Sisei should be the ones kneeling at our feet, crawling like dogs and squirming like maggots. That is the goal we should aim for, rather than wasting our energy kicking each other out of the game." Russell's bold answer made Dekai smirk in approval. "Well said!" Encouraged, Russell continued loudly. "Sixth brother should actually thank me, because I gave him the chance to see the massive gap that exists from fighting a martial arts family, like those insects. If he still resents me for that, then he isn't worthy of the maiden name. Looking at his youngest son, Dakai silently evaluated. I never expected much from the 6th or 7th, but this 7th one seems better than the 6th. Despite appearing incredibly tough, deep down, Russell was trembling uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, wondering if this performance was enough to fool this terrifying father of his. Just then, a system notification suddenly popped up. So is the only woman Dakai ever loved, and he still loves her. Following that, details about the unfinished plot were revealed. The trump card that kept Russell alive until he was 17 wasn't because of good karma, but because he was a spitting image of So. This shocking information left Russell stunned. He realized that his father's love for his mother was the protective charm that had allowed a total disaster and troublemaker like the original Russell to survive for 17 years. The original novel didn't mention it in detail, but So would pass away in a few years due to a horrific illness called the six-petal disease, and her death would shatter the final defensive wall protecting Russell, eventually leading him to the guillotine. In the past, Dakai had deliberately treated So coldly and exiled her to an isolated village, not even coming to visit her. He did all that just to shield her from the other wives and protect the true love of his life from harm. However, the previous Russell was too weak and incompetent, nothing more than a useless ornament who couldn't help his father or protect his poor mother. Faced with this cruel truth, Russell's eyes ignited with determination. The conclusion was now crystal clear. If he could truly live up to his own name and become strong enough to protect his mother from the shadows, then the entire future would surely change. What a tough kid I am, he thought. He knew well that his father, Dakai, actually hoped he would become stronger. Sitting at the dining table, Russell said frankly, "I've been thinking I should give it my all." Hearing this, Dakai calmly stated, "As I've said, combat magic is a technique with clear limitations. It can only develop to a certain point. It's very weak. You can't even call it a move. It's more like a half move. However, just because it has limitations doesn't mean you should sit still and do nothing." Facing his father, Russell spoke up. "Even if I give it my all, some things that aren't meant to happen won't happen. I'm not saying I will become the family head. I don't have the stature to achieve that." Russell continued to affirm his position. "However, I can assist whoever becomes the head. My magic might have its limits, but my own potential is not defined. Please don't forget, I still carry your blood, father." He turned to look at his gentle mother and declared, "I will definitely stand tall and protect my mother." This firm, filial declaration left So stunned and moved. Even the patriarch, Dakai, smiled with satisfaction at the immense growth of his youngest son. Some time later, Russell received a note from an attendant with only one line, "Come to the main banquet hall of the Maiden estate." Looking at the jagged handwriting, he realized immediately that his father wrote like a chicken scratching on a piece of scrap paper. Standing in the hallway of the Maiden mansion with Hampton, Russell understood the traditions of the Maiden family. His 10th birthday party had officially been scheduled. This was a mandatory tradition for all Direct Line members upon turning 10, where the whole family would gather for a simple feast. But the most important thing for Russell right now was that this place would be the arena where his body enhancement would be set up. Body enhancement for a mage was completely different from a normal person. Instead of simple physical training, this was a vital method that helped them collect elemental mana to shape their primary attributes, including fire, water, earth, light, lightning, metal, and darkness, in preparation for this important event. Russell put on a sophisticated black tuxedo with a bow tie and, looking in the mirror, smiled to himself. Quite different from when I first transmigrated, not just in appearance, but also in my mental state. The door creaked open, and Russell, along with the maid, stepped decisively toward the magnificent entrance of the main banquet hall of the Maiden house. He realized this was the location for his 10th birthday party. Looking at the glorious, long banquet table, the system immediately announced the effectiveness of his liberation magic. The grandeur was permanently on display, leaving him in awe of the Maiden family's absolute opulence. When Russell asked about his seat, the maid pointed toward the chair directly opposite, the family heads. But when he asked about his mother, the maid timidly replied that Lady So was not invited to this banquet. This result was completely within Russell's expectations. Just then, an angry, trembling voice rang out from behind him. It was none other than the sixth eldest, Carter. Upon seeing Russell, in his new elegant look, Carter's eyes widened in shock as he barked, "Is that you, Russell?" Contrary to his brother's fury, Russell calmly greeted him with a smile. "Hey, my dear brother, is the spot I hit still hurting?" The question hit home, causing Carter to freeze, angrily thinking this useless youngest brother was just acting cocky after getting lucky, after one win. Seeing that, Russell added with confidence, "You think you only lost because you were caught off guard, don't you? Feel free to challenge me anytime, though next time it'll hurt even more. Besides, my skills have improved quite a bit since then." Carter gritted his teeth as he brushed past him, threatening, "Just you wait. I'm going to crush you." Watching Carter's back, Russell thought to himself that his brother's desire for revenge was far more interesting than if he had just been shaking in fear. At that moment, the sound of heels clicking against the floor echoed. The third sister, Portia, entered with a demonic smile. "Oh, look at our adorable youngest here early." She curiously asked if he enjoyed playing with that toy, Rudia, whom she brought back last time. Russell calmly replied, "Yes, she is quite good at playing with fire." Portia laughed, disappointed that she had lost the bet so she could not take Rudia away, but she insisted that a bet is a bet. Sitting at the table, Carter heard this and interrupted in astonishment. Third sister made a bet with that trash? Carter could not believe his ears. Cold sweat poured down as he realized that the stupid youngest brother had actually won a bet against the ruthless third sister, Portia. As the banquet hall atmosphere was extremely tense, elegant footsteps resonated from the hallway. Sensing a massive wave of magical pressure approaching, Russell, startled, he turned his head in shock. Appearing at the banquet hall door was a woman with long, straight blonde hair and a cold, imposing aura. That was the final archmage of the Yahello family. Second sister, Yahello, the one destined to be the next family head. She was an incredibly impressive mage. Despite her modest appearance, if it was for the honor of the family, she was ready to do anything. Like the third sister, Portia, Yahello was a true 7th-level mage, with light as her primary attribute and darkness as her secondary. But the most ironic thing was that in the original novel, Yahello was the first love of the male lead, Kaysen, only to be eventually beheaded by Kaysen himself in a brutal war later on. Back at the banquet table, Yahello tilted her head at Russell and spoke. "This kid has really transformed today." He calmly replied, "I'll take that as a compliment." The second sister smiled faintly. Naturally. Looking at the two powerful sisters before him, he thought to himself that he was about to lose his mind. When facing Portia and Yahello directly, he fully realized his own arrogance. Focusing on half-hearted training was absolutely never enough to survive in this family of monsters. Even if he squeezed out every ounce of his own potential to climb to the highest position, it wasn't even certain if he could reach their level. At this time, other members of the family also filed into the banquet hall, including the pink-haired brother and the ladies of the Maitoon house. In total, 10 people gathered at the long table, excluding the eldest son who had gone missing, and the 6th son, sitting majestically at the head of the table. The family head, Father Dike, spoke in a deep voice that broke the silence. "The youngest is 10 years old now, congratulations." The other members chimed in, "Congratulations." He bowed his head respectfully to thank Father. However, he knew full well this gathering was not just a simple birthday tea party. This was actually a display of power, where the siblings gathered to report and show off the bloody achievements they had accomplished. Yahello stood up decisively and respectfully reported to her father, "I have finished off the gang beneath the springs." Right after that, the pink-haired brother stood up with a smug smile, loudly reporting his achievements. "I have captured the northern necromancer, Karen, and sealed her in a demonic coffin. We have also slaughtered over 20 necromancers under Karen's command." Father Dike nodded in satisfaction. "Well done." Portia smiled, bowed to thank her father, and followed the pink-haired brother's report. It was the third sister, Portia's, turn to step up, and she began to report her war spoils. "I have brought back Sylvia's wings, which were raised in the abandoned temple." Hearing the name Sylvia's wings, Russell couldn't help but be shocked. Meanwhile, Portia curled her lips into a sinister, triumphant smile. Sylvia's wings was actually a supreme holy relic, capable of terrifyingly increasing magical power for mages with wind attributes. To obtain this treasure, Portia had slaughtered the entire guard force, including 30 priests, 7 monks, and 17 holy knights of the temple. Faced with such brutality, Father Dike calmly asked, "It seems you took the temple as an example. So what was the Holy Kingdom's reaction?" "There has not been any notification yet. I think there will be an official statement soon." Father Dike took a sip of tea and mused. The most they could possibly demand is an apology. Then he coldly stated, "Demand an apology? Just ignore them." It was a powerful move, showing the absolute confidence of the head of the Mighten family. Just because someone from the Holy Kingdom dared to insult a member of the family, Father Dike had retaliated brutally, because he knew well they would never dare declare war against the Mighten family. Right at that moment, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Father Dike calmly commanded, "Come in." The door opened, and Senkan, known as Father Dike's Claw, stepped in respectfully, carrying a wooden tray holding magic scrolls, and placed it before Russell. Father Dike looked at his youngest child and ordered briefly, "Pick whichever one you like, kid." On the tray at that moment were 7 magic scrolls with different elemental attributes, prepared by the family head himself to set up a body-strengthening formation for Russell. Immediately, Russell activated his saint eyes to observe more closely. But a strange phenomenon occurred that left him stunned. The mana waves overflowing from the 7 scrolls suddenly converged on their own, steaming, and merged into one, forming a single scroll that emitted a brilliant pinkish-purple light, hovering in the air. Without any hesitation, Russell reached out, grabbed the legendary scroll, and said, "I will." His action left the entire banquet hall in complete shock. Third sister Portia's eyes widened in astonishment. "What?" Lucatan and the other brothers bolted upright in immediate shock. Standing opposite them, the second sister, Yahello, watched coldly, her heart trembling inwardly when she realized the truth. He had chosen the transcendental attribute. Amidst the general shock, Russell raised the mana-radiating magic scroll high in his hand and declared firmly, "This one suits me. I'll take it." The long banquet table suddenly fell into a stunned, deafening silence. Everyone held their breath, looking toward the youngest brother, long considered a loser, breaking the stifling atmosphere. Family. Head Dickie softly called out to Yahello. The golden-haired second sister immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes, father," Head Dickie asked in a deep voice. "Have you told him about this yet, Yahello?" She replied decisively, "No, father." He turned to the other children and asked, "How about you two?" The third sister, Persa, and the brother beside her responded in unison, "No, father." "Then are you telling me that a 10-year-old child is analyzing mana wavelengths all by himself? Even you, Yahello, couldn't do this. At 10 years old." Facing his father's question, Yahello glanced at her younger brother and admitted honestly, "He's even better than I was back then." Witnessing the scene, the third sister, Persa, propped her chin up. She wore a bewitching smile and thought to herself, "How interesting. I didn't think he could do this." Yahello continued to offer her own analysis. Perhaps he has a natural talent for combat magic. Combat magic growth rates skyrocket early on. That's why Russell could do that at only 10 years old. Hearing this, Head Dickie nodded in agreement. That is the only conclusion we can draw right now. None of us studied combat magic at that age. Immediately after, he looked straight at his youngest child and ordered, "Bring me the scroll of the transcendental attribute." Russell did not hesitate. He gripped the pinkish-purple scroll and stepped firmly toward his father. The Mighten family's 10th birthday ceremony was an incredibly important milestone. Typically, members would receive 7 scrolls corresponding to the 7 basic elemental attributes to choose the body reinforcement magic best suited for themselves. In it, red represents the fire attribute, blue is water, silver is steel, dark brown is earth, yellow is lightning, black is shadow, and white represents the light attribute. Combining all 7 of these attributes through a proper method would allow the practitioner to achieve the systematic elemental attribute, and from there, the ultimate transcendental attribute would formally emerge, granting the possessor supreme power, the ability to control and manipulate all 7 elements at once. Even knowing that possessing all elements in one entity rarely yields good results, He still decided to step forward and present it to his father, the head of the family. Looking at the scroll, Head Dicky remarked, "I didn't expect you to aim so high." Russell replied nonchalantly, "I'll take that as a compliment." His confident attitude immediately enraged the sixth son, Katan. What kind of attitude is that toward father? Does he have no concept of fear? Shut your mouth right now. The head of the family then turned and declared, "Yahello will be responsible for conducting the body reinforcement magic on you." This decision shocked Russell greatly. He asked curiously, "Wait, I was under the impression that you would be the one doing it, father." Head Dicky curled his lips in a faint, cold smile. "If I do it, there is a 99% chance you will lose your life, but if you want, I will still do it." His father's warning sent a shiver down Russell's spine. His heart filled with anxiety upon realizing he was facing a mortality rate that was terrifyingly high. He quickly followed up, "Will it be different if Yahello does it?" "Och," Head Dicky explained. "In that case, your survival rate will be 50%. Her mana is not as savage as mine." Russell broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if he was too foolish to have chosen this transcendental attribute. But he quickly brushed off his hesitation, telling himself he must not regret it and must overcome this life-or-death trial at all costs. Russell turned to his golden-haired second sister and said, "Second sister, I'm counting on you." Yahello asked calmly, "Do you trust me?" Russell replied firmly, "I trust your skills." Yahello's expression suddenly turned serious. She warned, "Father is being too optimistic. In my opinion, the success rate will be even lower than that. The transcendental attribute requires a massive amount of mana and is extremely destructive, so the reinforcement magic used to facilitate it will destroy your body just as violently." Hearing this, Russell asked anxiously, "What do you think my survival rate is?" Yahello placed her hand on the magic scroll and replied coldly, 50% at best." He asked again, "If you try your absolute best?" Her answer remained unchanged, still 50%. Russell hesitated and asked, "Do you want me to choose a different attribute scroll?" Yahello shook her head slightly. "Those who walk the path of magic do not force their opinions onto others, but I hope you will be strong." Looking into his sister's steady gaze, Russell fell silent for a moment before firmly declaring, "I will still choose it." Seeing her younger brother's determination, Yahello immediately ordered, "Take off your clothes." Russell was startled and asked in confusion, "Wait, I actually have to take them all off?" Yahello replied matter-of-factly, "Everything except your underwear." Russell sighed slightly. He started unbuttoning his shirt to reveal his toned body, preparing to enter the painful reinforcement ritual. When Russell completely removed his outer layer to reveal his incredibly toned and healthy six-pack, the whole banquet hall suddenly fell silent, staring at that perfect physique. The third sister, Persa, propped her chin up and wore a bewitching smile. A series of questions arose in her mind. How could a body this muscular possibly belong to a kid of only 10 years old? Just 1 month ago, Russell was still a useless, chubby boy. Persa secretly wondered what kind of massive secret her younger brother was hiding. From seeing through the transcendental scroll to this shockingly transformed physique, her morbid curiosity stirred again as she thought, his face and this beautiful body, if they were used as an ornament, they would be truly exquisite. Ignoring the prying eyes around him, Russell stepped decisively into the center of the glowing magic circle. Second sister Yahello gently placed her hand on his chest and respectfully reported to the head of the family, "Father, for Russell's 10-year ritual, I thank him for giving me the opportunity to perform the body reinforcement magic. However, just as the formation was about to activate," Russell suddenly opened his eyes and spoke up, "Second sister, wait." The unexpected action made Yahello pause. She raised an eyebrow and asked, seeing that 50% chance of death calling, "Are you having second thoughts?" Russell replied calmly, No, I have something I need to say to Father." Russell's declaration immediately caused a stir in the banquet hall. "Sitting majestically in the family head's chair," Head Dicky asked in a deep voice, "What is it while on the formation?" Russell looked his father straight in the eye and stated clearly, "If I survive, please grant me one request." This bold proposal made the family members think to themselves that the boy was indeed very clever to seize the opportunity. But there were also those who laughed inwardly, thinking that only a fool, only now did he dare to make a request during this 10-year rite of life and death. Evoria leaned down to remind her younger brother that the Mighton family had always held the tradition of the head of the house eating, the mana that enhances the body, but that tradition has since been abolished. Rasen immediately used sharp logic to persuade his father. Even though Sister Nelia is very talented, I think I am on par with father, so I deserve to make a request. Witnessing his younger brother's arrogance, sixth brother. Catton curled his lips in a sinister smile, silently, cursing him, hoping father would just kill him off to get it over with. Yet, Father Dicky remained calm. In a deep voice, he asked, "What is that request?" Before the entire Russell family, he resolutely declared his request. "From now on, father, please allow my mother to enter this place." This shocking request hit the banquet hall like a bombshell, leaving all the ladies and members present frozen in shock. One lady at the banquet table immediately changed color, breaking into a cold sweat, and angrily retorted, "A concubine's child wanting to step into this hall? Why is my mother inferior? Her birthright and status are different from ours." The lady's opposition did not make Russell flinch. "I am the son of father, and I carry half of my mother's blood. Calling my mother inferior is indirectly calling me inferior, and it's the same as calling father inferior, because father's blood is also flowing through my veins." This sharp argument left the lady next to her speechless, startled, and panic-stricken. Sitting majestically on the family head's chair, Father Dicky asked in a low voice, "Why do you want that?" Russell didn't shy away, answering bluntly, "It's because mother wants to see father." Father Dicky fell silent for a moment before his son's answer. Russell calculated internally that although this would force him to confront the other three mothers in the family, gaining the support of the head of the house would be far better. He knew very well that mother was father's greatest weakness. After a moment of silence, Father Dicky spoke up. "How impudent, but fine, if you survive, we'll talk later. Just try to keep your life." The family head's approval left the other ladies incredibly astonished and angry. Lying on the magic circle, Rasen smiled slightly, confidently. "I will not let you down, father. I will try my best." He told himself, this life and death trial is actually only halfway through. Second Sister Nelia stepped forward, gently placing her hand on Rasen's chest, and began to activate the ritual. A brilliant surge of mana erupted when she loudly chanted, "I shall begin the proceedings. Those who walk the path of magic heed the command of magic. And for the 10-year rite, I, Nelia, command thee, the one who leads, the way to transcendence, shrouded in a vast and intense source of mana." Immediately, an incredibly massive extreme surge of mana exploded, enveloping Russell's entire body. Agonizing pain struck like a bolt of lightning. Violent currents of energy frantically ravaged his body. Russell widened his eyes and screamed in agony, clearly feeling his flesh being melted away. "It's so hot." In the midst of the extreme pain, as if he were about to lose consciousness, Russell suddenly found himself falling into a dark, boundless space of his subconsciousness. From the depths of the void, a voice rang out, "I will help you." Rasen looked around, dazed, realizing he was standing alone in the darkness. My limbs are still intact, but I can't feel anything. I remember this feeling. It's like being under anesthesia in the hospital. Memories of those days lying on a hospital bed in his past life suddenly flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a bright red spark burst forth in the midst of the endless night, along with a sudden greeting, "Hello." Russell jumped, panic-stricken, and blurted out, "What is that?" The spark drifted warmly right in front of him. Russell looked closely in astonishment and completely froze when he recognized its shape. "What? This hot item appeared here too?" Rasen looked blankly at the warm spark hovering before him. Its shape was indeed very similar to the Fire Holy Grail. The cup suddenly spoke. "Do you remember who I am, Rasen?" He startled and blurted out, "The Fire Holy Grail!" He confusedly wondered to himself. Clearly he was being infused with body-strengthening magic in the real world. So why was he appearing in this strange space? And why was this cup here? Yet the cup, which had eyes and a mouth, immediately denied it. When Russell asked again, confused, it nonchalantly declared, I am not the Fire Holy Grail. Russell, bewildered, asked again, Then what are you? The cup confidently introduced itself. I am the Transcendence Holy Grail. Hearing the strange name, Russell's expression flickered. He immediately wanted to use his holy eyes to analyze its background, but the system board didn't respond at all. He realized internally that since he currently wasn't strong enough, he couldn't read the information about this relic. The cup explained further. Actually, the Fire Tribe has had a disastrous misunderstanding since ancient times, and then a man named Kurt Theo poured fire magic into me. All right, you don't need to know who Kurt Theo is. He's just an old man, a legend being called an old man. The name Kurt Theo shocked Dawson. Wasn't that the Archmage from the legends? In the original story, if Sage Onbeto was just a self-proclaimed fictional character, then Kurt Theo was a real legendary figure whom many people believed in. The cup tilted its head and continued, Anyway, I want to help you. Russell was secretly on guard, wondering why it wanted to help him, and asked, bluntly, How do you intend to help me? The hovering cup moved closer and remarked, You have a special body. Before Russell's confusion, it explained that in the age it was created, this constitution was called a holy body. This news greatly astonished Russell. The cup continued, Your body is very strong, but still not strong enough to receive the massive amount of mana you are trying to force into it. The reason is that your magic circuits are already saturated. It leaned close to his face and grilled him. What do you think will happen when that massive power enters your body in that saturated state? Rawson answered softly, I'd just blow up immediately. The cup firmly confirmed, Exactly. The cup sighed slightly, But I don't want you to die. Rawson asked curiously, Why? It sulked, looking bored as it explained, If you die, I'll have to go back into hibernation for a very long time, at least another century. That would be so boring. Rawson immediately pressed for a solution. How do you intend to help me? The cup suggested brightly, I will absorb that excess mana for you. I love that taste. Immediately, a powerful surge of purple magic flared up between the two of them. Russell calculated internally that if he couldn't absorb this transcendent mana himself, his body would surely explode and he would die. So he had no choice but to trust this cup. The moment he nodded in agreement, a ding sound rang out. The system board immediately displayed the text. The Fire Holy Grail has desperately searched for its true master. Rawson was shocked, remembering the original premise that the Fire Holy Grail was destined to belong to the male lead, Cassin Size. And at that time, it had absolutely no such mindless, silly behavior as this. The cup looked at him and smiled, saying, It's hard to explain, but you meet the qualifications to be my master. Russell, still not over his confusion, asked back, Why? Because you are so full of flaws. That's what makes you a suitable master for me. The cup's words made Russell frown slightly, asking back full of doubt, What do you mean? You'll understand soon enough. Let's be direct. Take me as your master. The chalice laughed, buzzing with excitement. I'll melt into your heart and absorb that mana. Then I'll be completely reborn as the Transcendental Holy Grail. Rawson quickly asked, And then what? Seeing the image of his older sister, Avelia, struggling to maintain the barrier outside, the chalice reassured him. With all those strange incantations, that scary sister of yours will surely handle everything. Don't worry. I'll just rest in your heart for a bit and come out when necessary. Rawson questioned, When necessary? The chalice confirmed, Yes, you'll need to use me for many things at once. Just then, the system panel popped up with a notification. The Transcendental Holy Grail will dissolve into its true master's heart and become an additional mana core. Rawson was stunned. In other words, I get an extra mana core? But before he could even feel happy, he suddenly panicked as he realized his consciousness was slowly fading away. He frantically thought, If I don't accept its help, is my body just disappearing? If this keeps up, I'm going to die. Having just made a deal, he was already about to log out. Facing the boundary of life and death, Rawson gritted his teeth. Resigned, he thought. I don't want to die. I still have so much to do. The image of his gentle mother, Soso, appeared in his mind, fueling his will to survive even more fiercely. Without a moment's hesitation, Rasen's eyes widened as he shouted, "Holy Grail, do it my way, now!" Receiving the approval, the chalice smiled and replied, "Fine." A massive stream of golden fire energy. Red energy exploded violently. Rasen felt the immense power surging through him. This was the power of the transcendental Holy Grail. Cutting back to the real world, at the banquet hall, the stream of light slowly faded. His older sister, Avelia, breathed a sigh of relief and reported respectfully to the family head, "Father, the physical enhancement magic is complete." Lord DK nodded coldly. "Well done." In the middle of the formation, Rasen jolted awake, breathing heavily amidst the thick mana smoke wafting around his brand-new, incredibly toned body. Am I still alive? Is this a dream? But he immediately realized it was completely real when he felt the powerful thumping in his chest. No, not my heart, I feel something else, right on the other side. At the banquet table, Avelia bowed her head in concern and reported to the family head, "Father DK, I finished the spell, but it wasn't successful because there were a few spots where I couldn't detect any mana, and the enhancement spell was rejected. It wouldn't assimilate. It's because I'm not skilled enough." Hearing this, he stood up and decisively declared, "The boy is a lost cause. Pack it up. End the party." Lying on the pedestal, Rasen thought to himself, no, it wasn't rejected. It was absorbed by the transcendental Holy Grail. Seeing his father turning his back and heading up the stairs, Rasen called out, "Father!" He boldly repeated their previous agreement. "You promised to bring Mother back." Father DK stopped. Without even turning his head, he left behind a cruel remark. Promises should only be kept with those who are worthy and capable. Watching his father's silhouette disappear, Rasen sat up, a confident smirk on his lips. Even though everyone considered him a failure, he thought that his father agreeing to the deal was already a huge step forward. He wondered if Father DK and Avelia truly knew nothing about the existence of the Holy Grail, but luckily, it hadn't appeared directly, giving away any clues. Rasen put his noble attire back on, clutching his long-tailed coat in excitement as he realized he had just gained a powerful ally and the body enhancement magic had been a complete success. Rasen turned to call his maid, "Let's go, Hyra." But just as he took a step, a cold, sharp bloodlust, like a blade, suddenly enveloped the whole room, making him freeze in shock. Looking back, Rasen shuddered as he realized Hyra was looking down, emitting a deadly red aura. The assassin maid said in a low voice, "I would like to ask you something." Hyra stood there with terrifying, glowing green eyes. Rasen immediately activated his holy eye to scan her information, but the system displayed a cold notification. System lagging. He thought, "At least give me the basic info. Why would she suddenly reveal her true nature right when Father is here?" Just then, the system continued to notify him. Current location, the main banquet hall, protected by the highest level barrier magic. Rasen quickly deduced, the only mage here capable of casting this kind of high-level barrier is none other than my father, Lord DK. Hyra looked straight at him and asked, "Do you know what I just found out?" Rasen broke into a cold sweat. "Should I know?" The maid lowered her voice. "Your attitude toward me has changed." "To cover it up," Rasen replied. "Lately, I've been feeling more stable." Hyra lowered her head slightly, the crimson bloodlust around her becoming even thicker. She asked bluntly, "Who do you think sent me?" Rasen pondered for a moment, then calmly replied, "Probably my father." Hyra was slightly taken aback and asked, "How so?" "Because you haven't been hiding your aura at all in the main building." His response left the assassin maid completely stunned. Hyra asked to confirm, "You can feel my aura?" Rasen laughed it off. "Yeah, it's very sharp and scary." But Hyra doused him with cold water by mocking, slow as a slug, "Your sister was right to criticize you. I'm only 10 years old. Of course I'm weak." Looking at Hyra standing opposite him, a wave of extreme fear washed over Rasen. He told himself that her killing intent was so terrifying that he just wanted to run away immediately. But the reality was, she was too fast, and he had no chance of escaping. Rasen reassured himself that if she was sent by his father, then surely she wouldn't harm him. He looked directly at Hyra and analyzed, "You're emitting aura, but nobody else is coming here. There are tons of mages here who could feel even a tiny bit of aura, so there must be something blocking it from being detected by anyone. For example, the barrier magic. And no one can cast a barrier here without my father's permission. You received his orders and revealed your true face to me. Hyra listened silently, then nodded slightly in admission. You're right. He said I could do whatever I wanted with you if you couldn't analyze the situation. Hearing the words whatever you want, Rasen couldn't help but be startled and panicked. Hyra continued, but he also said that if you belong to the Maitun family, being able to do that is normal. You don't look disappointed. Rasen sighed, but why are you revealing yourself now, after hiding it so well for so long? Rasen silently understood everything. Today was the day he officially came to the main building to meet his father, and he had intentionally created this secret barrier. Today, his father wanted to test his strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Rasen quickly got into a defensive stance and declared, I see that father wants to test me. Facing him, the maid Hyra decisively drew her sharp short sword from its sheath, coldly confirming, that's right. Honestly, I didn't think you'd be able to figure that out. Rasen smirked and asked, what did you think would happen? Looking at Hyra, while you were radiating such intense, murderous intent, you were putting on a fake smile, sweat slightly beading on your skin. I realized the moment I revealed my aura that you were already annoyed. Aren't you underestimating me a bit too much, given your sharp instincts? Hyra suddenly withdrew her daggers, placed a hand on her chest, and bowed with the utmost respect, saying, I will sincerely introduce myself, my true name. It is Silence is Golden, but you may continue to call me Hyra. The name Silence is Golden hitting his ears made Dawson freeze completely, his eyes widening in shock. Wait, I made that name up. How is she standing here in the flesh? In his memories, this was the legendary name often used by mothers to scare misbehaving children. If you keep being naughty, Silence is Golden will come and take you away. There it was. True to the setup in the original novel he wrote himself, Silence is Golden was a legendary assassin so terrifying that even the strongest people in the world would tremble in fear. Even the most prestigious sword-fighting clan once threw their full force into hunting her down, only to end in miserable failure. The infamous name, Silence is Golden, was standing right in front of him. Damn it. Looking closely at the maid in front of him, Russell thought to himself, an assassin this strong and she's this young? To probe her, he spoke up. I've heard of you before. The prestigious sword-fighting clan was supposed to be hunting you down 15 years ago. What's the matter? Is your current appearance a disguise? Hyra coldly dodged the question. I will not answer that. Knowing he couldn't extract more information, Russell clenched his fist and asked seriously, fine, be that way. So, how are you going to challenge me? Are you going to give me a test? Hyra's eyes suddenly narrowed, flashing with a murderous green light. I'm sure you already know, but my specialty is assassination. If you can deflect my attacks even once, you win. As soon as she finished speaking, Hyra immediately vanished without a sound, leaving the banquet hall empty against Russell's high alert. He immediately activated his heavenly eye to locate her, but the system board coldly notified him, no presence detected. He was stunned to realize that even the heavenly eye couldn't spot Hyra's location. While he was busy, fumbling, her cold voice rang out. Dad's orders were to finish you off if you didn't meet the standards. Hearing the word exterminate, a chill ran down his spine as he panicked. Exterminate me? Sensing the impending death, he hurriedly raised his hands and shouted, Wait! He swallowed hard and asked, If I win, what do I get? Hyra was silent for a moment. Then suddenly, footsteps echoed right behind him, followed by a calm voice. I didn't expect you to ask for a reward. He jumped as he turned around, cold sweat dripping down when he realized she had been standing right behind him the whole time, even though he clearly heard her voice right in front of him just a moment ago. Hyra looked at him with sharp green eyes and asked, What do you want? He bluntly stated his condition. From now on, just stay with me. Hyra tilted her head slightly. I am your servant, young master. Naturally, I will do that. He shook his head to correct her. No, not just as a servant. I want you to protect me. Looking at the assassin maid, he smiled faintly and continued, You said it yourself. I'm very weak. He declared firmly, So, until I am strong enough, protect me. His proposal made Hyra go quiet for a moment. After thinking in silence, she bowed her head and replied, "Very well." Receiving a nod from the legendary assassin, he smiled with satisfaction. "Good. That's enough." Immediately after, he quickly stepped back into a defensive stance in the middle of the grand banquet hall, telling himself that while he was quite confident to pull this off, anything at this moment, he first had to sense it. Something. Anything. At this point, even the heavenly eye was completely helpless and couldn't detect her position. He understood that if he couldn't see her with the heavenly eye, he would never be able to read Hyra's blindingly fast movements. He focused intensely, scanning his surroundings, knowing full well she was targeting him while in stealth mode. Even though she had threatened him with a terrifying tone, "I don't have the heart to kill you, little brother." He knew it all along. Russell quickly analyzed the situation, telling himself that the threat to kill him was actually just an empty threat from Hyra. That meant if she actually struck a lethal blow, the script would be ruined. If he couldn't guess where she was, the only way was to defend himself to deflect her decisive attacks. By using his own body as bait to lure her into revealing herself, Russell guessed that Hyra must also be lowering her guard and limited in her striking position, able only to aim for his arms or legs with non-lethal strikes. When that happened, he would certainly discover her location the moment she struck. Plus, he still had two trump cards, time dilation and heavenly eye. Russell realized with a start that the time dilation attribute didn't just slow down time, it allowed him to see the flow of mana clearly in slow motion. Especially as the mana around him suddenly changed completely, a system notification popped up. Mana sealed in the heart is reacting violently to the enemy's will. Immediately, his high-level combat magic, Iron Will, reacted to this mana source and upgraded, replacing it with a higher-tier defensive skill. Russell realized that the transcendental Holy Grail had unleashed the mana in his heart, helping all his skills level up significantly. Thanks to this, he could clearly see the way Hyra was going to attack, whether at his side or his legs. Russell's eyes gleamed with confidence, thinking to himself, "I can't believe I can actually see it clearly now." The leg. Just as Hyra lunged to deliver a tricky low-level strike, Russell told himself he could totally dodge this, but if he dodged, he wouldn't be able to deflect her attack, and the match would be meaningless. Using his body as a trap, he decided to take the hit head-on. The system immediately notified him that his defensive combat magic was officially in effect. A sharp, clashing sound rang out, accompanied by sparks flying violently as Hyra's strike slammed straight into Russell's defensive layer. At that exact moment, Russell quickly closed the distance and threw a counterpunch toward her. However, she immediately blocked the punch with her hand. Hyra raised an eyebrow slightly, calmly commenting, "That almost took my jaw off." Russell held his close-quarters stance firmly and asked, "How about that?" "Huh? That counts as a deflection, right?" Hyra was silent for a moment before the young master's sudden display of nerve. Then she softly replied, "Yes, the trial match is officially over." Hyra firmly sheathed her dagger and declared, "I will keep my promise." The maid bowed respectfully before Russell and swore, "From this day forward, I swear to give everything I have to protect you, young Master Russell." Hyra departed, leaving Russell standing alone in the vast banquet hall. He looked down at his hand, from which blood was dripping onto the floor. Russell smiled slightly. "Relieved," he whispered to himself. "I won. The big fish has taken the bait." He had officially recruited the legendary assassin, Silent Stinger, to his side. Moments later, the scene shifted to an ancient stone mansion under a gloomy, overcast sky. Inside a quiet office, Hyra stood solemnly and began to report everything to the power standing behind her. "I will begin my report. It seems the young master anticipated my method of attack. Otherwise, I cannot explain how he was able to deflect that blow." Hyra continued to analyze the fight in depth. "I also believe he didn't dodge on purpose. I suspect he anticipated that I wouldn't actually try to kill him. He had no other choice to deflect my attack. I think it was a smart decision, but there is one very strange thing. My dagger was coated in Melia poison, yet he grabbed that blade with his bare hand. The dagger definitely cut his hand, but even though the poison should have entered his body, he is still perfectly fine. What kind of person has an immune system stronger than an antidote? I am trying to figure out why, but for now, I think his mana neutralized the poison." The important part is whether he did that on purpose or if it was just luck. After finishing, Hera activated a teleportation spell and vanished in a flash of light. I will try to find out about that. Hera stepped outside and closed the door. She pondered the young master's astonishing transformation. I knew he had changed, but I didn't think he would be able to successfully deflect and neutralize the Melia poison. Over the past month, he has changed so much. This kid is good enough for me to protect now. After days of exhaustion, Russell finally had a few rare days off. He walked through the quiet night street and let out a sigh of relief. Today was absolutely exhausting. I'll get some rest since I finally have a few days off. However, that peace didn't last long. The magical trophy suddenly burst into orange flames, red, hovering right in front of him, and smugly asked, "I did a good job, didn't I?" Its sudden appearance startled Russell. "Oh my God, I didn't know you had a physical form!" He quickly looked around and reminded it, "Don't just jump out like that," the trophy replied nonchalantly. "So? Only you can see me anyway, praise me," Russell asked, confused. "Praise you for what?" The trophy immediately revealed a shocking truth, because that beautiful lady's dagger had Melia on it. That's why. Russell was bewildered. What Melia? Immediately after, a system notification window appeared, explaining the details of this toxin. Melia was ranked as one of the most deadly poisons extracted from the venomous horned starfish inhabiting the southern seas, and the victim would die within 5 minutes if not treated in time. Looking at the message, Russell turned pale with shock. A deadly poison on that knife? He quickly asked the trophy, "So you ate it to prevent the poison?" The fiery trophy replied, "I didn't prevent the poison. It's still in my stomach. Poison? That's my specialty. I swallowed it all." However, it didn't forget to warn him, "But you must be careful. If my stomach receives a shock that is too great, the poison will backfire and your body will melt." Upon hearing that horrific prospect, Russell immediately shouted, "Hampton!" The young valet, wearing a large backpack, rushed over. "Yes, I'm here, young master." Hampton quickly ran to the side of the bench where Russell was sitting and respectfully reported, "I am here." Russell got straight to the point. "You know what Melia is, right?" Upon hearing the name of this poison, Hampton's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. The boy asked eagerly, "Poison? Sure, let's do it. Who does the young master want to get rid of?" Russell snapped, "I'm not planning to use it. Where did you get those strange ideas?" He quickly moved to a more important topic. "So, how do we get an antidote?" Hampton replied nonchalantly, "The antidote for Melia is much easier to find." Russell immediately ordered, "Then go find it." The valet decisively accepted the order and ran off. "Understood. I will do it right away." Watching Hampton's back, Russell thought to himself that he was truly lucky to have such capable partners. He had a maid who was a legendary assassin, and a valet who was an expert in poisons. But just as he let out a sigh of relief, a slight rustle behind him made him turn around, startled. Appearing before Russell, this time was a girl with short ash-gray hair, dressed in a stylish men's vest. Russell was stunned. "Hera, you changed your outfit?" Hera replied calmly, explaining, "Another maid will take my place." Russell narrowed his eyes. "So, I'm going to have 2 shadows now?" Hera nodded. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Looking at her completely different. "Demianor," Russell remarked, "your attitude has changed." Hera replied coldly, "Because I no longer need to wear that fake mask." "Do you know that you are a great actor?" Hera replied calmly. "Acting is a necessary requirement to be an assassin," Russell asked bluntly. "Hera, you coated that knife in deadly poison, didn't you?" The question abruptly made Hera startle. Russell explained calmly, "Actually, I realized it early on, but I pretended not to know just to prove that I would be fine even without an antidote. My goal was to make Hera stop looking down on me so much." Hera sternly reminded him that Melia is a deadly toxin, but Russell immediately interrupted and recited its origin. "I know. It comes from the horned starfish in the southern seas, right?" Russell's superior knowledge left Hera completely amazed. A deep sense of respect swelled within her, realizing she had long underestimated this young master. Looking at Russell, Hera declared loudly, "I promise to protect you. I've set a time limit until you are strong enough. When you're skilled enough to beat me, then I'll quit." Hera confirmed, her position as the second shadow, vowing to protect him at all costs. To prepare for the next step, Russell ordered her to find some Eastern Opuntia cactus powder and bring it here. Hera quickly accepted the order and left. As soon as she was out of sight, Russell suddenly felt an intense dryness in his throat and hurriedly shouted for more water. Although he knew that Opuntia cactus powder was extremely bitter, for some reason, his body now craved that powder, wanting to drink it with water like a madman. Seeing Russell's struggle, Hera worriedly advised him to return home to find a physician. But Russell brushed her off, panting, and yelled, "There's no time!" He frantically scooped handfuls of the green cactus powder into the glass of water and downed it, crazily. As the liquid hit his throat, a soft blue light suddenly erupted around Russell. Witnessing that sight, Hera was left completely amazed when you can feel something changing deep inside your body, and it's intense. At the same time, the system notification chimes repeatedly. A requirement has been met. Specifically, the Eastern Opuntia cactus extract contains trace amounts of an unidentified substance. It reacts to the melia poison, triggering a chemical reaction that stirs the soul of the trophy, which had been dormant in your heart. It wakes up suddenly, acting drunk and complaining of nausea before vomiting a pile of green liquid and shattering onto the floor. Right after that, Russell, you clutch your chest in agony, feeling your heart expanding non-stop. A violent cobalt blue mana erupts, shooting out bolts of lightning. Magic power envelops your entire body. Russell screams in terror, "What? A mana explosion?" Standing nearby, Hera is deeply worried but doesn't dare touch you, knowing that would mean immediate death. She can only clench her fists, telling herself she must protect you at all costs and help you survive this crisis. Watching from afar, she is filled with helplessness and anxiety. She thinks to herself, "I promise to protect you until you grow stronger. I'm not a mage, so I don't know how to help you right now." Facing Russell's life or death situation, she tells herself there is only one solution: to proactively absorb that rampaging mana into her own body and sacrifice her life for yours. At this moment, the system continuously issues warnings. Ezra and Melia are reacting violently after merging. Just a tiny amount of transcendental mana, also known as complex mana, can trigger an incredibly destructive reaction. Russell writhes in pain, gritting his teeth as his heart swells, fiercely, completely beyond the control of the transcendental mana. Just then, the system displays another strange notification. Mana cultivation is easily accessible. The pain intensifies and Russell collapses, clearly feeling his ribs cracking and shifting. The system continues its cold notifications. Even transcendental mana cannot fully control the violent reaction of Ezra and Melia, and this is only one part of the necessary requirements. Russell dazedly wonders, requirements? The notification clearly shows, unless one possesses the blessed body of a renowned martial arts family, a practitioner cannot escape the brutal crushing force. Reading this, Russell can only curse helplessly, "Is the system messing with me?" I almost logged out for real. But the next notification lights up a final spark of hope. In return, those with special bodies will be able to withstand this pressure. A typical example is the holy body. Russell snaps to his senses, shouting internally, "Holy body, I can withstand it." Just then, the soul of the transcendental grail in your heart speaks up in a cheeky, reassuring tone, "It's better now. Big brother, just trust me." The power of the transcendental grail immediately explodes, helping Russell channel the raging mana. You think to yourself, your ability really helps me a lot. Is that what you meant by mana cultivation is easily accessible? A massive beam of blue light erupts. Watching from afar, Hera is stunned to see Russell's chest, gradually returning to normal. She can't believe her eyes. What the hell? What about the laws of magic? But in the next second, a fierce red flame suddenly flares up surrounding Russell. Hera exclaims in panic, "Fire?" The violent orange-gold flames explode as if to incinerate the entire hall. Hera has to cover her face from the intense heat. She can clearly feel something inside Russell changing fundamentally. Her eyes widen in astonishment. As far as she knows, this shouldn't be possible. As the light and flames gradually subside, Russell stands tall in the middle of the room with a calm demeanor. Your eyes glow with a brilliant blue light, full of power, and around your hands, Two radiant magic circles are forming and rotating. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, Hera is completely frozen, a sense of extreme shock rising within her. How did he suddenly conjure two magic circles? No one has ever had a second circle when they are only 10 years old. Yet, before her eyes, there are clearly two real magic circles. Seeing Hera staring, Russell speaks up. Hera, are you going to keep staring at me like that? Hera quickly bows to apologize and offers her congratulations. Surprised that Hera could see the two circles, Russell asks for confirmation and receives a nod. You sigh softly. Yeah, I almost died. Hera curiously asks if you stabilized the mana explosion yourself. Russell smirks smugly. Yeah, I'm pretty great, aren't I? But the cold maid shuts down. Your arrogance immediately, it's just good genetics. Don't get too full of yourself. Hearing her blunt remark, Russell can only stay silent, thinking to himself that she never gives him a single compliment. However, looking back, Russell knows he has gathered all 6 important factors: Melia poison, Eastern prickly pear cactus extract, transcendental mana, holy body traits, mana training method, accessible mana, and the transcendental grail. Everything is complete. You turn and ask, Hera, do you want to do it like last time? Hera looks slightly startled and asks, what you mean? Late that night, the two of you head to the training grounds. As they enter the command room, they see Manager Noah dozing off and snoring, with a book covering his face. Russell's loud shout of Noah makes him jump, nearly falling off his chair. He hurriedly stammers, trying to cover it up by saying he was just deep in thought, but as soon as he steadies himself and realizes the person standing before him is the 7th young master with Hera, Noah can't help but ask, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Pushing up his glasses, Noah looks down and immediately freezes. Cold sweat pours down like rain. He can't believe his eyes as he sees the 2 glowing magic circles on Russell. He wonders to himself if his eyesight is failing because just a month ago you only had 1 magic circle. Glancing at the maid standing next to you, his instincts as a mage also help him realize that Hera seems to be an extremely dangerous assassin. Noah suddenly recalls Zafo's warning when he said that a major plan seemed to be in motion and advised him to be prepared, because someone is plotting something against the 7th young master. Looking at the 2 glowing magic circles, Noah realizes with a tremor that Zafo's words were completely accurate. Looking at Russell and Hera, standing before him, Noah silently assesses that for a 10-year-old child to have a second magic circle, he is far too relaxed. Feeling the strange atmosphere, he reminds himself, this seems dangerous, just don't look into it further. He then quickly puts on a fake smile and asks, how can I help you? Russell calmly commands, I want to fight my own shadow. Noah stares blankly at the maid next to him. He can't help but be amazed. Since when did that maid's shadow become a shadow? However, he doesn't dare to be overly curious, and quickly leads the way. Very well. A wide open space is fine, right? Receiving a nod of agreement from Russell, they walk off. At that very moment, Hera suddenly glances at Noah, with green eyes glowing with murderous intent, making the manager's back turn cold. He breaks out in a sweat, telling himself, I see nothing, I hear nothing, I am a stone statue. The two quickly teleport. In the open training arena, Russell stood face to face with Hera, who was already holding her daggers. Hera, Russell began, you've already got a feel for my skills from last time, right? The maid replied softly, yes. Russell clenched his fists and said with a grin, how about you just spar with me based on my current skill level? Would that be okay? Seeing Hera wondering if she should account for the fact that he now had another magic circle, Russell explained. I'm testing out a few new things. Hera asked, what should I do? Do, Russell instructed. Don't try to kill me, just go a bit slow on the attacks. A cold emerald light flickered in Hera's eyes as she reminded him, your enemies won't be that kind. But Russell just replied calmly, your family. Who goes around trying to slaughter their own family? Hearing such trusting words from her young master left Hera briefly shaken. She flipped her daggers and agreed, very well. Standing before his opponent, Russell focused his mind. 2 brilliant blue magic circles appeared around him. He thought to himself, my circles, I have 2 now. The amount of mana I can hold changed the moment the 2 circles merged. Feeling the surge of energy, his purple eyes flared. I get it now. I can move mana however I want. I'll spread it throughout my body instantly. A system notification popped up. Novice combat magic has been influenced by high-level mana. Novice combat magic has leveled up from amateur to mastery in the blink of an eye. Russell took a confident stance and shouted, "All right, let's go!" The very next second, Hyra moved, lunging forward with terrifying speed, cutting through the wind and vanishing completely from his sight. Russell scanned his surroundings vigilantly, thinking, same attack pattern as last time. I still can't see where she is. But this time was different. Thanks to the breakthrough with his 2 magic circles, Russell's heavenly eye was now capable of tracking and catching every one of Hyra's super speed movements. That was the overwhelming difference between 1 and 2 magic circles. Not only that, his stasis trait must have been significantly enhanced as well. Still lunging forward like a moth to a flame, Hyra didn't realize she was completely outclassed. Russell focused, his full attention on preparing for the next strike. The moment Hyra closed the distance, Russell activated his stasis trait. Everything around him suddenly seemed to slow down, making it easy for him to read his opponent's intentions. She's aiming for my legs again. Thinking, I'll dodge this too, Russell nimbly jumped up, twisting his body to evade Hyra's razor-sharp blade as it swept horizontally at his feet. The unexpected miss left Hyra stunned. Her eyes widened as she wondered, he dodged it? Can he actually see my movements? Not giving her a moment to recover, Russell used the momentum to spin in midair, channeling brilliant blue mana into his fist before throwing a powerful punch. He struck directly downward from above. Witnessing the terrifying power and speed of her young master's counterattack, Hyra's emerald eyes narrowed in shock. Russell's punch whistled past, creating a violent shockwave that tore through the surrounding air. And yet, the level of a legendary assassin remained a massive wall. The moment Russell pulled back his strike, Hyra was already behind him like a ghost, coldly pressing the edge of her dagger against his throat. Russell froze, glancing down at the icy blade pressed against his neck. He sighed helplessly. You're fast as a cheat code. My eyes still couldn't keep up. Hyra slowly retracted her blade and coldly declared her surrender. I lost. I promised to use the same skills as last time, but I broke that promise. Yet she had to silently acknowledge her young master's strength. You've gotten a bit stronger, haven't you? Russell smiled slightly. Yeah, I've got 2 magic circles now. Hyra sighed softly. I didn't expect the difference to be this huge. See? Russell smirked triumphantly. Are you complimenting me? But the maid immediately poured cold water on him. No, you're still plenty weak, Russell complained helplessly. Can't you just give me a compliment? While the two were busy arguing, they had absolutely no idea that in a dark corner, every one of their actions was being closely monitored through a magic orb. Standing in the observation room, Manager Noah kept his eyes glued to the orb, cold sweat pouring down like rain. He screamed in terror in his heart, what the hell am I looking at? That 10-year-old a mage shouldn't be able to use moves like that. If it weren't for the magic, her movements would be impossible to see, and the destructive power of that attack is the same as it was a month ago. The final move she made was the scariest part. I've never seen anything like that in my life. The training session ended, and Russell and Hyra walked into the hallway to head home. So, waved goodbye, we're heading out. Noah, sorry for arriving so late. Noah hurriedly bowed to see them off. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Goodbye, young master. But the moment the door closed, Noah froze, confused. He apologized? Someone as notoriously arrogant and prickly as the 7th young master is now initiating an apology? It makes me suspicious. Suddenly, a sharp blade was pressed against Noah's throat from behind, making him freeze as cold sweat broke out. Hyra had appeared right behind him. With deadly glowing eyes, she threatened in a low voice. Forget everything you saw today. Terrified, Noah stammered to cover it up. I didn't see anything. I was just busy dealing with my own business. Hyra leaned close to his ear and warned coldly. The young master has his 2nd magic circle, but he hasn't fully mastered it yet. Do you understand, Noah? Pretending to be ignorant, he asked tremblingly. Oh, the young master has 2 magic circles now? But in his heart, he was screaming in terror as he realized the insane truth. A 10-year-old child already possessed 2 magic circles. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing in his life. Seeing Noah's submissive attitude, Hira retracted her dagger and dropped a cold remark. Good. That's it. Being obedient is the only way to keep your head. She immediately vanished into a stream of teleportation light, leaving the manager standing dazed in the dark room, trembling in fear. What just happened? Time quickly passed. On the sunny grounds of the Maple Mansion, Russell was shirtless, diligently doing crunches on a pull-up bar to train his body. He counted continuously, 245, 246, 247, 248. Watching from afar, both Hampton and Hera watched their young master's extraordinary efforts in silence. Hampton stepped closer and bowed to report, "Young master, you have a letter." Still hanging upside down from the bar, Russell asked, "A letter? For me?" But the moment he clearly saw the contents inside, Russell suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. The shock was so great that he flinched and tumbled off the bar in a completely pathetic way. Hampton rushed over in a panic to help him up. "Are you all right, sir?" Russell sat up, quickly. Someone must have sent this to the wrong address. He gripped the letter tightly, his heart racing with panic as he realized a shocking truth. "I didn't write this plot. This is a variable." Russell paced the stone hallway of the mansion, feeling tense at the thought of his father suddenly summoning him. He silently guessed that this unexpected meeting must have something to do with the strange invitation letter from the Seisei family that he had just received right when the letter came into his hands. He guessed this unexpected meeting must be related to the strange invitation letter from the Seisei family that he had received right after getting his hands on it, Russell. He had firmly ordered his two attendants, Hera and Hampton, to inform the main house that he had passed the coming-of-age ritual at 10 years old. Now, I have to officially join the battle for succession. He told himself that if you want to catch the cub, you have to enter the tiger's den, though it's probably better to be on the tiger's side if you can. If I'm going to be the boss, I have to play big. Hearing this, little Rudia suddenly shouted excitedly from up in the tree, "Me too! I want to catch the cub too!" Russell smiled slightly and said, "Rudia, you can come along as well. Cassin wants to be friends with you too." Upon hearing the name of her new friend, Rudia beamed with joy. "A friend? I want to have more friends too."